Hello, hello, hello. I sent another. All right, yeah. So I'm just waiting for the boys to get in here. Um, yeah, we're doing a reaction to this the Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate today. Should be pretty good. Of course, it is 3 hours long, so by my calculations, we might be here a week from now. Again. Oh yeah.
Testing, testing.
Hello.
All right, can you talk again?
Hello.
The
quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog.
Yeah, I can hear you. So one more time for me.
The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog.
I appreciate it. I'm just trying to get it to actually show up. Let me sonar, maybe sonar chat.
Oh, nice. Eno Jadose for another 2,000 crooner. That's the second time today. Thank you very much, man. He says, ZZ, Liquid Zulu ZZ. Thank you very much. That's a decent amount of money. As far as I'm aware.
Yeah, dude, I came back. Dude, is Streamlabs just fucking dead? Because it is fucking up so much stuff.
I don't know. I don't really use Streamlabs.
Dude, it's like it crashed my computer just a minute ago. It won't let me stream into my pre-prepared stream. It forcibly starts a new stream. And then if I try and do use the stream URL and stream key, it still tries to force me to only stream to YouTube. And then when I was like going through Grok, it was like, yeah, just do both and then cancel the new stream it creates and it'll be fine. And then when I went to do that, it was like, oh, you have to be set up for dual streaming. And then no matter how I changed the settings around, still wouldn't work.
So are you using really Streamlabs OBS?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just used OBS.
Yeah, I mean, I just haven't really used OBS, so I'm just gonna have to figure it out. All right, can you didn't give me a username and password for your jelly.
Oh, your username is Fabian Liberté, no spaces. Your password is Fabian Liberté, no spaces.
Hold on, people can hear you.
Yeah, I know.
People can hear you.
They're not going to be able to log into this fucking. It's a media share server.
Okay, fine. And then what's the password? Fuck
it. Same as the username. It doesn't matter. It is not like a high security situation here. I have to know everybody's passwords anyway.
Invalid username. So I guess it's all lowercase.
Capital F, capital L. At least it should be. Unless I have to restart the. I might have to restart the thing. It might not have saved you.
All right, there we go.
Hello there.
What's up?
No, I worked with Capital.
Okay, it works.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
How's it going,
Okay, so
chat?
we're officially.
Yeah, pretty good. Oh, I'm not chat. Never mind.
Oh, okay, we're starting.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Man Sharma and Libertas were going to join, but I guess they can just hop in at some point. Yeah,
Yeah, I thought Luca was joining too.
yeah.
Okay.
Let's just hop into it.
My watch together. Oh, it's like okay. So this
Oh,
is some
are you
old
in?
video. Okay.
Are you in the sync play group?
Yes, yes. I can
I
finally
don't know what
watch
I'm
it.
in.
Yeah,
Never used this before.
the top right, there's like a little group of 3 guys. Join admins group in that.
Boom.
All right, cool. Let's get into this. Are you streaming as well, Fabian?
Yo, I don't even know what the value of 2000 ARS is, but I super appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
Okay, so we're officially live.
Hold on, before we get
Candace?
into this, hello, long time no see. I can't Floppa, I don't know that we've met.
I don't think we have. How's it going?
It's going well. This is my first stream back in like 6 months.
Sick. Yeah, I think
I'm
it's
super
been like
stoked.
3 weeks.
You said it's
Probably-
probably 3 weeks.
Yeah, I think the last time I was on a Zulu stream, it was like 2-3 weeks ago, something like that.
Hold on, you can't hear anyone? Hold on.
Oh yeah, you definitely got to fix that.
Say something again. It's popping up. It's output.
I don't know. Unfortunately, I haven't used Streamlabs OBS. Well, Zulu,
What
can
do
you
you
not see the
mean? Like, I
speakers?
can see it. Hold on, they might be lying.
Possible.
So the backstory to this, how much?
See it lighting up. I can hear it. I can see you guys lighting up. It's exported. Let me just on our chat. Monitor off. We're not lying. On 1. What is change?
What's happening is Fabian Liberty, is he not coming through on the stream?
I think we're not coming through on his stream.
Oh, okay, interesting.
All right,
So wait,
you said
how much-
something now?
Who paid who what? It was like $300,000 or $500,000 to do this.
Yeah, Andrew had to pay Candace like a buttload of money.
Can you guys hear that now, chat?
Hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
The most expensive date of all
What
time.
do I join? Can you point me to the direction of what I join?
Yeah.
I can see it exporting. What is happening? They're still saying that they can't hear you. I'm watching it light up as you speak, and I can hear you.
Huh.
Ooh.
I don't know what.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, apparently my entire stream can't hear you guys, but I can, like, I can see it light up. What the?
I've had the reverse problem on my stream before where the stream couldn't hear me, but they could hear everyone else.
Like,
Are you using Streamlabs?
What is?
In the admins.
Yeah, I'm using Streamlabs, but Streamlabs is apparently fucking sucking. Yeah,
I've done OBS before and had that issue. It's just kind of a buggy software.
like guys, like watch them talk.
Like, are we muted on OBS?
no,
Like,
not
is your like desktop audio muted or some shit on OBS?
Mine?
No, not yours,
it's not
Fabian's.
muted. It's like
Like you can see it.
It's lighting up.
See the bar?
It's I set it to be sonar chat, and then talk again, guys.
Testing, testing. 1, 2,
Yo.
3.
And then it's lighting up here. It's like it's lighting up everywhere. Green lights the way it should. Everywhere. It's lining up in my export here. Does it need to be channel 1? It is channel 1.
Are you able to switch it to just desktop audio rather than like a specific application?
He probably has it like that.
Potentially. Yeah, I could do that real quick.
Because I don't know
Just
how
like set this up to like
Streamlabs
speakers.
does it.
Go ahead, say something.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Because yeah,
Test 1, 2, 4.
on regular SOBS it defaults to desktop audio, so I just mix everything through that. Probably not the best practice, but
can
yeah.
you guys hear that?
Yeah, I try to split my channels just for editing purposes, but when all else fails, I just do one.
They can't, no matter what the fuck I do, they can't hear you guys, even though, it's fucking, I know what it is. It's a Discord setting.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Here's chat. There we go. That's the speaker. And then change.
By the way, if you're streaming this window,
all right, go ahead now. Can you guys hear it now?
If you're, I will say, if anybody else is streaming this thing, do try your best to avoid leaking the URL, or else I'm going to have to spend a bunch on ngrok credits.
That's why I did it.
What the actual fuck?
I barely made it to the thing anyway. Like if I drop out of nowhere, it's because my personal hotspot died. Fair warning. I'll be back.
Bro is at my level of technical capital.
Everything is working. Everything is as it should be, but it's not coming through. I don't know how to fix this. I'm actually like, at this point, like I've never had this happen before.
Send him over to Zulu.
Bro, like the Discord chat is working. The Steel series is lighting up. Discord is this is why streamers don't take vacation. Bro, I did a test and all my audio and shit was working yesterday.
We tried like hitting the computer a couple of times.
You are quiet, but that's on you. Through Discord. I'll cut you up. Monitor on? No, monitor just makes it repeat.
Well,
we don't want to monitor.
Well, it would normally make it repeat, but now they're not hearing anything. So maybe if you monitor your headphones, then they'll at least be able to hear it once.
Right, but I'll hear everything you guys say in an echo twice. I'll go fucking batshit insane. Like, bro, what is...
I'm just glad it's not me this time. Let's go.
No, it's me.
I'm sorry though. That sucks.
Is that working now, boys?
Are we working?
Yeah. I had it set up to record, so I didn't have the stream tracks on. And my stream track was 4, not channel 1 for some reason. All right,
we good to go?
I'm so sorry about all that. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Dude, this has been a nightmare.
No worries.
We're getting back into it. We're dusting the boots off. It's been a while. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you guys. This should be fun. And it's nice to meet you, Floppa. And also, did we want to like declare our biases before we start? You guys have watched this before, right?
Oh yeah, Andrew definitely won.
I haven't.
I've
been
watched
saving myself to watch it here.
Twitter. I've seen clips on Twitter, but I chose not to watch it because I wanted to watch it in.
So I just want to put I've watched it before, so this isn't a quote unquote true reaction. Number one. Number two, yeah, I am ideologically, before we get started, right? I think most people here, I'm ideologically inclined to distrust the state, right? So like, I kind of want to be on Candace's side, but also I know Andrew Wilson, and he has been nothing but amazing to me in real life. Like when I got nuked on Twitter, he helped me get in contact with somebody on Twitter. When somebody put up a fucked up, like edited clip of me on his channel, and I like DM'd him, he was like, dude, that was one of the editors going rogue. I apologize. I'll fix it immediately. Like, he's not a piece of shit in real life. So I just like leave that out there to begin with before we get started. Other than that, like, you know, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, my bias is I think that Candace Owens is a retarded person.
Yeah.
And she did help to prove me right in this video. We do have, before we start, we'd have Griffin 1 for $5. Always love to see him. It's not a Zulu stream without technical difficulties. This is tradition. Candace Owens gives me a headache. This will be good. Yeah, let's get into it. I've also got the speed run timer ready.
Very quickly, my biases here is I hate everyone here for a different reason. So, but I mean, if Andrew Wilson's nice to you, that's great. Outside of that, but ideologically, I've seen some clips, and I'm just like, okay, well.
Oh yeah, ideologically,
but we don't have to get into that.
He'll hear it from me a million times. But just like the space is full of nothing but grifters, liars, and thieves. And like Andrew Wilson has been one of the few people that has showcased to me multiple times that he's an entertainer, and I have issues with some of his content, but like he's just not a piece of shit, which is like a rare gem in the space. That's kind of what I mean.
Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Yet again, I've never met anyone who's known him or talked to him. So,
yeah, I mean, I've met him in real life as well as, you know, on, you know, back when he was a smaller, you know, streamer. I've done several debates on his show, or I've done a couple against him.
Sounds good. Let's get it.
Oh, it's syncing up.
It's like watching goblins fight orcs to me, and then throw in like
Andrew, you know,
another
to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, "Hey, I'm offering $300,000." And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight. Even some of the stuff this morning, like it's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but. Kudos to the both of you guys that you made it.
I was say I fucking can't stand.
Who's that moderator? Spoiler alert.
It's Patrick,
he doesn't moderate this entire time.
I just want to say I fucking I just want to say I can't stand this man. I hate everything about his being. It's like, oh, it's like when you're trying to start a company. You like me. I have a company. I manufacture shoes. I do a pyramid scheme.
I just steal people in pyramid schemes.
Yeah,
and
I just cannot stand his entire being. So that's another bias of mine. I hate the moderator.
Is there something I don't know about?
Do you know Always Marco?
He made his money out of a pyramid scheme. That's what you don't know about him, man.
Yep. Literally selling low quality life insurance to desperate people and trying to get them to sell it to other people like as directly as possible.
You know, like Cutco Knives, you know how like Cutco Knives is a pyramid scheme, right? It's like that, but if instead of selling shitty knives, you sold low quality insurance that doesn't actually help you in your times of need, and like genuinely fucked over people's lives.
Yeah. Sold the dream. You'll make $1 million doing this. You just got to work harder.
Allegedly. Of course, we're all just alleging this so we don't get sued by this con artist. But yeah, so it's alleged that he's a con artist.
Yep.
Work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people, young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends. You've said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on something, but you got a lot of respect for him. The second audience is the folks out there, you that's watching this.
I think, which is the fact that, like, I think all of us are have it in our memory, you know, that when the guy was alive, he wasn't like the best, you know, like greatest person in the world on the right wing. Like, he was a guy, like, people knew about him, but I guess people like talk about the dead in a more like fond way. But like I've seen this happen, like in the sense that he has almost been reified as like the goodest guy in the world, you know, like,
Right.
That's not true, right? Like that.
Right,
Like,
I think,
seen, you know,
I think
there's that.
I think there is
Yeah, go ahead.
some truth to it. I think there's some truth in the sense that his debate style was kind of like an old school conservatism, right? Like in terms of the debate style, not necessarily his political ideology, in that he reminds me very much of, God, who started the National Review, the father of neoconservatism?
Buckley.
What's that?
Buckley.
Buckley, yeah, Buckley. Yeah, like he has like he gave people space to speak, and he gave people a lot of grace, even though he was debating like when you watch Andrew Wilson on like the Whatever podcast, right? He is for maximum entertainment. He is there to make fun of whores, and he is there to interrupt them and to make them look stupid. And you can actually go watch Charlie Kirk on the Whatever podcast, right? And his response to one girl is almost legendary, and like, hey, I don't think this is your highest use towards God. You know, I have compassion for your situation. Like, he spoke to people in a compassionate tone more often than not. And I do think that there is something to be said about the fact that that is rare during our current time and discourse and becoming increasingly rare. But I also do agree that he was like a mid debater.
Exactly.
I will say, just to cut this off real quick, you can continue afterwards, but I do have to say Casimir super chatted and said, wise man say beware of black hole, and that made me chuckle.
Did I say that? Did I say beware of black hole? Okay, so I would say like what I'm trying to get at is I do agree, like he was someone who's kinder than rich guy is today. Like that is true. But like I've seen this Michael Knowles clip, which was like, you know why they killed Charlie Kirk? He would have been the president. No, he wouldn't. Like, come on. Like,
fucking Donald Trump is our president. Who fucking knows? Like, literally.
Yeah, I think that's what was so surprising to me about it when it happened. Is that I was like, what, Charlie? Like they're killing Charlie Kirk?
Exactly.
Like it was like he's very milked. Like if it was Nick Fuentes, I would be like, okay,
if I was
he's a radical guy,
right? You know what I mean? Like if I was really going to kill someone to piss off the right, it would have been Charlie Kirk more than anybody.
True. Yeah, because I suppose he is like, because he was so moderate, people are like less likely to actively hate him. Like he was all right. It's like, you know, I could go either way on him. It's like, okay, he's like a guy.
Exactly.
But it was like so shocking when he died.
If I was Israel and my plan was to destroy the West as Jews always want.
Israel and France. Don't forget France.
Israel and France, sorry. Right? Then it would definitely it wouldn't have been Nick Fuentes, it'd have been Charlie Kirk, you know?
That's true.
You know, all the politics aside, the fucking memes that have come out of it have been like glorious.
Anyway, let's.
Sorry. Just for a bit, there's this thing, right? Like World War I began because like the Archduke was shot, right? Like, but there is like internal Austrian politics. The Archduke was this guy who was as the moderate, and like when you kill moderates, you make radicals go like haywire.
Yeah,
like, radicals. So there can be something to that, but there certainly is. I would say fair enough. There is some truth to the goodest guy in the world meme, but there certainly is a meme aspect to it, which is like fair. Like he wasn't that good. Like, he wasn't Jesus Christ himself.
Yeah.
God forbid if Zulu ever perishes. We are Zulu, okay, guys. We are Zulu.
I want everybody. If
no.
I ever die in any circumstances, I want everybody to immediately politicize it and use it for maximum concessions from our enemies. I'm telling you that right now on camera. I want you to politicize my death as to the fullest extent possible. That's what I want to happen. Those are my wishes.
I'll become a Zulu slop channel where I just cover.
Absolutely. I want like 5 podcasts a week at least. At least.
Now, when you die, all that's going to survive of you is going to be random right-wingers that share your memes about how base the British Empire was and none of your ANCAP data.
And how bad the
I want
empire
you to know that. It's just going to be videos of him being like, he was so you know why they killed him? Because he was turning towards, celebrating monarchy again.
He was turning. Yeah, that's going to be the text messages will be released. He was starting to question the anarchist
text
ways.
Messages that'll be released. It was like, actually, we need to bring back the Imperial Navy.
Yeah. He was questioning.
I'll start
the
littering in
anarchists.
your honor.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So anyway, let's hear about how France and Israel conspired to kill Charlie Kirk or whatever the hell, and Erica Kirk as well. They were all involved, and they all wanted it to happen for some reason.
Is that the theme of this debate?
So yeah, basically, I will introduce this because it's not very clear in the debate itself what the resolution is or anything. They don't have like a particular resolution, I don't think. It's basically just Andrew Wilson is getting some time to interrogate the things that Candace Owens is saying about the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's
not true.
The elevator pitch.
That all up. Let me fix this for you, Zulu. You fucking retard. I love you. It's 2 simultaneous propositions. And the proposition that Andrew is defending is that there's overwhelming evidence that Charlie Kirk was killed by Tyler Robinson. And her position, simultaneously, that she is defending, is that there is overwhelming evidence that is not the truth.
Okay. We can play it.
I don't think that's not necessarily like, okay, sure, but like it also it's
completely stupidly. I agree.
The structure is basically Andrew gets some time to interrogate Candace. Candace gets some time to interrogate his interrogations, and then it just kind of ends.
Right.
And she gets time to do ad reads for herself after taking $300,000 to do it.
I cut out all the ads. Don't you worry. Lord. I don't want to hear about Patrick Bet David's shoe company anymore. Again, he's making shoes. These are
all her ads.
He's a shoe huck. No. If you watch on PBD's channel, then it's his ads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I also want to ask something to Fabian. That is like Andrew's face usually like that, or does he do that constipated look for debates?
Yeah, he does. He makes a lot of weird faces.
Okay, fair enough.
You've been wanting something like this to take place, and kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it.
I will say also real quick, I do like the format where they're able to bring in clips. I think that's a good innovation, and especially for this type of debate.
So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment to all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the 3 channels, subscribe to them, The Candace Show, The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well, and the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the 2 of you. My goal is to speak as little as possible. 99% of the time, it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it. If I jump in, just so everybody knows, on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, If somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even if folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation.
But what if the fact checks were done by Israel? Sorry.
Yeah.
It's true. It was done by France and Israel and Erica Kirk.
And so with that being said,
Mark says, my goal is to farm content. Patrick Bateman, David.
Imagine if like Candace comes across like a Jewish French person ever.
Oh, she's gonna blow up. Maybe that's does anybody know if Macron's wife, if she's got any Jewish heritage?
Oh my God,
God.
it's gonna be
If
gonna be over. Gonna be over.
you mean his husband?
Yeah, his husband.
Oh Jesus, Candace Owens is like, I think she's a grifter, but she might actually just be like 90 IQ. Because there are this new wave of 90 IQ conspiracy theorists, and she might just be one of them, based on how she pronounces goddamn thing. Oh, we gotta get the genie.
I mean,
it's hard to put the genie back in the Bible. You know, that was her.
Yeah.
Well, so it's like if you want to blow up, right? I think this is one of those things that people like. I really can't stress enough. And I know it's kind of a midway take to talk about IQ in terms of audience, right? But like, understand that I base this upon one premise, which is I believe that the majority of audience, when it comes to political content, what they like to hear is someone articulate their own ideas a little better. And so what that means is that the best content that you can create towards your target audience is just a little smarter or a little more thought out or a little bit more concisely put towards what it is that they want to hear that affirms their beliefs. And so if you want a large audience, right, just looking at the distribution of IQ, there's essentially two groups that you're shooting for: 100 to 115 or 85 to 100, right? Like 2/3 of the population sits there. And so like that's going to be the easiest way to make it, if you will, if you're a grifter or if you're producing a lot of content. And it's very obvious that Andrew's audience, I think, is in one category and hers is in the other. And I think she is like a 95 or one. I think she's like 100 IQ, right? But I think you just forget how retarded the average person.
Yeah, that is fair. Maybe I'm judging her based on her fans too much.
IQ people.
Because yeah, her fans are like, maybe I'm judging her too much, like a Jake Shields. Like Jake Shields is easily like 70. Yeah. Like he is.
Like she can research, she can put on a show, she can articulate thoughts fairly well. She's well versed at it. But like the actual. There's like the head is empty in terms of
she's
like
an LLM.
Genuine deep thought.
She's an LLM.
Yeah.
She's an LLM.
She's an LLM.
Yeah.
said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect.
There's also a very funny thing, which is the fact that Candace Owens is evidence why you shouldn't do affirmative action based hiring, because she was hired by Ben Shapiro for only one reason. We will not state that reason.
Because she was black and she left the left. She's a woman. She's a black woman who left the left.
Exactly. and
like that is gold for Ben Shapiro back in 2017 or whatever.
Yeah.
Look at the fruits of that decision.
I'm just waiting for Candace and Fuentes to finally come out about their relationship.
It's the same fucking thing with goddamn what's his face, Rechtenwald, Michael Rechtenwald. Like the guy was a Marxist, an avowed Marxist professor, and then and then 6 months later, the Libertarian Party, the Mises Institute, is courting him. Like, maybe put a little bit more suspicion on these people.
You know what I mean? Maybe check to see if his name is on DARPA research first,
Actually, it was French-Israeli version of DARPA. You're getting your facts mixed up. I should have memorized a bunch of Candace Owens-isms for this debate. The only one to mind is put the genie back in the Bible, or hit the nail on the money.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. As a lover of black women, all I can think about is that one clip where she's fucking moving her head back and forth, and I'm like, yo, you know that thing goes crazy. You know that thing grips. I'll never unsee in my mind. You know what I mean? You know, I'm just saying, Candace, if you're out there, if you're watching this, just know that I have masturbated to you before.
Moving on.
Respect here mutually from both parties, all three of them here. And then, of course,
the cream of the pie. That
started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today. So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure.
And I will say that's a brave. I would say it would be a brave resolution to take if he was debating somebody who wasn't Candace Owens.
Yeah, it's like I think the biggest thing you should never take something that brave. Overwhelming evidence is just such a dumb thing to say. It should just say like a preponderance of evidence or you know, like I lean this way because the evidence
or even switch it around. It has not been shown that he's not the killer. If he could somehow sneak that past,
that's the right way.
But of course,
that's the right way.
Anybody worth their salt is going to go, no, you're making the positive claim, so bitch. But if he could frame it as Candace making the positive claim, that would be the ideal situation for him. And I will say, I was watching
the null. Like it's you know the what is the term, the legal term in civil matters, not in criminal matters, right? The legal term in civil matters is a balance of probability.
Yeah,
right. There's a balance of probability. Like all the evidence points this way.
And I will say, Andrew's going to do his opening statement here. I was watching this live and live tweeting it, in fact, and this is the first time that Candace Owens' audience found out what an opening statement is.
Yeah, they had no idea. They were like, bro's reading a script? This debate's scripted? How dumb is he?
Yeah, it's an opening statement. And then she says she's not going to do an opening statement, but then just kind of does, but she's just complaining. Anyway, let's continue. Casimir is putting our estimate at 14 hours at our current rate, so we gotta shift this along. Actually, can I?
This is EFAP right now.
Yeah, that is literally every single one of these that I do. Let me see if I can speed this up. Will that work?
And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement. On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know about the events which occurred
like a day before 9/11.
You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over.
That's even more evidence that it was them, right, boys?
Exactly.
From TikTok invasions.
There's only one step left.
Social media,
the clues.
Destruction of memorials and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable.
It was not the fucking first nationwide traumatic event. Like, didn't we just do COVID? What do you mean?
I think he's meaning more like a single, like, snapshot type of deal.
Oh, okay.
I think when he's saying trauma, he's not talking. I mean, like lockdowns were obviously traumatic. But I think he's thinking of like this is kind of like the first 9/11 for Gen Zers. You know what I mean? Like oh, there was the world on this day, and then the next day the world was different. Political violence, if you will. Yeah.
Yeah. And I understand.
You know what I mean? Like we lived in one world. We lived in the 1990s until September 11th. And then all of a sudden we lived in the new era.
Yeah. Our 9/11 was Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk did 9/11. That's one for the clips.
Confirmed. Charlie Kirk didn't do
get you up
and he
there.
just did Tower 7, okay?
We need you to debate Candace Owens now.
That would be very good. Oh my god, did you guys also see that Dave Smith immediately, predictably, came out in support of Candace Owens during this.
Yeah.
Shows you either he's a retarded person or a
Grifters
grifter.
recognize grifters, I guess. Bro.
Holy shit.
Game recognized game.
Yep.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk didn't kill himself, somebody has said. Yeah.
All right, we're 3 minutes
Leading
40
theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
Another
And the
retard.
conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence. That in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace...
And I think this is a very important point that Andrew really harps on in this debate, is like, okay,
Right.
what is the actual positive evidence? Not just, well, it would kind of line up with what he was, that's just all circumstantial bullshit. Like, we're not looking for that.
Yeah.
That's why he's saying positive evidence. And Candace didn't like that very much in the debate.
Yeah,
There's a reason why he's
her
saying
entire
that.
grift, the entire grift depends upon I'm just asking questions. And it's like, okay, but you're not just asking questions. It's like if you do curated YouTube videos, not live streams, not like long shows, but you like make a video, then you can kind of like do that. But when you start doing live streams and like just tweeting from the toilet, like you're gonna make a ton of absurd positive claims. And so you can't it's very obvious that part of the problem with this, I was like, did you see Nick Fuentes? He talked about it and I was like, oh, that was weirdly rational of him. He said, I'll never forgive Candace Owens, the bitch. I think he called her a bitch like 30 times or something. But he was basically saying like, I'll never forgive her because she stole the moment where we could have like stopped Antifa, stopped radical leftism, and really like shamed them and use him as a martyr. And instead, the entire conversation is whether or not Israel did it.
Yeah. I think I saw that. And that's the thing with Nick Fuentes. I think he is a smart guy.
He's very smart.
Right.
He gets a lot of things right in the abstract, right? He's wrong about like his philosophy of like Groyperism and so on and so forth. I think he's also wrong about how you change society. Like his whole thing with Groypers should hide their power level. I think that's nonsense. But he does get a lot of things right in like these types of situations. Like he's not just an idiot.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying, like,
I think we're giving Candace too much credit, like in that, she, like, because people are already suspicious of Israel beforehand. So did she really like have that big of an impact when it came to Israel?
I mean, she's
Maybe
massive.
not, but being ostensibly on the right gives her a lot of power in terms of the cultural impact, because she's creating division amongst the right and the right's ability to attack that on the left. And then also, I think we're also forgetting just how big she is. Like Andrew Wilson's a fairly prominent commentator. He has 30,000 people watching his live stream during this.
She had like hundreds of thousands.
To 500,000.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's like she had an insane.
She's bigger than Fox News. More
reach than people realize.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Yeah.
I just don't know how big that platform.
Show it to me. I'm open to suggestions.
There's a lot of retards watching.
There hasn't been any.
There is also something that I want to say, which is about the fact that asking questions is not a good enough thing, because you can ask bad questions. Like if I ask Lou, like, when did you start beating your dog? Like when did you start doing that? Like that is a question which
triggering me as a millennial. The Indian accent about beating a dog. You come to my house and you kick my dog.
Like there's like there's an implicit.
You can't talk about beating a dog with an Indian accent to a millennial.
There are implicit premises
Why
behind
when you
each
can just eat it?
question. Like, she clearly has already
Yeah.
formed a conclusion in her mind, and she's just using it as like a
Exactly.
shield. Like, everybody can see that if you're not like 20 IQ.
Or is she just grifting, bro? Like, does she even really genuinely believe the French and
See,
Israelis killed Charlie Kirk?
That's the thing is, I think, Jake Shields, I think he actually believes all the dumb shit he says. Like, I think he's that dumb because, he got punched in the head so much times, it made him a retarded person. But Candace Owens, maybe she is grifting, but, like, this would be a good grift. Like, is she smart enough to pull off that grift?
I think, well, I just recently took a 6-month break, right? And one of the things I was telling my audience about is, the way this game works, you can't take these breaks and maintain an audience and maintain clout and maintain, it requires you constantly being plugged in if you really want to grow and be somebody. And I think, but one of the things that I love about taking a large break, because I've done it a couple times over the past 6 years, is the perspective and the understanding just how much you are subconsciously subconsciously manipulated by your own desires to please your audience. Like, it's so powerful. And for those that are less philosophically grounded, and for those that are not quite as intelligent, I think that pull is even more so. Like somebody like you, Liquid Zulu, like you have a very strong grasp on your own philosophy, and you're fairly high IQ. And if we were to take away, if you were a pragmatist and we lowered your IQ by 20 points, how much easier do you think it would be to start to believe your own bullshit as you're just kind of chasing the current thing?
Yeah, that is true. Like, because if you are higher IQ, it almost becomes like a, you're disgusted by yourself. You're like, Jesus Christ. It's like a slot. It's a chore to get through saying those things that you know to be false. Whereas if you're low IQ, then you genuinely do believe things based on consensus, and you're getting a hell of a consensus behind each thing you're saying if you be like Gail Wynand, if you follow the audience.
And you're not grounded in reality because she doesn't have a philosophy that's grounded in reality. So she doesn't have a philosophy that screams to her in a subconscious voice that what she's doing or what she's saying doesn't match reality. Because
I mean, don't even
as you
blame
said,
her.
Consensus.
Like, she makes so much money being entirely audience captured by her own little conspiracy circle. So, or it's a very big circle.
The thing is, I think that
can't blame her. Sounds like a Lindsay Clancy supporter over here, huh?
The thing is, I think that inevitably will come back to bite her in the ass at some point.
I hope so, and I think it will too.
Like, I think if
she's made millions.
Well, she may have made millions and then become severely depressed because she figures out that, well, I actually don't have any true audience.
She's gonna be so depressed on her fucking wave runner on her fucking on her lake residence.
Well, I think the main point is that reality is the ultimate avenger. It's gonna come back and slap you in the arse if you're trying to gain values by cheating it. Like, there's no way around that.
I agree.
Like, she can't ever be fully fulfilled in this line of work.
Exactly. Like, because the fact that she got all of this money through nefarious means will actually debase the enjoyment of money, right? Like, what good is material wealth if you always know at the back of your head knowingly that it is not yours truly? Like, you did, in the sense, you didn't earn this, and that is going to be a problem.
I hope it isn't cope.
It sounds like a very
PBD is also on this bandwagon.
I don't know, man. I think bitches are very, very happy with making money that they didn't earn.
PBD is kind of the same way.
But
he is.
You look at the way people act. Then, like, they drink themselves to sleep. They have all these addictions. They have all these problems. That's not a happy person, right? Like, those are coping mechanisms. Like, all of them are depressed.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like the
It's
saying. The saying is money doesn't buy happiness. Not quite true. It is ill-gotten gains don't buy
It
happiness.
does.
True money buys happiness.
Yeah.
Money that you actually
I think I
earned.
disagree with all of you. I think you're too stuck in your own frame of reference from individuals that have a sense of shame, that live in a world where they're held accountable, and where you have.
Like, do you think she's just like a narcissist or like a sociopath or something?
Yeah, dude. I think she's already unhappy and already a poisoned soul, and that's why she engages.
Exactly,
in this.
she's already
And
unhappy.
then, like at the end of right, but that like
That's reality
I
biting
think
her in the
there's-
ass.
I think there's some, to a certain degree, I think you're right, but I also think you're underestimating that you're going into a little bit of a cope, that this bitch is gonna be as happy as she ever could be in that domain.
I think she could be better off if she wasn't like this. Like, that's the whole premise of the objectives to ethics. Right? She could be
Zulu,
better off.
Do you think?
I can give
Do you think
a
Hegel died
concrete
happy?
example, right?
Oh, Hegel definitely didn't
I-
die
I
happy.
think
No, absolutely not. Like, there's no way.
Yeah. Exactly. And I can give you like two concrete examples. One would be the death of Stalin, right? Like, Stalin was like, he had everything, literally. Like, he had the largest country on the world on, like, in his command, right? Like, how did he die? He died. He was fearful of his best friend because he thought his best friend was always trying to like run tricks on him and trying to get him killed so he can take over the country. He had nobody. He had nobody he loved. He had nobody who he cared for. You know, he had a fucked up relationship with his entire family and all his friends. Everybody was either hated him or wanted his seat, so was trying to please him to get his seat. And you know, all the doctors were so afraid of him that when the doctors heard that, you know, like, people heard him like trying to scream out for you know, like, get the doctors or something. Like, I think something along those lines. But nobody did that.
The end of the doctor's plot.
Yeah. But nobody did that, right? Like, in the sense that
Okay, fair
nobody
enough.
went to be that guy who wants to rescue Stalin. Like, because what if he's angry with you?
Has anyone
There is that.
heard anything about her personal life though? Like
I'm
when the
pretty sure it's
cameras
going to
go
be
off?
completely fucked up.
Yeah,
It's
I
not
can
going to
imagine
be,
so.
you know,
Now I think about it.
yeah.
We do have
And
we do
there
have a
was-
super chat from Griffin1 for $2 asking, is this one of the premises of the Fountainhead? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
This is the character of
Yeah.
Gale Wynand.
And the other thing is, like, what could Candace do here? She certainly has virtues. The virtues are, she's very convincing. She's like, you don't build an audience without being convincing. She's very smart. She's a good businesswoman. But what she should do is like take a month or take a year off, read the right books, go to the right psychologist, get your head fixed up, and then come back and build an audience the right way. And then she would be building wealth and building towards something which is a better world. Because she has the
Here's a
ability
question
to
for
do
you,
it.
man.
Another arc.
What would she have to do? Like, let's say she does that. She comes out and she says she's an objectivist. What would she have to do in your eyes for you to like trust her as an objectivist influencer? I think it would be a tall tale, a tall order, rather.
Yeah.
You better
I would say,
never
first of
stop.
all,
That's it.
completely repudiate what you believed earlier and why. I need to hear the whys, and then I'll need to like watch as you progress. So like I'll need there's this, I'll need at least, if like you have been a bad person for like 10 years, I'll need 5 years of evidence. And there is also like the story about how you got redeemed. So like if she tells me these are the exact psychologists she went through, and right, and like I can trust those people perhaps, and these are the books that I read, and I have evidence that she has read those books, and so on and so forth. And of course,
What-
It's
What would
like
take for her to not be reincarnated into a cricket.
oh yeah, that's gonna be difficult. But you know, it's like a
Leibowitz on
Leibowitz.
this concept for a while. I'm just going to say this. As a 35, soon to be 36-year-old man, I have become a believer in the one true God, and that is Breathe Right strips. Breathe Right strips are amazing. I didn't want to be a dork and not wear them.
Are they shaped like triangles?
I'm breathing out my nose again, and this is beautiful. And Candace Owens can buy so many Breathe Right strips, and you poor people will never know the pain of not being able to purchase enough Breathe Right strips.
But are they shaped like triangles?
yeah.
They better be.
I don't understand the triangle meme yet.
False god, false god.
False god.
I have no idea what's going on.
Anyway, let's
I just came back, all right, boys.
let's continue.
I've mostly been on Twitter shitting
There
on
is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk. It's just Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk.
A guy in Zulu stream said, like, did this Indian just say redeem?
Redeem! Do not redeem!
Redeem star.
Oh god. We can't get dumb this early. We gotta have some intelligent commentary before we get down a dumb rabbit.
The first opening statement.
Receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me.
Liquid Zulu would have to pay his editor like $200,000.
No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025.
He's anti-dreaming.
I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this. Okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well,
nuke.
I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic.
In all honesty, like let's give this a benefit of the doubt. Like, let's analyze this. I'm pretty sure this guy, like who I don't remember his name, who actually did it, like
Robinson, right?
Yeah.
Robinson
was part of the left ideologically. I'm pretty sure he's not part of like some organizational movement on his own. So how could Charlie
He's in like
know?
a Antifa Discord or some shit.
Charlie probably received like death threats and got like security consultants all the time, right?
I mean,
So
fair enough. This is not evidence towards that.
Well, he's responding to Candace Owens saying that Charlie came to her in a dream, and that's why she got convinced. So he's saying, well, I think we should believe Charlie, but not Charlie in a dream. And I think we should believe what Charlie actually said, that he believed that the left was going to kill him.
There's also a lot of talk of text messages and like messages about like him being worried about Israel or something that she's brought up on her show. And he's kind of like showing like, no, the day before he died, he was worried about the left.
Yeah, but you
so
know,
that's why I mentioned as well.
Even if he was like the day before he died, he was worried about the French Israelis. That doesn't mean the French Israelis did it, you know?
Sure. He's not presenting this as positive evidence. He's presenting it as a counter to Candace Owens.
Yeah, like she has implied on her show multiple times before that like these little hints about him being anti-Israel somehow suggest that might be why the Israelis killed him. And he's like, yeah, and except the day before he's saying, right, like she put into the zeitgeist that the concept that he's turning on Israel might be why Israel, went after him, and that was their motive. And so there's like multiple reasons why this kind of like it's not evidence to you or me because we're rational beings looking for evidence, and it's not evidence of actually anything. I agree. But she put out into the zeitgeist that like his opinions changing could mean motive, then that could be this, et cetera, et cetera. That being said, I do want to talk about something when it comes to ideology of Zoomers, because I may be a millennial, right? I may be from the outside looking in, but one of the things that I have noticed, especially with millennials and Gen X and boomer cons kind of trying to understand the ideology of left and right, is most people do not understand how much of a chaotic, you call it horseshoe theory if you want, right? But how much of a chaotic mess the blending of socialist ideologies and philosophy has nuked Gen Z, and how it's not really clear whether or not some of these radical chaos beings, if you will, are on the left or the right. Right? We have 07A, we have 099, we have these satanic organizations that target people in Discord and through online servers to rape children and commit mass shootings. Many of the recent mass shootings have been by satanic, white supremacist, socialist, like crazy hodgepodge of ideologies. And so this idea of like, there's this weird obsession of like, was this person that did this mass shooting, a leftist? Oh, well, look, there was this on their magazine and that proves they're a leftist or a rightoid. I think what's more interesting and more terrifying is as we live through Atlas Shrugged, right? As society and its institutions collapse, and as multiculturalism fails and democracy fails, what you have is less leftist or rightist ideology that people are strict adherents towards, and more chaos and emotion and grasping on to disparate ideas that are absolutely contradictory and putting them into a hodgepodge of rage at a system that has failed them, and a lack of philosophy to be able to protect themselves during that time. And this idea of like, oh, Tyler Robinson, he's a leftist. It's like, maybe, sure, whatever. He had socialist ideas. He was, fucking his tranny, not tranny, boyfriend, girlfriend. It's hard to tell what the fuck they were. He wrote left-wing messages on some of the bullets. And then but like one of them was like a Helldivers meme, right? Like what we're dealing with is we're dealing with genuine outliers that are fucking psychotic, that have no proper philosophy, that are just grabbing like psyoped, fucked up social media algorithm, society destroying ideas, putting them into a completely incoherent ideology, and then lashing out at the world. And it doesn't matter whether or not they're left wing or right wing. What matters is that we have, apology for borrowing a phrase from Marx, a poverty of philosophy and a world that is falling apart as the experiment of democracy fails.
Yeah, did you see the Turkey Tom videos going over like the released like Discord logs?
Yeah, I did.
Right.
Yeah,
I didn't see that specific video, but I think I might have seen something.
Oh, he got like the Discord logs like firsthand from somebody who was in the Discord, and like it goes over like just how like psychotic that living situation was. Like I think his like girlfriend, boyfriend, he/she was like would nest where like the entire living space would just be turned into like a hoarder's paradise, and you weren't allowed to like move anything.
Right.
Like it was clearly like a very, poor living situation for a young man.
Yeah, I just think it's imperative that we, with a proper philosophy, stop playing this game of like left right, and that like left right was fine when most people self-identified with those groups for the most part, but like this is a time of instability, and what we should be stressing is less, oh, this person's a leftist or this person's a rightoid, and more, this is another victim of increasingly unstable society and a lack of proper philosophy.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. We could say like we could be, we could be like accurate and say that okay, this is just there's some sort of a Hegelian, right? Like because that
right.
The left and the right are united in that, right? But like
right,
I'm not sure they are. I think they certainly implicitly probably are, but explicitly, as you said, they're just psychos. They're just picking up whatever it is, and what made them psychos was the philosophy.
But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far. Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds.
Breaking: Andrew is against undertakers.
What?
You already
Okay.
get that. I mean, it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of people, right?
Oh, I see. Okay. That was, that
yeah.
was ill-timed. What are you doing?
Okay, all right. All right.
Okay.
How dare morticians exist?
Yeah.
His belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far. Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful.
Sorry, can someone tell me what a patsy is real quick?
Like somebody who got set up, a scapegoat.
Patsy-
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, patsy
it
is someone
was, and
that
that's all
also diverts the attention. It originally starts with stealing. So like you would so mobsters came up with the term, and so basically a patsy is someone that does the distraction. Like I make a great patsy. Like if we want to rob a liquor store and we want to do it like without like shooting somebody, we just want to like steal something off the shelves. I might walk in there and just be a chatty Cathy that can't shut up, and I'm 6'5", so I just like I take up a bunch of attention, and then other people
I see.
running off, right? So a patsy is like, in this context, would be someone that the government set up to fall for the crime and like to divert attention from what's really going on.
Okay, thank you.
Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. But Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler's not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence.
By the way, are you guys getting those speed ups when I speed it up?
No.
Okay, so I'm not going to do that any longer. That's a shame that speeding up doesn't sync it. I'll open an issue on their GitHub about that. That is a problem. Oh well.
And was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case. And I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggest.
What do we think of that definition of overwhelming evidence? I'm not so sure that I find it convincing is a good definition. I would say overwhelming evidence would be, it seems like probably a level below certainty. So it's not quite that it would be arbitrary to assert anything otherwise, but it's definitely approaching certainty, right? It's that is, it would be irrational to operate upon the opposite assumption, perhaps.
Yeah,
Exactly. Like, I would say this is like the epistemological scale, as Bakoff puts it. Like a possibility is something which has some evidence for it, but not a lot. Then there is like higher levels of probability up to the point where you get certainty, where like all the evidence points towards it and there's none against it, right? So overwhelming evidence would be something very, very close
and
to
more
certain
specifically,
also.
that it would be arbitrary to state that there might be evidence against it, because you might have all the evidence pointing towards something, but you know that there's something you haven't checked for yet.
Right, exactly. So certain would have like it you cannot, like, there is no other evidence to check in effect, right?
Yeah, it would be arbitrary to suppose that I might phase through the telephone pole if I drive into it, right?
I could say, right, like, just to throw a wrench in here, I think you could also claim that overwhelming evidence, right, from like the definition of like too much to be able to take in, could mean a numerous amount of evidence, right? And so it's like there isn't one or two pieces of evidence, but there's like 100 different pieces of evidence, and it's so much to get through that I'm like kind of convinced of it, just because even if all of these pieces of evidence are circumstantial or not very strong pieces of evidence, it's like there's just a fuck ton of evidence.
So he's overplayed his hand unnecessarily, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, she made him take that proposition. I would not have accepted that proposition. And so this, as he says, so this is kind of like I think he's really stretching the term.
But it is good that you got a mirror on there that she's also got to have overwhelming.
Right, like he is taking on the prompt that she made him take on, and he accepted. I would not have accepted. I would have been, but unfortunately, he said in a tweet at some point that there was overwhelming evidence. So she's making him defend that claim when really he should just say, "Yeah, that was a bad tweet. Like, what I really mean is that there's a balance of probabilities, and there's." But
then we don't get this debate, you know. Like I think it works with. I think it works with the balanced propositions where she's also got to defend overwhelming evidence. Because otherwise, I don't think you get the debate. Like, she was trying everything to weasel out of the debate.
True. Neither of them have overwhelming evidence. Her far more so than him.
Yeah, but I think it's very important to at least get this debate where we can see just how floundery she is. You know, like would you see her, like, Fabian, I want you to be really honest with me. If you could get that debate with Candace Owens, and she's been trying to weasel out of it as hard as she did, and you had to defend that proposition, you would accept it. Yeah, you would accept that.
I'd do it, and then I'd probably feel bad about it because it's probably wrong to do it because I wouldn't believe it.
It's not ideal, but it's not necessarily wrong. Because at least this way the debate happens.
Right? Clarifying in the opening statement that, like, well, this is what I mean because this is the prompt that she required me to take.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
It's kind of weaselly, but also, you know, this is a
at least you get in a room.
Anybody to be able to call out her bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people. And she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building. And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000. But today, I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew. Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste.
Pause.
Yeah, shut up, lady.
My opinion is I'm not even going to read a single thing from anybody that has that many contradictory terms within their fucking ideology.
You get that all over your system?
Yeah.
I
hear that shit.
I hate this lady so much.
Right. This is bullshit.
Time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate.
I think what we have to do is I should have edited this to make Candace Owens white, to make Fabian a little more objective. And we could really get into it. I should have like color shifted her or something.
I have leaned in too much in allowing my audience and people to know that I like black women to the point that people now perceive that my attraction is exclusive, degenerate, and over the top towards black women. Like my preference is honestly mixed chick. All right. Like I have 2 white children. Like calm down, people. I can be objective here. All right.
Well, if you were a true libertarian, you would have accepted the Japanese pill, obviously.
But dude, fuck the Japanese. Of all the Asians that I prefer the jungle Asians. Okay, guys.
Of course you do. Of course, that's what it is. You just want them to come from a jungle. You just want them to come from a jungle, no matter what jungle.
Give me a dark-skinned Asian, jungle Asian with stinky food and an outside kitchen. Don't give me that Japanese bullshit. All right, they all pretend to be nice, but they cover up their face because they're lying behind their teeth and they cheat on their men.
You just want any sort of jungle lady, no matter what, no matter what sort. You'd settle for North Sentinelese, I think.
Someone in my chat said the blacks of Asia. God damn it, you're right.
And we'll just speak to the audience. I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are.
I will say I gave her a lot of leeway initially because she seemed like genuinely very broken up about the whole thing. Like she was posting like videos of them like dancing together and stuff. So I was willing to give her a bunch of leeway. But she's just taken this way too far with just total grifting.
Well, I think it was
came
also
to me in the dream, not you.
All right, Andrew. Her and Erica Kirk, right? Like when he died, she was like, "Here's my Instagram reel of all the wonderful moments with a country song. I miss you so much. Like you're, like you were a light in my life, and the world is a darker place because you're gone. And like, look at us." Chit chatting, look at us in our little dumb memes, look at us fishing together. And then Erica Kirk was like, fireworks, baby, fucking America. Like she was like, the way she grieved was fucking psycho.
Yeah.
And that's another thing, the way the entire like normie conservative kind of MAGA people did, like it was more of a celebration than a mourning. It felt like a festival. Right?
I still have
I mean, like, it's
sympathy.
fine. Everybody grieves differently, but everyone knew it was like, this is not this. Well, I don't like. It was uncomfortable, right? Like it was just. It was not.
It shouldn't have been such a spectacle, I don't think.
Yeah. I still have like a little bit of sympathy though, where it's like you watched your fucking husband.
Yeah, that's entirely fair. Like she wants to keep his legacy alive, His legacy is in part Turning Point USA, I completely respect wanting to keep that alive, and maybe that's what she thought would have to happen for that to happen.
Yeah, it's psychosis at that point. Like you're not living in reality anymore, honestly. Like if that happened to me,
I support Drewski making fun of her ass.
Insane. Yeah, Drewski's bit was fucking hilarious. My audience may have gotten a little mad at me for laughing at that, but oh my god, dude, that shit was so funny.
Conspiracy theorists, these are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years. If you just think of the thing.
Just the irony of somebody like Candace saying it's important to think. Try it then, bitch.
I think there is something about this idea that thinking in and of itself is a virtue, and that is not true.
I think what they're saying is
by itself isn't a virtue if the thought isn't towards
right.
If the thought isn't rational,
they think thinking means questioning. So if they're questioning, then they're thinking, and then they're virtuous. That's not at all true.
Right. And by that logic, the left's, like Saul Alinsky's version of subversion is therefore virtuous by the nature that it's critical. But it's like it is what happens when you do not have a proper philosophy, is that you become poisoned by these other, we can call them leftists, you can call them Hegelian, whatever category or nomenclature you want to use. The idea, or postmodern, whatever it is. But the constant, who is it? ContraPoints, right? I think she described this phenomena of the embodied leftist better than anybody ever has. And I think it kind of takes one to know one, right? And because, you know, she's a leftist herself. And she said they don't want power. They want to endlessly critique power. Right? The useful idiot that becomes consumed by an ideology that imposes upon you the constant need to critique and subvert. And then this becomes a virtue because you're constantly challenging the status quo as if that is balanced and or rational way to engage in the world. It isn't.
It's destruction for the
that we've
sake of
learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate. I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult
waste
you or
time. It's an
pretending that
opening
I've been running
statement,
the
you
podcast
bitch.
saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence.
Can I
you just presented
pause?
text message.
There's nothing I fucking hate in a debate more. And I know that this is probably some, I don't know, fucking latent misogyny or some shit. Fucking clip it and ship it, feminists. But like, there's nothing I hate more than this like pseudo fake mommy dom energy that like females do in debates sometimes. Like, I think you're better than that. You know, oh, I actually respect you and it's beneath you to do this. And like this like mommy energy, like I don't know how to explain it, but it's very much like a female dom and a BDSM relationship.
Yeah, she's like a fucking
this,
librarian.
like, sweet, nurturing energy subverted towards insulting and subverting you. Like, fuck off, you cunt. Don't tell me that you respect me whilst at the same time insulting me. Like, eat a fucking dick and stand by your statements.
Yeah, it's a very like feminine form of passive aggressive behavior. Like,
yeah,
just stand by what you're saying. Like, bitch, shut up. Bitch.
My audience is like, Not So Erudite. Yes, Not So Erudite is famous for that shit.
But anyway, yeah, we're 10 minutes into the debate. We're an hour into watching it. We gotta plow forward.
Like, we're not finishing. We all know
this
that.
entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to.
Where's the evidence, bitch?
Like how do you say Israel? Like
Israel.
Is it Israel or is it Israel?
Hold on, we're definitely never getting through this if we're gonna
critique. We gotta let Candace mispronounce things.
Israel, shit.
Strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well.
Just ask questions,
and so,
keep jacking off.
When all of these things happen, the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out.
I mean, she is right here, by the way.
That he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out.
No, she's not right about the whole. That's when I started asking questions. Like, shut up, bitch.
For sure. But I mean, she is right that like, Andrew wants to pinpoint things down, right? It's like you ever listen to like Alan Watts's prickly people versus gooey people. Like she's saying like, no, there is a whole meta narrative or a whole narrative here. And like it is true that it probably started on PDB's podcast. Because like he or at least it was the first time he like voiced concerns. Because when, you know, he was a staunch defender of Israel, but then it was on that podcast where he was like, why was there a stand down order on October 7th? He's like, I have questions, right? And there's no love lost, I think, with Charlie Kirk's position changing and beginning to realize that, like, you know, Israel is not this, like, you know, this beautiful, quote unquote, our greatest ally, right? That they are a nation state, and that nation states are fucked up and evil. You know, I wish you would have gotten that. You know,
You should have heard what Love Life Anarchy was saying about Israel
wasn't
earlier.
all just like, oh, this one text or this one thing. Like, he was beginning to shift, and there is plenty of evidence of that.
Yeah, did you hear my stream earlier, Fabian, at all?
No.
I had a Love Life Anarchy on, and it started off great, but then he really wanted to get into the Jews and Israel. And I was like, isn't it weird that they make up 0.2% of the population, but they make up this many authors? I was like, uh-oh. This is not...
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I had all. I'll engage with it. I do. Like, it's I don't want to engage with it right now because it's just going to be a giant distraction. But, like,
you know, I'm fine with him bringing that up. It was just it was a very strange tangent to make.
Yeah, people are obsessed with it. Everybody that talks about the JQ, like, overwhelmingly are weird conservatives that defend Israel no matter what. Or, you know, or bought off fucking people, or they're I call them Jewspergs. Like, they just fucking spurg. They lose their goddamn mind. And there's just a dearth of people that genuinely take that question seriously. And they're like, oh, well, why is it even a thing you're thinking about? It's not a big deal. It's like, well, a lot of people think it's a big deal, so it ought to be analyzed to some degree.
They're just asking questions, though.
Well, Fabian Liberty, did you consider that because they're a diaspora? Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to go into that.
They were kicked out of this many nations, and this is how many cookies I could cook in this many years.
Bro,
Confirms the private conversation.
believe me, there was this guy, I'm not going to name his name, but, like, I had to, like, sit him down for like 2 hours. Like, yeah. Like, personal guy, like, know him in my personal life. So, like,
can someone explain to me why Indians love Israel so much? I don't get that connection. There's something I'm missing.
Because Israel's a lion, bro.
No, I can tell you why exactly. Like, if you look at, you know, every country between India and Israel, it's all Muslims. So that's
right. And then you have a lot of the powers Hindu nationalists. So it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. Like, exactly. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know why.
It's just Muslim. Nothing more.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I actually used to be friends. I actually used to be friends with a Muslim Indian. So that was an interesting mix.
Yep. Yeah, there are like,
pretty common. What do you mean interesting mix? It's
well,
there's like
I assume they all like fucked off like Pakistan, you know, like.
No, dude, no. A lot of Muslims have infiltrated like northern India, and
they're coming down here and they're taking our jobs, and there's going to be more of them soon than there are of us. Is that what you're saying, Scott?
Yeah.
Correct.
Basically, like
Mark just said they're called Pakistanis.
Yeah, there is like a distinction. Like a lot of Muslims, like Indian Muslims, did go to Pakistan, but most just didn't, because the Pakistanis, they wanted a pretty, like, they wanted an explicitly Muslim country, whereas the Indians, at least on their face, they wanted a secular country. And like so a lot of Muslims just said, yeah, I'm not fucking moving.
So what you're saying is they're one of the good ones?
It's one of the good. It's one of the good brown religions.
Yeah.
Hinduism.
No, not really.
She had with Charlie.
It's just not
People
that.
then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream.
You can pause, my man. You can pause.
This is such an insane thing to me. I know, I keep forgetting. Sorry. This is such an insane thing to me. Is like, why in the world would a nation state engage in PR or politics? Therefore, they must have had something to do with his death. It's like it's so fucking psychotic of me that you can like live in the world of politics and not just assume that when any major event in the world occurs, that leaders and diplomats and politicians are going to try and spin whatever occurred towards their own favor. Like there's literally nothing suspicious about Bibi Netanyahu coming out and being like, he was a great friend to Israel and we love it. That's what everyone does in every position of power in politics every time anything major happens. And the idea that that's like, why would they lie about this? Why would they try and spin it to be positive towards
Well, actually, Fabian, Dolly Parton was killed by Appalachian nationalists. Because the Appalachians, they came out and said Dolly Parton was a good friend to Appalachia.
What are you talking about? And also, just for the record, Bibi Netanyahu didn't say this unprompted. It was in a CNN interview. I believe it was CNN. I could be wrong. It could be like MSNBC or something, where he was asked about it after.
Yeah, and he's not going to say, well, fuck that guy. Well, fuck that guy. You know, he's going to say, oh, he was a great friend of our people.
But
you know,
did Israel have anything to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk? And like, they try and be like, why would he say that unprompted? It was like, he was literally prompted. You fucking retards.
Yeah, because like, imagine you're the president of, you know, Ruritania, and somebody major dies, and they were like, you know, friendly towards you in the past, and somebody asks you about it, you're going to be like, oh, he was a good friend of our people, he was a great guy, you know, Ruritania assassinated Charlie Kirk.
Right, it's batshit. It's batshit to go to like even think of that as suspicious. Like, it's just not in the slightest.
Exactly.
Anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK.
Jesus Christ.
Here we go.
It's not exactly one that
conspiracy
makes me nervous,
theory
like
was,
calling somebody
yeah.
a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like, this is such low IQ bullshit. And by the way, they always created after the JFK. I don't care. Nobody gives a shit. I don't care. Like,
It's a really good talking point for her retarded audience.
Yeah.
That's all it is, brother. You're not the target audience for something that both of us already know. The target audience is like a Gen X trucker watching this and is like, no fucking way, the CIA created that term. Like, that's the fucking target audience, right? Like, you're not the target audience for that.
Also, like, we should do this, like, you know, all
Not to
of
say that
the
truckers
epistemology.
are low IQ or anything. There's some of the
Well, they
most
tend to
educated
be.
people in America have said that before because they have all of the time in the world to listen to podcasts. But I was painting an image
But
based
which
off of their own
podcast do they
bigotry.
listen to? It's important to see which podcast they listen to, right? And also, like, we should also do this.
I will be a trucker nationalist if the truckers start listening to Ask ANCAP
Oh, Jesus
and the
Christ, like
Remnant.
300 fucking notifications on Twitter.
Hell yeah.
Also,
not
like,
accepting the
we
Fed
should
stuff,
also
so-
do this, you know. We should make
Just start.
like, we should definitely make like our versions of this, you know, like the concept of a priori knowledge that's just created by the CIA to destroy civilization, like, from now on.
It was created by a
That's
Jewish
true.
man, Immanuel Kant.
Yeah.
Hey, aren't your people just? Shh, we're not talking about that right now.
No, Love Life Anarchy went into this. Murray Rothbard's a good Jew because he was against Israel. We've got the out.
Exactly.
We gotta let the black woman speak, guys. A black woman's talking. We
Yeah,
gotta let
let's
her speak.
listen to the black hole.
I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your
Don't
strategy.
need to hear this.
I'm grateful. I'm grateful you're here today. Yeah, I bet you are. 300K in
Yeah.
the fucking bank account.
And oh my god, somebody was saying
Strategy,
how
and
like
also
they
grateful
thought
that
it
you
was so
shared that you had-
brave. I think it was PBD. It's like, oh my god, it was so brave of each of these people to come on here and, you know, do this debate. That's not an easy thing. 300K, I'll eat a pile of dog shit. Like, this is not a brave thing to fucking do. It's just 300K she got paid to sit on her ass in her house for fucking 3 hours. This is an easy gig.
To the normal person, it's brave, right? Like, I mean, it's fine, whatever. It's a platitude, right? It's just.
Yeah, but I just hate PBD so much.
Just is what it is.
I can't say too strong things any longer. I keep getting banned off Twitter for saying too strong things. But, you know, fill in the dots about my feelings on PBD.
Yeah.
That text message today.
Reported.
Because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person.
Listen to that fucking ask. Like, Fabian, imagine if, like, a close family member of yours was shot in front of you and you, like, held their dying body. And I said, you know what? I just want an open conversation with you about the circumstances of that death and how you were actually involved in that. Would you accept such a thing?
No.
Like, that is so insulting, right? That is unbelievably insulting.
Yeah.
Like, no, Erica Kirk's not going to fucking sit down with you.
And yet she did. Okay? Because Erica Kirk is a fucking psycho.
Well, Erica Kirk didn't sit down for a debate with Candace, did she?
Not a debate, but there was like a small conversation between them, wasn't there?
Like, on this? When was this?
No, not on this. Erica. Did I get like BoomerCon with some,
maybe you're breaking news
AI
here
or something?
Like, I don't think Erica Kirk talked to Candace about this.
Or maybe not. All right, whatever.
That took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer.
Oh my God.
So let's see how it goes.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not.
They talked on Twitter,
Okay,
I think. They talked on
They send us another influencer.
Candace Owens, right? I was sending it to you from Daily Mail, right? I put it in the Discord. Okay, I was like, I'm not crazy, am I? Candace Owens and Erica Kirk claim tensions between them have thawed after an in-person meeting. The two conservatives held a private sit-down after Owens spent months targeting Kirk with a series of damaging allegations about the September. Yeah, they sat down.
I
When was
would
it, 2025? Oh, so she did just have a sit down. So then she's just lying here. Like, all I've been wanting is a sit down, and she got a sit down already.
She did have a sit down. Yeah, like I was.
Okay,
like,
so
I
she's
was
just
like,
lying.
"Hold on, no, I remember this.
So then she's just lying about
Let's
here.
look at the timeline on it.
Yeah, Owens
What's
wrote
the
a lengthy
timeline?
statement.
This is in December 2025. So after Charlie
So
died.
it happened way before.
Erica and I had an extremely productive 4.5-hour meeting that I think we both feel should have taken place
What?
a lot earlier than it did.
Was this after Candace was conspiracy theorizing, though?
Yeah.
Okay, so then she is just lying here. She's like, I just want to sit down. I just want to talk to them. She did.
She said a Turning Point
We need to
USA
sit down
member.
every week.
You might, because Erica wasn't technically a part of it.
Oh my God, is that the fucking
Until
game she's
Charlie
playing
has.
here? Technically, Erica was
Right,
not
I
a
don't
part
know.
of.
We agreed much more than I had anticipated. Of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. Most importantly, we were able to share intel and clarify intent. She promised to offer an extended report on their discussion on her live stream on Tuesday. Quote, I will, of course, have a full rundown for you all tomorrow. Like, she did a whole show on it, if I remember correctly.
Okay. But yeah, I didn't know. So then Candace is just lying here. Like, I think that's just a lie. Because she was she not just saying how, like, all I've wanted this whole time is just to sit down with the TPASA people, and is she meaning like she wants to have a live debate with Erica Kirk on whether her husband was murdered by Tyler Robinson?
No, she's just saying like
Maybe the producer
nothing
like
was
this
good
one.
enough, so therefore it didn't happen. She's just doing fucking woman logic shit, dude.
Oh, this seems sneaky to me. I don't like it.
Are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson
Oh, shut up, people.
shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
0%. And that is how you can
Zero.
tell she's a moron. So that is what then we know what their respective definitions of overwhelming evidence are. She's saying 0%. So if Andrew Wilson can then throw a single modicum of a doubt in there, then Candace Owens loses. Because that's what she means by overwhelming evidence.
Yeah. Right, but the thing is that like one of the things that like you have to remember as a streamer, right? Maybe not you, Liquid Zulu, because you're so philosophy pilled that your audience genuinely probably has like 2 people in it that have an IQ less than 115. But for like everybody else here, right? And for normal people, right? Your audience is mostly goldfish. They have a memory of like 2 minutes. And so all you have to do is then just to the next claim, jump to the next claim, jump to the next claim, control the conversation in terms of vibes. And then it doesn't matter that every single thing that you said, you know, gets deconstructed into a bullshit claim because you just moved on to the next thing. Well, what about this? And then they will genuinely remember, man, she had so many things that she brought up.
Well,
she
like,
brought up so many pieces.
This is the thing where Andrew,
that each one was dissected into being bullshit.
This is the thing where Andrew can bring in, hey, no, you said 0% chance. Like, is this not at least somewhere of a chance?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but that's a tech.
Like he should definitely refer back to this. I don't remember if he does. I don't think he does. But he should definitely refer back to this.
I don't think he does either.
Like you said, 0% chance that Tyler Robinson did the crime. 0%. And are you still maintaining 0%? Like, get her on camera. Obviously, we're like Monday morning quarterbacking him here. But he should, of course, he should definitely harp on that.
Wait.
And
so
say
she doesn't even think that Tyler Robinson was involved, like, period?
No, she thinks he was just a full patsy.
She thinks that he was a patsy and that he didn't shoot Kirk with that firearm.
Dude, what the fuck? Okay.
Like that, she's an insane person. You have to understand this. She is an insane person. And I really like that would have been great if Andrew could have like kept calling back this. Okay, so you think it's 0% chance? You know, given this evidence I just gave, you think it's 0% chance that he did it? 0%, no conceivable universe where he did that. You know, while she's confident here, he could go into like, okay, 0% chance. So there's like no world in which you can imagine that happening. You know, try and get the strongest version of that claim you can, and then keep referring back to that strongest version. But that's going to be difficult because, of course, he can't like note things down too much. So it's not going to be too easy to do that. He's going to have to like keep it in his head. But that would have been like the ideal, like platonic form of this debate.
You can kind of be tongue in cheek and just occasionally be like, remember, she said 0%.
But I'm more talking about like if he distilled 0% chance down into like the strongest form of that claim, which gives him the most opportunity. Because then he can, if he were able to maintain a flow, he could maintain every version of that statement that she agrees with, and whichever one would be most advantageous to him, he could point back to and go, hey, but you said there's no world in which this could have happened. You know, there's no evidence that you could have brought forth to where this would have been, you know, validated. Something like that, you know, whatever it would be. Whatever you can distill it down into.
Yeah, Mark is just saying that's not Andrew's style. And that's kind of fair, too. That's just not how Andrew debates.
Maybe she was diagnosed with a 190 IQ, sad, from Griffin 1 for $2. Maybe chop the 1 off the front there.
Yeah.
What we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%.
Or maybe she has one 90 IQ. She has only a single 90 IQ. That's what he means by that.
So not only, you know, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from
Yeah, but just
Low-Speed.
shot it all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling.
Projectile. Was it a fast-moving wasp?
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean by projectile?
Somebody threw a tennis ball really fast.
Do you think
They killed him with a
that
fucking
Charlie
slingshot.
inverted the Bible and he was Goliath,
fucking
and on a
bow and
rooftop was
arrow.
David with a sling, and he slung a projectile that hit him?
It's like one of those like Red Dead Redemption like bow and arrow hunting scenes. Like,
Yeah, it's just
Projectile is
it's
trying to leave the door open. For
Yeah.
the exploding microphone.
she just doesn't
Yes,
want to say
exactly.
exploding microphone. She just doesn't want to acknowledge that that's what she
the
believes.
day it happened. Like I actually remember the day it happened. I was talking to this guy on Discord. Like we were having a debate on Fabian's, Discord, like on Fabian's server, and like then like immediately everyone was like, "Hey, this happened," and like there were like videos of it, and we saw that shit. Like it wasn't a microphone.
It sinks
Like,
your
that's-
heart to watch it.
No. The
exactly.
detonation device was already in his neck. You see.
Oh yeah,
Planted
that was the
that
theory
morning.
after that was called bullshit. Is that his like the microphone thing attached to his lapel?
Yeah. No, that wasn't it, man. It just
I
was
don't
not.
fucking know. I can't
That's
follow the
not how
crazies.
exploding things look.
Like this is the thing. This is the thing with crazy conspiracy theories is they just arbitrarily, and I'm using that term very specifically, an arbitrary claim is something without any evidence where you're just asserting it. It's like, well, what? It's just an imagination effect. Well, what if when I drive through that telephone pole, all the atoms just phase through each other? Well, what if that happened? It's like, okay, I don't have to deal with imaginations. This is like all of conspiracy theorizing, in my view. It's just, well, what if this happened? It's like, okay, that's an arbitrary claim. It's an arbitrary claim that, it was a bomb, or it was this, or it was that, or anything else. Just actually look at the evidence and see what it points to,
Exactly.
evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Good start.
You're not sure if he was actually
Great start.
shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies
Definitively no.
science.
Definitively no. That's a good concession there to get.
Yeah,
Sense
and
to
it's
think
also
that he
completely
had-
bullshit.
Yeah.
A Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages.
Anybody seen videos of ballistic gel where somebody's able to just stick their finger right through the gel?
Yeah, ballistic gel is not doesn't have the same level of resistance as like human tissue does. It just doesn't.
Yeah, because I've definitely poked people before, and I haven't, injured them seriously.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the and this leads towards so many other cases, right? Not just this case, is that one of the problems is we have forensic science, right? We have we have a Hollywood that has sold so much forensic science as like an exact art. And this is because of DNA, right? Because DNA evidence began to be admitted in court, we have this propaganda machine from the state as well as from the imagination of Hollywood that like there's all these cool sciencey things. And what you really know if you pay attention to like conventions where they discuss this, and lawyers talk about this, so much of our science, quote unquote, is like really like not that good of like it's not as exact as people imagine it to be.
Like bullets can do weird things. Blood can do weird things.
It's especially true with bullets, right? Like you can't recreate the wind. You can't recreate the grooves in a barrel, and the grooves in a barrel will change. How is it a clean barrel? Is it a dirty barrel? are the like every
Yeah, I mean, it's
groove
flying
can
out at like
change the rotational
faster than
spin.
sound. Like it's going to do weird things with very
And
minor
then there's
perturbations.
also like the yaw and like the angle in which the rotational forces change. And this idea that like you can set up like a YouTube thing and use the same gun and shoot at the same distance from the same elevation and get like the same result is just there's so many things that can affect what occurs in like the ammunition types, how old the ammunition is. I mean, go buy a product, any product in America. Go buy a product and then read the reviews. And if you do this 100 times, one of the products that you purchased is not going to match the reviews because you got a bad thing at the manufacturer. You got a bad version of that product. Like there's just nothing. There's an impossible amount of things that can occur and can be unaccounted for in terms of what bullets do. And so this idea that the bullet couldn't have broken apart, in the air, or that like it couldn't have hit something weird, or that there's just so much shit that a bullet can do. And so this idea of like, well, the bullet did something weird, therefore it couldn't, quote unquote, definitively couldn't have been a bullet from that firearm is just it's absurd.
Yeah, I mean, I've been hearing this for, as long as I've been following like gun tubers, that, if a bullet goes into a person, it can start doing crazy shit in there. Because crazy shit can happen to something going like Mach 3. Like, very small perturbations can send it off in like a completely different direction. That's just how it works when you're dealing with such high energy, mechanics in effect. Like, strange shit can happen. It's not the same as just throwing your tennis ball over a fence. It's not the same sort of thing. Like, different effects take place when you're going faster than sound, which aren't necessarily intuitive.
And shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I...
So at least not a 30-6.
Definitively not. A 30-06 from low C, 150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
caliber. Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline.
Yeah, bullets can ricochet off bones.
Think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I've seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting with...
If you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique...
Yeah, we should go over the actual evidence that we feel...
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck,
I wonder what Candace's gun knowledge is, because this is an interesting avenue to go for this debate.
Probably not as much as Andrew Wilson.
Andrew is forcing it there because Andrew was a gunsmith for like 15, 20 years.
Oh, neat. I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, like I wouldn't say he's like a prominent expert or anything.
Like he's not a ballistics guy, but he knows about guns.
Right. Exactly.
Caliber, you have to make a counter explanation.
Oh,
Not even
and
a smaller
both him
caliber
and
also
his
go through.
wife have been firearm instructors.
Yeah, it's also curious with all of these things that the defense attorneys. It's the same with Lindsay Clancy case, to bring that back up. Like, why isn't the defense attorney for Tyler Robinson bringing up Candace Owens' points? Why isn't the defense attorney for Lindsay Clancy bringing up the TikTok defense of her, that the husband really did it? Like, why are the defense attorneys doing bad at their job there? Like, you have to really question that, because they really don't want to do bad at their jobs.
I man, I want to
Different
agree with
levels
you
of
because
talent.
fuck Candace Owens, but like, it's like your as a defense attorney, your job is not to throw spaghetti against the wall and see what sticks. Your job is to present the best defense that is like that you can conceivably get. So if I were to grant to her that he was like a patsy and that like, you know, that he was actually innocent in some way, but was involved, right? And like, you know, the Israeli and the French and the American government were all coming for him and his, then like, then obviously the defense would do whatever they could to get like whatever kind of deal they could in terms of like, you know, 20 to life or, you know, life in prison because it protects the family or something. Like once you go into the domain of crazy that we're at, like anything becomes possible, which is kind of the whole point, right? Is like once you, the whole point of going into conspiracy theory land is that like now anything is fucking possible. And on top of that, like Lindsay Clancy's defense is another example of this, right? They have a defense that they think could potentially work, which is that it's actually the pharmaceutical industry and the, you know, psychiatrists and psychologists and, you know, inpatient facilities fault for over medicating her, right? Whereas trying to prove that, you know, this other theory is going to be more difficult to prove in court. So we're going to go with the thing that is easier to prove in court.
Well, like with the Tyler Robinson thing, though, all they would have to do is throw in a shadow of a doubt that he even did it in the first place, though. Like with Lindsay Clancy, she's saying, "Yeah, I did that shit," right?
Yeah.
I don't know if Tyler Robinson is saying that, but let's say he didn't do that. Then, okay, all you'd have to do is throw in a shadow of a doubt that he did not, in fact, do it, and you could say, "No, I was being framed. You know, I was bringing my gun there for other reasons, or whatever, or I was manipulated by these people."
Mm-hmm.
You know, all you'd have to do is throw in the shadow of the doubt. So I really don't think, if that was the case, if he was a patsy, I really think the defense attorneys would bring it up pretty much immediately.
I don't know, like there's evidence that you could have thrown in to try and make it seem like Luigi Mangione didn't do that murder, right? But he still took the deal.
Right,
So
because he did it, because he actually did do it.
Right. But like he could have gone for a Hail Mary to try and prove that he didn't.
Right, but that wouldn't have worked because they wouldn't have been able to establish the doubt. Because it's beyond all reasonable doubt.
I mean,
if they could establish a reasonable doubt.
I'm a little bit playing devil's advocate here, right? All I'm saying is that just because the defense doesn't mount that as a defense doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't a possible defense, only that they are making a calculated decision that it is less likely to be able to mount that defense successfully compared to another defense. Maybe
that is true. I'll tell you what. I've got
framed, but they chose not to mount that as a defense because it would be too hard to prove.
I'll tell you what. I do have a lawyer friend in the U.S. I'll ask him about this. Like, maybe you're right. Maybe you are. I don't know much about the U.S. legal system. Maybe it is the case that you wouldn't, you know, ask about that, or you wouldn't raise that specifically if you're going for like a deal.
Yeah. I mean, we're still in the prelims, right? So we're really like all that we've had court-wise has been like what evidence is admissible in court, essentially.
Yeah.
And do we have enough evidence to go to trial? We don't actually have an actual trial yet.
Yeah,
So
of course, the trial hasn't happened. So like maybe they will bring it up.
Will be.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
Did you guys see that Guardian article that said that the bullet analysis that they found near the scene, who was it? like the ATF or something couldn't conclusively determine that the bullet itself was like a 1-to-1 link to the rifle.
I mean, that's always the case. It's very hard to conclusively determine these things. Like forensic science is not.
Ran with that, like, okay, this is it. This is the evidence.
This is the smoking gun. Is the fact that the state couldn't get a perfect smoking gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what?
Like, have you seen that Veritasium video where he goes over forensics and like how, you know, it's not a solved issue of forensics where you can just go in there like fucking Tom Cruise and figure out the entire crime
that's
scene.
What I was talking about earlier is that like we have a Hollywood view of it, and then on top of that, the state has often pushed narratives that are complete bullshit. So like Ted Bundy, for example, like Ted Bundy was the first major case where they used bite mark analysis, right, to really prove that like Ted Bundy killed those
bullshit.
Women. Ted Bundy definitely killed those women, but the fact of the matter is that we now know that bite mark evidence is complete bullshit junk science.
Same with polygraphs.
But the state does everything that they can to try and oversell whatever evidence they use to convict people, because they want juries to have this idea that this is science and therefore there is no shadow of a doubt, when a lot of times a lot of the science that they use to convict people is either junk science or it's just not an exact science, and there is a margin of error,
and the state can't have a margin of error. If you say to a jury margin of error, they're going to go, "Oh, whoops daisies."
And it's not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Even if it might be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Good, I didn't say it
if there's a margin of error, a jury's not going to understand what that means. They might have the scientists on stand saying, "Yeah, it's a very small margin of error." But then the defense comes up and says, "Oh, so there is a margin of error." Yes, there's a margin of error. There you go. Reasonable doubt.
Of people that do not and could not comprehend without going through an exorcism of philosophy to even begin to comprehend what reasonable doubt means.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to tell
them. 10 pieces of evidence with a 0.5% margin of error that all point one direction. They go, well, it's perfectly reasonable for me to assume that in all 10 cases they were in the 0.5 because there's a chance. And it's like, that's not actually
this is what I was trying to tell to Leibowitz the other day, Michael Leibowitz. I was trying to tell him, like, no, I don't actually believe in jury trials. Like, because jury trials, it is built on the assumption, like, let's say, for example, you have some fucking hick moron retard who watches Candace Owens on the same jury as Ayn Rand. Do you think that they should have the same say over whether someone goes to jail? Obviously, goddamn not. Obviously, Ayn Rand should have a greater say over whether that person goes to jail. Or Aristotle, or fucking any great philosopher. They should have a greater say over whether someone's guilty than some hick moron retard.
Yeah,
exactly.
There is one thing to note, and it's that they do have jury deliberation, but you know, obviously, you're still not going to get the.
That is mostly just, guys, we want to go home soon.
Yeah.
You know, let's wrap this up. If I ever get accepted onto a jury, and I hope I do, I am very honest with I've received multiple jury summons before, and I'm very honest with them. I say, hey, I am a radical anarcho-capitalist. If you want me on your jury, then I'll go on your jury. But I am a radical anarcho-capitalist, and I will only vote based on my moral system. If I ever get onto a jury, I'll hold them there for fucking 20 hours if need be. And I'll say, I'm not fucking leaving until you deliver this verdict that I want. I will do that.
Moment-based IRL that you will never convince me otherwise to just go home quickly.
I'm not putting a person in jail if they didn't commit an objective crime. Like, absolutely no circumstance am I doing that. I will sit there for 20 hours and rack up all the fucking meals they want to give me in that time.
Get some Popeyes if you're ever a jury in the U.S. Trust me.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But
I'm sorry, like, people are still so retarded about guns that they think like the jacket itself is what like goes with the bullet. Like when they get ejected,
Well, the
like
cartridge,
nobody
surely.
understands how gun works. Yeah.
Yeah, because he's talking about like the
Correct.
the thing around the lead. it has a soft point, so it's sort of similar to hollow points, as far as I'm aware. But instead of actually being hollowed out, it's just like lead on the tip.
I don't pretend to know enough about the case or about the ammunition.
definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. My team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
See, that's the thing with conservatives is I also accept the medical examiner's assessment of the George Floyd case, that it was not a death by overdose, that it was a death by the police officer kneeling on him. Like, I think we should, look to medical examiners. They're not infallible, of course, but I think a medical examiner knows a whole lot more than me about what is the cause of death.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, didn't he recant? Didn't the medical examiner initially put that it was potentially a fentanyl overdose?
I don't know about that. I don't know too much about the case.
I have to look into the case again. It's been a long time, and there's a lot of bullshit on Twitter that might have rewrote my brain on that. But I mean, like, here's another problem. Like, especially when you're dealing with something like George Floyd, is it gets a little bit more murkier with George Floyd or with similar situations, because you have like multiple causes of death. And this idea that it's like, well, like we have to distill it to one cause of death.
Like
If
these
not
things all came
for
together to
George
cause the
Floyd-
death.
Right. It's like, if not for George Floyd being held in that position for like 8.5, almost 10 minutes or something, he would probably be alive. He's like a perfectly fine thing for the medical examiner to say, and is very likely true. Right. But it's like, it's not like there's this weird thing where it's like, okay, well, therefore it's 100% the cop doing that. And it's like, okay, but he also had COVID, and he was also swallowed all his fucking pills when the cops got there.
Yeah, it's
You know what I mean?
it's
It's
fair
like- it's
for a
like-
defense attorney, absolutely, to say like,
to
well,
say,
there are other
would
things
a
that
normal
contributed to
person
this.
under these same circumstances have died. And like, I don't think so. I don't, right? Like, but it's like, I think the thing that fucked me up with George Floyd was I was 100% like, fuck the cops here. The cops said like they murdered this motherfucker. Like, this is horrific. Like, I don't think we need to burn down parts of fucking Minneapolis, but like, this was clearly wrong and fucked up. And then I watched the body cam footage, and I watched them put him in the car, and I watched him scream that he can't breathe. And then I watched them then take him out of the car so that he could breathe until medical attention arrived. And then I watched him put him in that position. And then I watched the Asian guy from the Chinese restaurant like approach him, where he supposedly says that, hey man, shouldn't you put him in a better position? And then Derek Chauvin is like, this is the way I was trained to do it. This is the recovery position. And then I watched from the Chinese place that he moved his knee from his neck to his back. And I'm just like, this is just bad training. But like, it's so ideologically charged that like, we can't, like, no one can admit that. It's just shit training. Like,
Well,
that's what
then
killed
that
George Floyd.
then that
Shit
is
training.
also, I think shit training should also be used to punish the cops.
I mean, sure, yeah. I mean, like, fuck the cops. I mean, like the Asian kid, that was wild to me. Like, we got to punish the guy that's been on the force for 2 weeks. Went up to the guy and was like, "Hey, you should move him. It doesn't seem like he can breathe that way." Like, what the fuck did he do wrong, other than being a cop? So I mean, whatever. But you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, they're punishing the wrong things there, I suppose.
yeah.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary
we
hearing?
covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about.
I mean, it will be very interesting to see this trial play out and us to be completely vindicated and Dave Smith and Candace Owens to be completely destroyed. I just want to say that.
About
The bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the
But it
DNA.
doesn't matter because Dave Smith and you are not after the same audience. Dave Smith and Candace Owens are after the goldfish audience. The majority of Americans. It doesn't matter what he said 6 months ago.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter.
So
The goy
that's
fish.
kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun
goy fish,
owned
I'm
by Tyler
stealing that.
Robinson was found near the crime scene, right?
Thank you.
You know, the last time Flopper said that, nobody noticed, but I noticed. I laughed, and Flopper thanked me in the chat for that one. That's what the thank you, Luca is.
Oh, when you say it,
Yeah.
It is pretty good.
That doesn't remove it. If you think somebody's set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to
I
me.
concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform.
Right,
that
that's
you
very
are
important. There,
guns-
logically possible was the positive evidence for it, right? That's
yeah,
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
you're lagging it hard, bro.
Anything's logically possible. If you're a quantum physicist, they would be the best debater ever.
Yeah.
If they were Candace.
Well, what if given the Boltzmann brain hypothesis, all the atoms just happened to align this way?
Dude, Zulu, can I just say I'm so proud of what you have clearly accomplished in the last 6 months, because the people that are in my chat, some of whom I recognize, some of whom I don't, man, they're just so much more based than they were 6 months ago.
There you go.
Someone in my chat goes, "Who is this Dave Smith I keep hearing about?" And the first response is conservative neo-pragmatist who masquerades as a libertarian. Oh man, that would not have been a phrase that would have popped up in my chat a year ago.
Hell yeah.
Based.
So based.
I am seeing neo pragmatist popping up more and more and more and more to describe these people. Even so much so, I don't know if you know about this, Fabian, but the leftist libertarians, they've tried claiming that they coined the term neo-prag. They've tried claiming this to my face. And I'm like, absolutely not. When did you coin this? And they'll cite some article or something. And like, actually, my video coining it is a year before that or 2 years before that. So absolutely not. Like somebody tried to convince me that like the LNC chair or some shit, like Amanda Griffiths, I can't remember her role in the party. Somebody tried convincing me that she coined the term neo-pragmatist. And I'm like, absolutely fucking not. This is absolutely false. Because I remember how I coined it. I actually coined it because you, Scott, were talking about how you wanted to call cops oath breakers. And your reasoning for that was because it was insulting something that they cared about. They cared about the oath, right? So I was like, oh, neo-pragmatist. They care about not being pragmatists, at least explicitly, at least outwardly, right?
Right.
And so I'll call them neo-pragmatists. That was the reasoning behind the coining. And these people don't really have any reasoning behind their coining. So I'm very confident that I coined that term.
Yeah. I saw Oathbringer pop up in the wild from someone that didn't follow me. It was like, no lie. I saw that and I was like, maybe I should get back to the stream.
Yeah.
And maybe it's time for me to come back.
It's a good insult. It is.
Smith?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many years.
For many years.
Mm-hmm.
You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach.
Rifle exists and
I
sniper.
taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many.
See, this looks really bad for Candace. He's just like, no, absolutely not.
I knew this would happen. She just doesn't,
because
like,
his wife did tweet out.
Yeah.
Rachel did tweet out something about that, but it's just like man, there's this thing, right? I feel like there's not, maybe this is like some weird drilled into me Christian ethic from a fucking bygone society, right? Like, Nietzsche's like corpse of God or something. But I feel like there's this weird thing where we don't give people grace for like misspeaking or saying something dumb online. And like, we haven't caught up to the fact that for decades now, every dumb idea you've ever had is like immortalized somewhere, waiting for your enemies to bring it back up. And it's like, dude, if you go through every tweet I've ever posted, I guarantee you there's some of the most absolute dog shit retarded opinions.
Like when you said you were for closed borders.
High at 2:00 in the morning, or you know what I mean, on the shitter, and like tweeted out some stream of consciousness shit that like I don't believe, and I probably didn't believe then. Right? It's like I do think we have to give a grace on people about old tweets and shit. It's like, dude, I don't know what I was thinking then, man. I got something wrong, or I tweeted out a lie, or maybe it was a joke, or I don't fucking remember.
Mm-hmm. Well, she's doing this. She doesn't have an argument. Like, that's she is pivoting at this point to something irrelevant. Like
I think she's trying to establish what his role was, so she can establish what his expertise is in terms of the ballistic analysis.
Yeah.
No, you're not following these conspiracy. You're oh man, you're too nice. You don't understand what's happening.
I'm too honest. I'm too honest about.
Notice she said for how many years, and Andrew Wilson said for many years, because there's this tree of logic, and like, I mean, this has like the crazy YouTuber, and like a bunch of other people that are absolutely obsessed with trying to nail down exactly when Rachel Wilson and him were married, exactly when they were fucking, exactly when, like, because they want to prove that like because he presents this conservative trad life, but she has multiple quote unquote baby daddies, and they're trying to get his life in like they're trying to get him to say, oh, I was this for 12 years, so that they can then get the timeline of his life and then catch him on the lies when it was actually 11 years instead of 12 years, etc. Because they're very obsessed with trying to find a chink in the armor of his like supposed trad life. And 100% that's what she's trying to do right now.
But did you see his resume?
Like, information on the timeline
that he posted.
Hmm?
Yeah, did you see his resume that he posted, Fabian?
No, I didn't see his resume.
He was a based operative. He was detective lieutenant, NYPD. He was a counterterrorism operative in based. The Bull Action System and Environmental Deployment System. This is his resume.
So that's actually what's happening.
And just
add context. She's trying to get the timeline so that they can attack him on some new shit, so she can do a fucking expose in a month or two about how they're lying, because it really stems essentially from the fact that Rachel Wilson's son died, and they want to use that as like custody and like proof that like she's not like that, and that like she's actually that they were cheating or some other thing. They want to get a timeline where they can cast dispersion on him and his wife like as people.
That's fairly disgusting.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people that are really obsessed about it.
God damn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Years alongside my guy.
Well, I'm actually going to go take a piss and refill my drink. You guys can continue on.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well,
I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris.
You don't want to do a point at a time? Sure, of course, but I want you to start with 2 points. That's not 1 point at a time, you dumb bitch. Like, what do you mean?
In the gun barrel.
Yeah.
By the way, wait.
The fact that there were.
Does my mic sound fine? I heard I was breaking up.
Yeah, like there's some times where you dip in and out and you get robot-y, but it's fine right now.
Okay, cool. Sorry.
Were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints, and among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would.
So she's doing a trick here that I feel like has to be pointed out. She is right that it's like it's not a perfect match, etc. But when you talk about like degraded DNA or degraded prints, that like she's making it sound like I think it was the DNA, not the prints. I think she is confusing them. But when you're talking about degraded, that just means that there's like dust in it, or that there's like a smudge. Yeah. Because like the gun slipped a little bit. Like it doesn't mean that it's like she's saying it like she's really harping on this degraded thing as if it shows that that's not really his gun, or that they really didn't touch it recently or something. And it's to sell this kind of idea or to place this doubt that like, oh, maybe a bunch of other people touched the gun and he didn't even touch the gun recently. He hasn't touched the gun in months. When really it just means dude had sweaty hands because he was nervous about, I don't know, the assassination he was about to do.
Yep. There was this, there's this lecture about like the O.J. Simpson trial, and like in which he, like clarifies like how this building of doubt, which actually shouldn't be there, is just like fake doubt on the basis of exactly like shit like this, like playing to the audience's ignorance about what a term means. It's one of the worst. It's
to let the audience come up with, these things that she's not explicitly saying, because if she's explicitly said, and therefore that means that other people touch the gun or he hasn't touched the gun in a long time. If she were to say that, then Andrew or anybody would then attack her and be like, that's not what that means at all. But if she just says it's degraded, it's not really that, and there was all these other prints and there was other DNA and blah, 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 then the audience is then left to come up with those, theories their own. I mean, like cast doubt on the fact that his prints and his DNA are both on the gun.
It's,
because evidence isn't on her side, what she can do is doubt.
Right.
Yeah. Exactly. Like she's letting the audience come to those faulty conclusions without ever being held to account for those faulty conclusions, right?
Yeah, someone in my audience said 5 were collected to eliminate. Tyler Robinson and his dad were the only ones on the right, and that she's confusing or maybe misleading on that. Anyways, we'll continue.
I'd like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation.
And this is forensic
bullshit. Such bullshit. Like imagine for 20 years, probably they're kept in some sort of like a preservative situation. As you said, like if the guy is sweating his palms because he's nervous, that degradation is gonna happen right now.
Right.
This
Well,
is such
dust is going to
bullshit.
collect and mix with the sample.
Yeah, like
But yeah,
And like,
she keeps switching
especially
between
like what he did
fingerprints and
after
DNA.
with the rifle.
yeah, and the rifle was like used and then thrown somewhere and so on and so forth, right? Like probably wind and dust was there. Like this is such bullshit.
Well,
You know,
presumably, it was
Tyler
put in his pants
Robinson's
pocket.
prints,
You know what I mean?
amongst
Like,
5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all three of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay, that
So-
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon. Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest.
like, also for the record, if you've ever cleaned a firearm, like
Yeah.
that's just so fucking obvious.
Yep.
Like, does she think that like
You
the
clean
best
your
way to clean a
firearm?
barrel is to shoot a gun? To
shoot
shoot
a
it?
gun, shoot a bullet through it.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what? You know what I mean? Like, there's debris in the barrel, therefore it wasn't shot recently. That's not how that works at all. Like, you have to clean a firearm after you shoot it several times because of the debris that builds up from shooting the firearm, and also, you know, over time, you know, if it's sat for a while.
So
Like,
would
like
you?
one
So
of those
Fabian, would you have to
shoots-
clean a firearm if, for instance, you tossed it into a ditch in the middle of a woods?
Yeah, I think so.
I remember there was two
If it's an
things.
AK,
when I
you
was
don't
a
have to
young
do anything.
child.
Yeah.
When I was a young child hunting with my father, right? And like, because we used to go hunting all the time. And you know, once I think it was like 10 when I got my first shotgun. And like, you know, and so there was two things that were incredibly stressed upon me. Number one was to always treat the firearm like it's loaded, regardless of whether or not it's loaded, right? Don't ever flag anybody, don't point it towards somebody. It's not a fucking toy, et cetera, et cetera. And then the second thing that I was taught was never, ever, ever let dirt get on the barrel. To be very careful that you don't set it down in such a way that debris or dirt could get on the edge. Like, don't let it touch the ground. Don't let it like brush up against a bunch of shit, because that would be dangerous. Because you could, like, if you had a clump of dirt at the end of the barrel and you fire that weapon, like, you could die. So yes, you would need to clean it if you tossed it into the fucking bushes.
Perhaps could this contribute to a bullet breaking up?
Absolutely.
Of course.
It's just like, it's such a dumb fucking thing to harp on, but it's just if I just keep asking questions and if I just say things like they're suspicious, the people that are ignorant of what's going on will then will make up their own conclusions and have reason to doubt the evidence. Also, for the
Guys,
record,
this
I
is
just
a
want to say,
moment in
as much as I
history.
hate
We're
Candace
watching
Owens and all this,
Candace Owens'
bro, I
first
hate
firearm
and
lesson.
yeah, your baby's first firearm lesson. Yeah. Like, just for the record, like, I hate the state, and I don't put it past the state in any way, shape, or form to lie about a bunch of shit. I just don't. You got to give me some kind of evidence to the contrary. Right? You have to give me something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciating.
I think this is where it's important to note that fingerprint science is not exact in the sense that me and Fabian were talking about earlier. It's not like 100% when a print was left, which prints were in which order. It's nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's his gun. His fingerprints are going to be on it.
testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility.
There's such a simple... he was nervous about assassinating Charlie Kirk, so his hands were sweaty. Like, what do you mean? How is it possible? How is it possible that those are so degraded prints?
Exactly.
What do you mean?
Yeah, maybe he even like tried to rub them off, and that's what caused them to degrade.
Yeah,
exactly.
Like, there's a million different explanations we can conjure up, like arbitrarily, which are going to come out in the trial. But Candace is making the positive claim. There's no way he could have been the most recent person to fire that gun, given his prints were the most degraded. Well, that's a positive claim. What is the evidence of that?
True. None.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've got a narco econ in the chat. By the way, if you want to hop on here, a narco econ, feel free. You're in the server.
Yeah, we're getting through this blazingly fast. We
are.
Another voice.
This is a new world record for Liquid Zulu debate review streams pace. We are on a new world record. I think we need another guy in here, definitely. But yeah, no, if anybody else in the server wants to join on, or if there's somebody else like who has collabed with me, then we can figure something out. But yeah, let's continue.
That his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it.
Actually, I should invite Tax Press to this Discord.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded...
I'm telling you to
someone puts the server link.
You're the gunsmith.
Well, wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So your answer is, I don't know. You can just say you don't know. You don't have to...
But I did.
No, you said, so what?
Yeah,
so say, I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that, Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints?
No. Like, this is just so dumb. You should have. I guess
this is like the lowest standard of evidence you could.
Yeah, it's. No, like that's not how that works at all. It just I think she thinks or is lying and selling the idea that degradation from fingerprints must occur from over time. And that's what she's trying to prove. And that this is actually evidence that he didn't hold the gun recently. But that's just not how that works.
She has this view of like it's a radioactive decay of fingerprints or something. Like they decay over time slowly.
Right, like it's like what's the half-life of a fingerprint? Like that's not how that works.
Yeah.
They named Matt Robinson explicitly, and this was a part of the testimony where she was talking about how they got samples of elimination samples.
Hotspot signals coming in and out.
What are you?
That much anyway.
If you're asking if you want to switch Wi-Fi, absolutely, because you are cutting out like hard.
Okay.
He's gone.
Yeah,
home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twig's
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
Oh my
I'm
God,
trying to
shut
finish
up,
the answer,
bitch.
but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
this was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And
Hello.
so she explicitly said, she said some of them,
Yeah.
so we can assume 2 out of the 3.
Okay, I just need someone to stream it,
Their print.
and because like I said, I don't pause it that often anyway.
Okay, so let's figure this out. I screen share this. Depends. Scott, what is your internet situation like?
not that good right now. I
Okay.
mean, internet's fine, but like Streamlabs has been doing weird shit. So I'm trying to limit my CPU use.
Would you be in a position where you could confidently screen share it in the Discord VC?
No, I'm saying like I'm doing everything I can. Like Streamlabs is doing some weird thing with my memory or something. I'm worried. Like I already had my stream crash earlier.
Okay.
Let me try to do it.
Yeah, Mon, are you like connected to like a Wi-Fi or something?
Luca's got it.
Yeah, I have a laptop.
Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully
problem.
that's more stable.
Hope it works. Yeah.
Fire
Hope it
tech
works.
support. Let's go.
Were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt
Yeah, it's
Robinson,
perfect. Thank you.
as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he.
Bitch,
No,
who said
no.
you don't have a right to pursue question.
Yeah, no, it's not actually evidence that of her claim that he didn't do it. Like it's sure it questioned that, definitely. Like Andrew Wilson was saying, if she was just questioning it, they wouldn't be having that debate. But it's not evidence of the falsehood of him being the shooter. Absolutely not. He may try to rub them off.
Exactly.
Right, yeah. But also she keeps conflating fingerprint and DNA. Like there's only 2 pieces of DNA on the. Is it 2 pieces of DNA or 2 fingerprints? I don't remember.
Well, she also doesn't remember, so it's fine.
All right,
It's
fair enough.
not enough to make a determination,
Was
except
set
for
up.
her. She can make this determination.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because again, she's trying to make the claim that overwhelming evidence that he didn't do it. And by that, she means 0% chance that he did it.
Yeah, 0% chance. Yeah.
0% chance his DNA is on the gun. It's his gun. 0%.
Patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up
Okay.
as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
This is very important. This is a very important point that he's making here. And it is an absolutely correct point. This is not actually positive evidence of anything. Let's say this didn't prove anything that the state wants it to prove. Let's say that. Okay. That still doesn't mean that it proves that he was set up, that he was a patsy.
Mhm.
Nothing about his DNA being degraded or his fingerprints being degraded proves that he was a patsy. Nothing about that proves that he's a patsy. Because if I had a gun and I perfectly wiped it down for all fingerprints, then it's like, oh, there's no DNA on the gun. That doesn't prove that I'm a patsy. It does nothing to evidence that I'm a patsy.
Yeah, I think there's a problem here, right? Because what is the modern debate, right? This isn't an Oxford debate. This is a debate for the clout, legitimacy, and respect of the debaters towards a general audience. Like that's what's really occurring in this debate. This isn't an exposition to get to the truth, right? This is an entertainment game that also people's honor and believability and ability to, express their ideas whilst the general American or general audience believes that what they're saying is genuine and or true. And so I agree with what you're saying, but like Andrew Wilson seems to be in a difficult position in the real debate, because this isn't a debate about truth. This isn't a trial to determine the veracity of the claim. What this is to determine who looks good and who looks bad. And I think those concessions and then pointing towards, well, this isn't an actual positive claim. It looks good to people like you and me because it's true, but that's because we value truth and the logic of the argumentation to a degree that the general audience doesn't. And so,
I think this is a fool's errand.
The problem here is that he's letting Candace Owens kind of control this and like cast doubt instead of saying, no, that's not what that like.
So I actually fully disagree with. I actually fully disagree with you here. The question is, who is the important segment of the audience to convince? I don't think the important segment of the audience to convince is people who are retarded and watch Candace Owens. I think the important segment is people who think, people who don't evade, people who are philosophers. I think that's the important segment to convince, rather than the norm.
That's for you, right? But I think it's also important to note that Andrew's game is in entertainment media, the crucible. So I think he is shooting for a general audience.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily
I've adopted fully your perspective that we are speaking to the remnant. Andrew Wilson's goal is not to speak to the remnant, not predominantly anyways.
But it's going to be at least some, that in some respect, right? Because he is running, a very particular debate show. He's not running a normie debate show. The Crucible is not a normie debate show.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. It's kind of in between the two. All I'm saying is for both audiences. I agree with this tactic to a certain degree, but I also think it's important to like really genuinely like to not concede this point. Like he says, okay, we'll concede it. So what? It's still not a positive claim. I would say I don't concede this point. It sounds like you're trying to, even in this debate right now, you're trying to use questions to get the audience to think of bullshit that isn't how that actually works. And that's not how DNA and fingerprint degradation works. And you're trying to sell the idea that it couldn't possibly be him and act like that's evidence.
Well, then again,
but
he is,
for the sake of argumentation, let's move on because you want to keep the same game you've been playing on your show, which is I'm just asking questions when your questions are stupid questions because that's not how DNA or fingerprints work.
Sure. So maybe he could frame it a different way, is what you're saying. Because I think
that's
he.
Kind of what I'm getting at.
What I'm saying is, Andrew is very comfortable with this sort of debate tactic where he says, "Okay, let's grant that," and then move on from there.
Fair enough.
Because he wants to get into that type of debate, where he grants things and then it's like, so what? And I think that is a powerful rhetorical technique. It doesn't always work. It didn't work against Divinity, of course. But it does often work, especially against people who don't have a good philosophy.
You might be right. But that's just, I'm not married to this idea. It just seems to be, it's like, man, feels like you're losing to the retards, but you're right. He's not really particularly trying to talk to the retards.
Yeah.
I think you could win both here. But again, this is like I'm quarterbacking. Post facto.
Yeah. I mean, we are all like quarterbacking him, like Monday morning quarterbacking him. Like that is kind of the idea of the show. Like obviously,
said if she pushed too hard, she would rage quit. But it's like, yeah, but that's such a victory too.
Yeah. Like if he got her to rage quit within half an hour, that everybody would be like, oh my god.
I would say, like, think about it. I would think about it this way. Like, ideally, you would want to win everybody over, right? Like that, because that means like the world you desire gets done today, right? Because like if the geniuses and the retards agree with you, then everybody agrees with you, right? But let's say if you have a choice, right? Let's say if you can speak, like you have to really choose, you can speak to the retards and get a big audience of retards, which gives you a short-term boost in money, but it doesn't, money or whatever, fame or whatever you're looking for, it doesn't, those people don't move the ball in terms of like what the world will look like tomorrow, right? Whereas the geniuses of today, they're smaller in number, so like your short-term gains will be limited, but they're the people who are going to move the world tomorrow. So your long-term
Yeah, but
gains
that's a different goal. I don't know that. It depends to what degree Andrew Wilson is trying to move the world towards his ideology, and what degree is Andrew Wilson trying to build a media empire that he believes will give him both clout, fame, money, and be able to push. Like I agree with you, but also that depends on your goals.
Yeah, it depends on which goal is more important to them, rather.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hang on. I didn't cut you off, right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation.
I'm spoiler alert, she does this a lot. If the information I showed on my podcast is true, she does this thing where, and she'll keep doing it throughout the day, you'll notice, where she keeps basically being like, well, if you want the full scoop, you got to watch my program. And like, it's the most grifter shit ever. It's like, I can't imagine how you say it with a straight face and aren't just full of shame. Like, it's the most no shame shit ever, to where she keeps alluding to, well, there's more evidence, but in order to get that evidence, you got to come watch my show. And it's like, I don't know, it just gets under my skin every time it happens.
It feels like the meme, like me and Elon Musk's wealth combined is the greatest in the world.
Yeah. If you combine me and Taylor Swift's wealth, we're actually billionaires. If you combine Stav and Nick on the Cumtown podcast, they're a great comedic duo.
If you combine my and Bonnie Blue's body count, I'm one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah.
What was the public reception to this? Did people think Candace won?
Yeah.
I would say a majority of people thought Candace won. Yeah.
Holy shit.
She has an audience that's like 10 times his size.
Dave Smith thought Candace won. That tells you everything you need to know about his character.
Black pill.
Yep.
The black hole pill.
Black hole pill.
Black hole pill.
With members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them, like,
I do want to take a moment to congratulate Fabian for being able to overcome his love of black women to to dominate a black woman here in analysis.
It's probably, you know what? I thought about it and I was like, how am I so objective? Is it because I'm so philosophy pilled? Is it because I'm so, excited and I'm just locked in? Is it, have I ascended by working out and getting my health right to a greater stream of consciousness where I'm not ruled by my base desires? And then I realized, no, she's just pregnant with another man's baby, and therefore the pheromones just aren't hidden right.
Yeah.
Right? Once she's not pregnant anymore, I'll be right back on the Candace train and loving her so much.
Brother.
What was that laugh?
I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay. So it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun. Okay. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the Patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get
She's
to the
not going to ever get to the Patsy
if
part.
I can't get to the end of the sentence.
Patiently till we get to
so that could be a reasonable explanation.
I mean, see, like there is also the part which is like you got to be concise, right? Like you can't start with, like a guy comes up and he's like, "Hey, why are you sad today?" I'm like, when I was born. I can't start there. Like,
Yeah,
like no, like
it's very much. It's very much reminiscent of my debate with Haz Al-Din, where it's like he just never got to the point. And I've had many debates like this. Everybody who's debated before has had many debates like this, where they just take you on a long story, a long winding trail. It's like, okay, well, you never got to the fucking point. So after a while, you start going, okay, when we're getting to the point? And they're like, well, if you don't let me finish, I'm not going to get to the point. It's like, no, I'm not confident you're going to get to the point unless I press you here. So when are you getting to the point?
I think exactly. I think.
Did you choose to say that, Zulu?
I did, yeah.
I think I said the same thing to him multiple times when I debated him years ago. But yeah, so the thing here is what you have to say is, I need you to get to the point. Rather, what you should say in this to just as a tip, right? To cut off their defense before they give it, which is, oh, you have to let me finish to get to the point. What you need to say is nothing that you are saying right now is supporting evidence towards the point. You are saying irrelevant things currently.
Hold on, Fabian. Try that with me. I'm bloviating. Try cutting with that. I'm bloviating. I'm saying stuff.
What do you mean? You want me to interrupt you and say what I just said?
Yeah. I'm saying stuff and here's what I did.
You're saying right
actually,
now,
let me finish.
Nothing you're saying is
actually let me finish. You don't let me finish.
It doesn't fucking matter. I'm not going to let you finish.
You don't let me finish.
Let him finish.
Let me finish.
Answer the question.
Candace Army, let's dox this guy. Let's blow up his shop. Let's blow up his phone. Let's send a bomb threat in his mail. Let's,
Yeah, no, I'm just saying you have to get to you can't just say get to the point because then they'll respond with that. You have to actually say you're not giving anything towards the point. You're not giving any evidence. You're not building
she's not building the first rung of that ladder to the point.
Right. Yeah. Right. It's like if you're saying like, okay, here's 3 reasons why I think that. Reason 1, blah 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 blah. Reason 2, blah, 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 blah. Someone can give a long answer. Sometimes questions require long answer. And the audience knows that sometimes questions require long answer. So when you interrupt them, they're like, well, I'm trying to get to the point, but you keep interrupting me. That almost feels like, oh, well, maybe this guy's an asshole that interrupts and he's trying to answer the question. And so what you have to show the audience, no, you're not answering the question at all. You can give evidence to the question. You can give reasons to the question. But what you're saying right now is completely irrelevant to the question I asked. Answer the question.
Yeah.
And that's what she's doing right now. She's bringing up shit that's has nothing to do with the actual question that was asked. You're running out the clock.
Yeah, to remind people, the question is prove that Tyler Robinson was a patsy, in effect. Like, what is the evidence that he was a patsy based upon the evidence that his DNA was most degraded on the rifle? How does that show that he was a patsy? This is what she's trying to show here.
She goes on about, being gifted a grandfather's gun and that the mother's DNA could maybe be on it. Who knows?
The problem with Zulu is that he has a fundamentally normie worldview. What the Christ are you talking about, Mr. Webb? How do I have a fundamentally normie worldview? I think you're an insane person. If you think my viewpoints are normie, please DM me where you live. I want to go there.
DM
Me
me
as
too.
well.
I would like to live.
The problem with Zulu is that he's just there's nothing special about him. He's just like everybody else.
I'm just like everybody else you meet on the streets. Please tell me where you live.
Good God. Good God.
Where you live?
Where
Which
is everyone
street?
on the
Which
streets
street?
like Liquid Zulu?
You know, Zulu's actually
Which street?
grifting. He's grifting to this massive audience. They just haven't subscribed yet, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Izumo Japan. I'm moving to Izumo Japan tomorrow.
In all honesty, that fits
Jesus
in with
Christ.
the
Maybe you were
earlier
right. Maybe I
conversation.
should have swallowed the Japanese
There
pill.
you go. Yeah. You see, you're too caught up
Oh,
with all these
man.
blacks,
I
the
wanted
blacks
these-
of
I wanted
Asia, the
these
blacks of
jungle
Africa,
Asians.
the blacks of everywhere. Oh my god, did you guys see that? This is off topic. Did you guys see that Come Town clip about how Aboriginals are like, imagine an Australian black person, and if you opened your eyes, you'd be like, okay, well, someone's having me on here. Somebody's making a joke. This is like a Looney Kazoo version of black people. There's no way this is real. Like that's a great clip.
Holy shit, man. Like the amount of times like I try to hold back my natural racism and then like Zulu just goes ahead and is racist is racist anyway. Like come on, like what's the point?
I mean,
Then
okay,
I'm gonna do shit.
I have had this challenge given to me by a mod in my server years ago. His name's Nobby. He's an Australian man. He has given this challenge to many
You know, he
people.
names names.
The
Oh, he hates
challenge
Aboriginals.
is find me an attractive pureblood Aboriginal. It's never been met.
Ooh.
Please, anybody, find me an attractive pureblood Aboriginal. I get like what, $500 or
That's
some
rough,
shit.
man.
He had like a big bet on it. An attractive pureblood
Yeah.
Aboriginal. Find that person, please.
And he really hates Aboriginals, man.
That's
He's not a fan of Aboriginals.
that feels rough.
But it's true though. It is true. It is true. It's rough, but it's true.
And the thing is, I'm getting like images in my head about what they look like, and your description was very good. Like imagine an Australian black person, and then imagine like a cartoon representation of what they look like, and that's it.
All right.
That's fucking it.
Explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation.
Oh my God, he's a fisher? He couldn't have assassinated Charlie Kirk.
A fisher would never. I'm friends with many fishermen.
Never.
Fisher
is
could
proof
never.
Positive. This is proof positive that he
Don't be a bigot, Zulu.
Again, this is proof that he was a patsy.
We are on proof that he's a patsy. Well, he was a fisher. He doesn't shoot that gun very often. He only needs to shoot the gun once. Okay? And that's while pointed at Charlie Kirk.
It's like these people don't think that it's possible to have like a lucky shot. That a lucky shot can never happen. Like maybe it was a lucky shot. Maybe that was a good shot. Okay? The kind of lucky shot never happened.
No true fisher mentality.
Also, imagine if the guy was thinking, "Oh, I'm not that good of a shot anyway. I'll just shoot somewhere near him, and then I'll get famous, and then I'll get out eventually." And then he's like, "It fucking hit."
Yeah.
The shot he took though was not that difficult. Like maybe I don't, like I said, I don't know how much experience he had. Is that known? But
I mean, he
regardless,
aimed
the shot he
center
took wasn't
mass.
that bad.
He didn't aim for the head, right? It wasn't that far away. It was a fairly easy shot, and Charlie Kirk was seated. Like he wasn't
moving
walking
about.
around.
Yeah.
Right. Like it was a very easy shot.
Like if it was a Lizzo concert, actually Lizzo's a bad example. Easy shot there.
I was about to say, bro, the easiest shot ever.
It's like what I said to what was it? Who's that guy you're beefing with, Floppa?
Oh, King Critical.
King
Queen
Critical.
Sorry.
Yeah, Queen Critical. I told him in our discussion, if it's smiling, it's an easy shot. Sniper's dream, they call them. But yeah, no. If he was like moving about, if it was Erica Kirk, no way he makes that shot. 0% chance.
It was a bolt action, right?
There'd be other casualties because she just can't stop hugging up on other married men.
Oof.
We're gonna get canceled for this, so bad.
Switching right from the discussion about Aboriginals to discussion about Erica Kirk.
I forgot how dangerous it is when Liquid Zulu and I are together and we start riffing off each other. It gets bad. Like we're both unhinged. Sorry, we have a very normie view as far as that.
We're very this is a normie discussion right here.
Exactly.
Have you ever got a channel warning, Zulu?
So I got demonetized one time for reused content because I used a clip of some fucking who's the Texas guy, Ted Cruz. I used a clip of Ted Cruz interrogating somebody about the January 6th guy.
I get demonetized.
Okay, well you're good then. Like if you don't have any like policy warnings, like YouTube is you're under the radar essentially. So
yeah, I'm way out. I don't push the needle too far on YouTube.
I get them like every 6 months, and then I get them overturned because every now and then some lefty finds my they make their own science set of streams, which is basically me describing how all of the psych experts are lying and that the overwhelming majority of trans people have covert, vulnerable, narcissistic personality disorder, and this is why trans people are mentally deranged. And every now and then they find those videos, and then it gets flagged again, and then they get taken down, and then I have to contact YouTube, and then they're like, again?
Yeah,
I think I'm on like my
it's mass reported every now and then.
I think I'm on like my 6th warning out of my entire channel history.
Yeah, I try and keep it mostly kosher on YouTube. Twitter, I sometimes go a little bit off the wall. Like, I mean, recently I was saying how sometimes women deserve to be hit, and how I want to become an executioner so that I can kill women like Lindsay Clancy. Stuff like that. It's a little bit off the wall, but I'll say those things on Twitter. But I would never say anything
for it if you're a woman yourself. So just transition. Sounds like you're an easy path.
Pardon me, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is a live stream that YouTube does. I mean, who's going to watch all of this? We're fucking 3 hours in.
All right, let's go.
For why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be.
Describe
patsy.
How this actually links in.
She actually did say must be patsy.
Then why did you say
it? Being a patsy.
Okay, I just described.
Like she did say this is evidence that she's a patsy. Yeah. What is the actual? Because she's trying to give us positive evidence for why he's a patsy. Why did she bring this up?
Spoiler alert. Positive evidence.
Yeah.
The second half
her entire goal is just to dispense doubt. She has nothing.
There is also like, I also really like the fact that like he's like baby talking her. Like, what's the fucking case, bro?
Yeah.
To, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to
go
your
back.
Oh my god,
This
I
is
can't
the greatest
understand it
dunk
for
in
you.
all of history.
To Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point.
That is one of the clips that surfaced that the Candace Owens army is like, oh, look at this. Look how she destroyed him. And it's her just running away, absolute pure cowardice.
That is like the most
She cannot
annoying
in
statement
any way,
ever.
shape, or form substantiate that this somehow means that he's patsy. It's just her subverting evidence and saying, well, we have reason to doubt, and her not understanding what that evidence means despite making her whole fucking life about it.
Yeah.
And just getting the basic shit wrong. It's wild that became a dunk because that's how clips just work.
Hey, Scott, she can explain it to you. She can't understand it for you.
True.
So true.
That's true.
True.
Black woman is speaking. Sit down and listen.
Yeah.
About this is not evidence. You can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position.
Yeah,
is
thank you,
convincing.
Griffin
All I'm here
One.
to do is represent
Thank
my
you,
own
Satya Neil
opinion.
Pride, for $2. Thank you.
Based
Thank you
on the
again for
evidence
$2.
presented
Smear
so far by the
Pants.
state.
The state has
Smear
presented
Pants, France clearly did it.
evidence
Thank you very much.
under Utah's
And then Diogo
1102
Amateur
rules.
for
Doesn't
1,000
demonstrate any
CLP.
patsy
No, that's
behavior.
very
Does 2
important
plus 2
because
equals 5
that
and
rule
just
is
asking
hearsay.
questions? Just
So
asking
you
questions,
can't say
bro.
at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to, and what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it, is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that,
No. This is a huge point. This is crazy that you don't know
for a
this.
fact check. If
Yes,
all the
we
evidence
need
was
more than a
put
fact
in,
check. This was every single
The team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
Rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to
I was there.
pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it,
I just this is like one of those times where like hearsay is a magical word. It's a magic word. She's casting a spell. She's not making an argument, right? And it's because people think that people watched Law and Order and they're like, ooh, hearsay means it's like flimsy. It's not real evidence. The majority of all crimes that are prosecuted in America use hearsay evidence as like hearsay evidence isn't not real evidence. Okay, number one. Number two, there is physical evidence. Like saying that hearsay evidence is allowed in this trial because it's not the actual trial, it's a hearing to determine whether or not they have enough evidence to go to trial is not the same thing as saying all of the evidence presented therefore must be hearsay. So it's like two levels of retarded that she's super confidently dunking on him with.
Our good friend
It's
Galzar
amazing.
calls it word sorcery, which I very much like that term.
Yeah. Yeah, I just say they're magic words, but word sorcery, same.
They're just kind of twisting words, melding them together. It's an LLM type philosophy, where they just say the right words, they just put the right words into you, and then they get what they want.
Like, it's that one, and what's the other one? Circumstantial. Like these are like two magic words that like people confuse what they actually mean. It's like, oh, see, it's all hearsay. It's not real evidence. It's like, no, it's not in the actual trial yet. That's why it's like hearsay. That doesn't mean that the evidence isn't real evidence.
Yeah. Oh, like if that's what hearsay means, then it's so bullshit because like the trial hasn't happened yet, so everything is outside of trial, so everything is hearsay, isn't it?
Says
Right, so
says the only libertarian to lose to Jay Dyer. What the fuck are you talking about? Akobin.
I think he's talking about me because I did a debate with Jay Dyer like a year, maybe a year and a half ago, where he kept saying he wanted to do a debate, and I kept being like, cool, let's set up a debate. And then eventually, after like back and forth 30 times where he just kept spamming me his Twitter thing, I was like, all right, I'll go onto Twitter. And then he just spurged the fuck out, and we couldn't.
He's very spurgy on his Twitter Spaces
conversation.
Yeah,
and just like everything that I said was just like, oh my god, you're the greatest retard ever. And then he would just, and eventually I was just like, all right, like talk, just like say what it is that you believe, and we'll have a conversation, because this is like beyond the ability to like get anywhere. And then I learned later that he was streaming it even on like another platform and was like muting himself to talk shit. It was just like, wow, what a fucking douche.
Yeah, Jay Dyer is kind of a retarded person. I don't like him. And still,
he's a spurg.
Well, that's the same diff, right?
Yeah.
So, Jay,
like,
I want to be very I want to be very clear if I want to be very clear if Jay Dyer watches this clip somehow, some way. Jay Dyer said that Hoppe is a monarchist, and he has never proven that claim that Hoppe is a monarchist.
Yeah.
I mean,
Hoppe said monarchy once,
on, like, the
and now he's a monarchist.
Page that he's an anarchist.
Yeah, he said on the opening of Democracy, the Law That Fell, which is a book that Jay Dyer did not read. He read the title of it.
It's like in the prelude where he says like, hey, by the way, don't take this book to mean that I support monarchy. Like, I am simply saying that it is preferable to liberal democracy. Or what was it? What was it? Liberal democracy was the term he used over and over again? Or was it? No, it was constitutional democracy. There was a specific term he like chose and said the whole time. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've read Democracy.
You know, his whole thing was, hey, I'm still an anarchist, but monarchism is better to democracy. Like,
yeah,
that was his whole deal with that book.
And throughout the entire book, he keeps restating, not necessarily don't forget anarchism's better, but he keeps making the claim over and over again that it's because the monarchy lives on that they treat it like private property.
Yeah.
And because it's closer
like
to the
every single one of his arguments implies that anarchy is better.
Is like, it's closer to what I prefer, which is private property right.
Yeah.
But I mean, but not only, but you know what? Jay Dyer is in great company because Mincha Smallbug fucking said it too recently.
I heard those people.
What a retard.
Yeah.
Have you ever considered the existence of personal property rights, though?
Yeah, personal is against private.
I know this is such a tangent, but like, fuck it. We're 3 hours into a half hour of the fucking debate anyways. That's one of the reasons I kind of like Kropotkin. Because like, I don't want to call him an honest communist. He's not. But like, he's just like, yeah, this whole personal property shit's bullshit. He straight up just says like what we all know to be true as anarchists, right? Which is that like that distinction is a meaningless distinction.
No, that's actually one of the key distinctions I'm gonna have to debate against King Critical on. Queen Critical,
my God,
bad.
you're gonna destroy him.
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to attack the left from the left in that, like reread Conquest de Pain, or the Conquest of Bread, because like he says in it in non-explicit terms, like no, like personal, like he gives all of the best arguments from the communist perspective as to why the concept of personal property is bullshit.
Yep.
What's it
Anywho.
called? Conquest?
Conquest of
bread.
bread or conquest de pain,
Okay.
which is the French for conquest of bread.
Pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also.
But how did they know it was a
obliterated
bullet?
The left side C27 vertebrae
Projectile.
transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact
Yep,
check.
here we go.
Could you
It
pull
said a bullet.
1102 Utah rule? Because this is an
It's so
What kind of
slimy.
projectile?
She's saying projectile because she wants to leave the door open for other insane theories like exploding microphone or like some crazy CIA Mossad tech.
Like,
And of course,
Okay,
of course,
bullet.
of course,
Did it come out of a
Can't
gun,
even
though?
bite the bullet that it was a bullet.
yeah, of course,
Exactly.
she can't even, like, let's apply their logic to a piece of shrapnel coming off his mic. Let's apply that logic. What, does he have a Superman neck where it can just redirect the shrapnel coming off that mic down his neck? Like, you can just do that for any sort of projectile.
Yeah, like it's just like it's such a it's only silly if you treat her like a good faith actor. It's not silly once you realize that she's not a good faith actor and that instead she's doing everything she can to not concede any ground on anything so that and to obfuscate and run out the clock so that she doesn't have to answer for any of the absurd shit either her or her audience believes in, and that she wants to keep fueling absurd shit, even shit she doesn't believe in, that her audience believes, so that they can collectively be this large audience of people that know the real talk, that know the real, they know the true.
Hmm.
Maybe we're not giving her enough credit because this is like this is the best thing that you could do if all you think about is money. And it's like, okay, what's the time? All right, great. We have 2 more hours left. Okay, how long can I keep this going? You know, this one retarded point that I made.
Well, you got to let her finish. She'll.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
Gotta let her
My
finish.
bad.
Gotta let her
Black
finish,
woman is
bro.
speaking, and
You gotta let her finish.
like whenever she
Unbelievable
says
point that you're making by
projectile,
saying
always
that I
imagine
am-
this like fucking like medieval cannon like shooting something to
It's an arrow. He was shot by an arrow.
My audience is pointing out in the documentation, the 1102 requires, quote, valid hearsay, right? And so it's important. So it's like they're using the word hearsay as like this, like, ooh, you remember watching Law and Order? Hearsay is not real evidence, right? But they state valid hearsay, and that's because it's like if you have witness testimony, but it's not witness testimony in the court, or it's documentation saying, hey, look, we have this witness, they have this statement, right? They're going to make this statement at court. Well, then, yeah, well, all of a sudden it's hearsay, but it's valid hearsay because we're just showing you what evidence we do have that we will present further or at a later date in court when the trial occurs.
Mm.
But she's using the term hearsay to obfuscate so everyone knows that all the evidence is actually bullshit. And even the state knows that they have a flimsy case.
Mm.
not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence,
which is very important. He's trying to bring it back. Where is the inference to Patsy? Where is that inference to Patsy? How do we know that he's a Patsy based on this evidence that his prints were the most degraded or whatever.
On the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary
Let her
hearing
finish.
was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just,
Didn't fucking say that, you
I think-
bitch.
I think he really missed an opportunity here. But and again, I don't want to like shit on like I get it. Like we're pausing. We're 3 hours into a half hour, right? Like we got plenty of time to think, right? No, we're not in the moment. But I think he's really missing like an opportunity here to bring up that 0% and to just say, well, isn't it possible that his fingerprints are degraded because his hands were sweaty or something and he did fire the gun? And that's why the fingerprints are there? Because make her squirm and run away from them. It's like, well, and if she concedes,
Because she's going to commit to 0%.
0%. You said it was 0%. So if you're saying it's possible, obviously it's not 0%. Or make her squirm at the idea and make the audience go, well, obviously it's possible, right? I mean, because they have that mentality already of like, well, it's possible that it was a patsy, possible that it was the Jews, possible this. It's also possible he pulled the trigger, right? And that's why his fingerprints are on the gun. They're just degraded because his hands were sweaty or something. You think it's impossible? You think it's impossible that he pulled the trigger and left fingerprints on the gun? Why? Why is it impossible? And then you can like go back to that. Where's your evidence that he's a patsy? Because he's not really, he has so much room to win because she made that stupid claim of 0%. If she just said 5%, you wouldn't be able to do that, right? Like because she was like, yeah, sure, it's possible, but the evidence doesn't point to that. And then it would just be a dub, right? But like, because she said 0%, like you can really just hammer in, isn't it possible that his fingerprints are on the gun and they're degraded because his hands were sweaty and he threw the fucking gun into the bushes? Isn't that possible? No, it's not possible. Well, why? Where is your evidence to prove that that's not possible? What smoking gun do you have that says it's impossible for that to occur?
I really do agree with you. I think he should have, obviously we're being Monday morning quarterbacks here, but he definitely should have like hammered in on that 0% chance point.
Yep. Just saying, from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to shoot her. The Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson. No. Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about.
Has anybody heard her saying what her evidence says that he's a patsy based upon the fingerprint degradation?
Nothing. Now her new claim is that that's how you arrived at the fact that he's a shooter. So we're actually doing the same thing, but from different perspectives. So the fact that she has reason to doubt, Mark said in my audience, she's doing the Casey Anthony defense, which is reason to doubt, not reasonable doubt, right? That's a bar. So I just figured I'd say it. But like, because she has reason to doubt some piece of evidence, that is the same thing as him having evidence, which is just fucking dystopian how stupid that is, that 400,000 people are in her, watching her live stream, cheering that concept on. Get him, Candace. Like just that alone, if you don't take anything from this audience, if you're someone watching this because you're like a debate enjoyer, you're not an ANCAP, you're not an anarcho-capitalist, you're not even a libertarian, but just think about the concept of democracy and the idea that 400,000, close to 500,000 at one point, right? 500,000, 330 million people in this country, right? So 1 out of every 600 people out here believes that actual evidence is the same thing as any ability to doubt evidence. that those people vote, does that not just kind of undermine the entire concept of democracy in your mind? Does that not make you question just a little bit how fucking retarded it is that we let those people pull the lever and decide who are going to be our leaders that take 60% of the money that we make so that we can go and determines who we do and don't bomb?
Exactly.
An hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is
Omar
not going to be
Candace's
allowed. You
teacher
wouldn't even
is
be allowed to do this.
watching
We'd
this
be able
with
to
an evil
cross-examine
grin.
him.
Comparchico
The
theory is
questions that
real.
they're asking Lance are all
Ralran and
leading.
Zalzul.
And
Thank you
what
very
did he
much,
say?
Diego
Well, I'm the
Nature, for
magistrate
2005
under
on
Utah
CLP.
Constitution,
Indeed.
1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not
say,
That's not a lack of evidence, you dumb bitch, or you fucking nefarious narcissist. Like, that's not a lack of evidence that they don't get to fucking cross-examine people when they're having a hearing to determine whether or not they have enough evidence to go to trial. What the fuck are you on? I'm getting mad. I'm sorry.
Disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to me.
not.
Again, so what she's trying to prove is that given the fact that his prints were most degraded, that is evidence that he was a patsy. I want everybody to keep keeping this in mind. How is this evidence that he was a patsy? She hasn't explained this.
Is that Andrew is saying you're not allowed to make inferences somehow.
Yeah, she's completely pivoted. She's completely pivoted.
It's just nothing.
When you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prints, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just
telling you,
making stuff up. So here's
I'm not
what the
making stuff
position
up.
is.
I'm not
asking
making
this.
stuff up. I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I am looking at a piece of evidence.
I don't think I want to let her
he's
finish
stating
anymore.
again. He's saying, how do you get there from the inference? How do you get there?
Right.
How do you get there?
Exactly.
And I am saying,
But you're not telling me how you get
Will
there.
she ever
Ian.
finish?
To the audience what
yes.
Rule 1102
So
means.
this
What is the process of inference? How did you infer this from the given information?
Yeah.
And that's the question. Question is not, is inference a valid process?
If I was Andrew Wilson in this moment, this isn't his style, it's mine. But in that moment, this is when you get to that level of frustration, this is when I turn that mommy dom energy back on. Right? This is when I just go, Candace, don't run away. I know you're better than that. You're running from it. You're being a coward right now. And and I don't think of you as a coward, but in this moment, you're being cowardly. Don't run away from it. Answer the question. I've given you 10 minutes now to answer this question. And we've gone back and forth on all of this nonsense. Just answer the question. How does that get to him being a patsy?
Yep.
just so everybody who's watching us at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
So again, her evidence has nothing to do with Andrew saying that she isn't allowed to make this claim. She's just saying, can I claim my evidence? You know, can I present my evidence? That has nothing to do with what he was saying.
Like, yes,
it doesn't dispute him.
We've been asking.
It doesn't dispute what he's saying. This is, how is Dave Smith looking at this debate and saying Candace won? He has to be a grifter. This is nonsense. How do you look at this debate and think that Candace won? This is ludicrous.
Dave Smith has forgotten so much about so much. But we'll just say this. Dave Smith is looking at this and saying she won because Dave Smith hasn't done what I've done. Because I'm so superior to Dave Smith, I took some time off. Right? And when you take some time off, Dave Smith, you'll realize that your what do you call it? Verbal sorcery is what you said?
Word sorcery.
Word sorcery. Like he is looking at this from the perspective of clout and optics because that has begun to rule the way he argues. He no longer argues for Veritas. He argues for the win. And the more you start focusing on the win, you start looking at the win in terms of numbers and in terms of money and not in terms of the remnant. And so in terms of numbers and money, if you run out the clock and you get the clippable moments like, you know, I can't think for you and things like that, then that's the win.
It's a very disgusting way of being. Like, these people just disgust me. I hate them all. And you can fill in the blanks. You can fill in the blanks there. I don't want to get banned. You can fill in the blanks.
Get a chance.
Reliable hearsay.
Your stream went down on
preliminary examinations.
On my side as you said that.
Yeah, my Mark, you've met Mark a couple times, Liquid Zulu. Dave has forced himself into the anti-Israel at all costs and anti-Andrew camp. He has no choice but to defend in order to maintain the brand.
Yeah, it's like, it's so disgusting what these people will stoop to maintain their brands. Like, this is total brand capture. Like, I am of the General Sam school of this. If anybody is into gaming YouTube, General Sam has the right philosophy on this. He has from the beginning been edgy. He has not stuck to a single game. He has explicitly changed up his game when he felt that, like, you know, oh, I'm getting captured by the Skyrim people. I'm going to change my game now. Literal game, right? Video game. I'm getting captured by the Tarkov people. I'm going to change my game. He has kept doing that, and he's become very, very successful because of it. Because, and like, nobody who's a fan of General Sam can imagine him becoming cancelled by saying something edgy. That is outside the realm of possibilities for General Sam, because he doesn't get audience captured. Like South Park, exactly. You can't allow yourself to become
South Park because it's like, dude, we've been doing this for 25 years. Shut up.
Yeah, you cannot ever allow yourself to become captured by your audience. Absolutely not. Bad idea. Because then you can be cancelled. Only then can you be cancelled.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if somebody tried to cancel me, my audience would stick behind me. I believe that fully. Like, I don't think my audience would ever leave me, no matter where I end up.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, unless there was some evidence that you did something fucked up.
Yeah, if I, like, murdered a guy, then maybe.
Yeah.
But if I just have bad opinions, my audience isn't gonna, you know, crucify me over it.
Mm-hmm. I'll be right back. I'm gonna take
preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay, so you're just saying that this is what I said. I said that the prints were most degraded, therefore he's a patsy. And this is viable evidence that he was a patsy. So you're just saying, because I said it, it's true. If you break that down, that's what she's saying. This is nonsense. Obviously nonsense.
How long do they go on about this? Like, I mean, is Andrew going to push her on this at any point? Oh, wait. Well, Fabian's gone. He's already watched it. But, God, he needs to push her on this. Like, how do we get from point A to point B? Like, okay, it's an inference, but it's retarded. Like, can you walk me through the steps of how we get here?
Yeah, she never does. She never does.
I have a question.
Great.
Can you imagine for just a moment what it must be like on a Friday night to try and play Clue with this bitch?
That's Cluedo for the UK audience.
Oh, okay. I didn't know it had a different name in the UK, but I'm just saying, like, you know, any idea how frustrating that would be? Like,
But,
you ever
like,
see
how do
that?
you
I
know it was a
imagine
candle?
it's similar to. You ever see that video of like the Mexican lady? I would say Mexican. I'm being racist. Spanish speaking Latinos of some variety, where they're doing the bottle game, where you have to like shuffle the different colors in the right order, and the husband keeps being like naranja, naranja, and she's just like, no, you dumb bitch, and like she just keeps doing the wrong shit over and over again, and he's just getting increasingly more frustrated. That's what I imagine it's like playing Clue with her.
You say it's a candlestick, but I've inferred that it's a menorah, actually. And that's why the Jews did it.
And the French. Let's not forget the French.
Oh, and the French. And the Brazilian.
By the way, the reason why we keep bringing up me and Fabian is because later on, she does explicitly say that it was the Israelis and the French who did it.
Yeah, and
Really?
Both of them did it.
her evidence is a source. Don't worry.
She's got a source in the French government who says the Israelis and the French did it.
That's the point in contention.
That's
How long
not
has
a point
the
of contention.
debate
That's
been going on?
The debate's been going on for 34 minutes. We're 3 hours and 18 minutes. So we gotta start talking over the debate a little bit more.
Point in contention.
It's not a point of contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point,
is the point in contention.
it's not the point in contention. I'm telling you
French
that is
Foreign
what
Legion.
the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is
Great, but we're
describing,
asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case, is all based on
Yep.
inference.
Hold on. Twitch comment from Always Tank. She never says that. She absolutely fucking does say that. Like, watch the fucking debate.
I believe
maybe.
I believe specifically her source says in the French government that the French are like reliably trying to kill her. Is actually what she said. And then at later times she talks about how there were 12 Israeli cell phones at the event, and that there was
And there's French Foreign Legion at the event.
Foreign Legion that were there or some shit.
Yeah, so she's clearly intimating that the French Israelis are doing it.
In the French government explicitly says that the French were the ones that did it. She just says that the French are the ones trying to kill her.
She's just asking questions, all right?
right. And she infers a bunch that the French were obviously involved.
Clearly, she's saying that the French and Israelis were trying to do this, that they were involved at the very least.
Yeah. But I
so
don't
this
think she
this Twitch
explicitly
comment
says
is
that her
retarded.
source in the. This is one of those like they might be right on a technicality, but stop being such a flaggot.
Oof.
Not fact.
A flaggot, by the way, is someone that has a whole bunch of flags in their Twitter bio.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
Oh, he did it.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this.
By the way, W Cameraman, he's doing good camera swaps here. Never's on
really
that.
caught her. He really caught her annoyed eyebrows, like frustrated mommy. Like, I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah.
Like, you're not, bitch. Like, you're not explaining shit.
Overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay.
She's just
they are
averting.
inferring that that's Tyler
Can you
Robinson.
walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you
It's not a... No. She's completely averting here. She's saying it's not a fact that when you show a blurry image of his car, but what you're trying to get here, Candace, is whether or not you can deduce from his fingerprints being most degraded that he's a patsy. That's what you're trying to prove here. We don't care about cars. Who brought in the car? You're bringing in the car. Like, shut the fuck up, you bitch. You bitch, you whore, you slut.
Bitch, a whore and a
We
slut?
have
No, I'm talking
images-
about
Come
the
on now.
inference that the fingerprints even if they're degraded, equals.
She's only
Patsy.
two of those.
How do you
I
get
didn't
that
say
inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary
There's
was in the
but
inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is
0%. The fact that he isn't hammering that 0% is
Yeah.
like an L on Andrew's take.
Yeah, 0%. 0%. She's saying
It's
0%.
like, no. You don't get to just say, oh, well, we get to ask questions. You said 0%.
It means he wasn't the last person to touch the rifle. Hold on, this is what the Twitch comment is saying from Always Tanks. So the fact that his prints were most degraded means he wasn't the last person to touch the rifle. How is that so? What if he rubbed his prints off? He tried to rub them off.
That's what she's inferring without stating, because if she states it, then people can attack that retarded claim.
Yeah.
That's what she wants a retarded audience to believe when she talks about how suspicious it is that his prints are the most degraded, because they think of degraded as a measure of time.
So then
as
the other
opposed
prints would be
to
more degraded.
whether
That's
or
exactly
not
what
it's
he's saying.
stable.
That's exactly what he's saying. Then the other prints would be more degraded if they were touching it before him. It's not Half-Life.
Right.
It's not Half-Life.
Right. She's counting on her audience not understanding what that means, whilst not explicitly saying it, because if she explicitly says it, then she can be attacked for how stupid that is.
So I want to tell you, Always Tanks, a degraded print doesn't mean I touch a thing and then it degrades over time. It's not just that. Perhaps it does degrade over time because people interact with the fucking thing, right? That's what it means to have a degraded print, is that it's not a complete print, is that it gets degraded by certain actions upon the object. That's what that means, okay? He might have tried to rub his prints off the thing, and he didn't do a complete job, and then his prints are more degraded than other prints. Or maybe his hands were sweaty.
Clammy hands.
And yeah, he had clammy hands.
He was nervous about assassinating Charlie Kirk.
And it didn't make a complete print. This is, and he says, this is common sense. No, that's not common sense. You can't use common sense for print science, for forensic science. That's not how this fucking works, you moron. You absolute fucking moron.
I love angry British people. Angry Brits
I'm
are so
using
fun.
this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based
Also, she keeps going in between DNA and fingerprint
Yeah.
on purpose, I think, at this point.
off of the facts.
Wait,
right?
if it's
It is
equally plausible for
that
everybody else
somebody
to
just took his
be
gun and put it there. That's
the
it.
culprit or whatever, then why wouldn't it be plausible? Why would it be 0% for Tyler and not?
Yeah, it would be
anyone
at
else?
least
Like, what the
some
fuck?
percentage for Tyler.
Yeah.
Right. Can we get to 0.1%?
If we can get to 0.1001%, this is a
Yeah,
concession.
1/8 billion%. Right. 1/8 billion chance
Oh
that
my
he did
God.
it.
Is there equally
That's how it works.
and is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
No.
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So,
So-
yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100
state's
other
evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am
Oh, she did. She absolutely did. She said 0% chance that he did.
What?
This is fucking
I'm saying
retarded,
that
dude.
there is-
Holy
Oh,
shit.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
no.
today.
My whole claim was that
I want you guys to know that
0%.
this is your competition and you're losing.
We should have turned this into a drinking game somehow. I know.
I just want you to know that. I just want you
Well, I
to know
want to be
that
a
this
part
is
of
your
it.
competition and you are losing immeasurably.
It's a sad state of the world.
there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are
Once.
accepting for some reason in the Utah
Just say it
courtroom,
once.
right? To say I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory.
How do you infer that? How did you infer that?
So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. and they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't say that's what convinced me.
When you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You just said you didn't say it, so we're going to get a fact check on that. You did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard.
I will say it's a shame that Andrew didn't have more nicotine patches for this, as his, foot racing is.
Get Andrew on some Zens.
Yeah, it looks like he's nervous, but he's not.
Because he just wants to fucking smoke.
He just really wants to fucking have a cigarette right now.
I would too. If I was talking to Candace over this shit, I would too.
He's like, I don't even smoke cigarettes and I'm ready for one. Jesus Christ.
Load up a bowl, do something.
That is unfortunate for Andrew. Like, he needs to get like a
someone in my chat says, can we just start tagging her in tweets that just say 0%?
Yeah.
Just like random tweets that have 0%.
Hashtag 0%.
Tag Candace Owens. Hashtag 0%.
And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people.
Did you get turned on there, Fabian, when she did that little crazy face?
Sorry. Got distracted.
Oh wow, what a scientific.
So, like,
both wearing
what's her
Converses.
collection of evidence? Like,
She hasn't given any.
Yeah, I know. We've been on this one point forever now, but like, Andrew's coming to the conclusion he is due to collection of evidence, but we're running down the clock. Apparently, it's like an hour 30 left in the actual debate. God, it's frustrating.
Oh, there's 2 hours and almost 30 minutes. 2 hours and 20 minutes left in the debate.
That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the idea that on a college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people.
Can we take a quick break?
Okay. Just concede that point. Obviously, it's absurd.
Just one thing. Can you just play this? Because I feel like I'm getting judged a lot. I need you to. We just need a little palate cleanser. It's like 12 seconds.
What's up? Oh,
It's in the Discord. I just need you to see it so you understand, so that everybody understands. All right, that I'm not the crazy one here.
okay. Yeah, let me play this on the stream.
Yeah. On the watch together or whatever.
I can't get it onto the watch together. That would require downloading and everything.
Just let your audience.
Candace Owens forgot to take her meds today, so someone should check on her. Take a look.
You don't get to ask those questions. What's wrong with you, Mom? Why are you so scared?
Candace Owens forgot to take her meds.
You don't get to ask those questions.
I'm not crazy here. No,
It's almost
just
ironic how a conspiracy theorist like her can't piece together that someone sees like one piece of evidence, like being the shoes were the same or whatever, and can't like come to the realization that this is like one piece and like the entire collection, right? Like, she just denies this. Like, she's acting like he's the crazy one, but like I don't understand what her thought process is here, unless you guys are probably just right. It's like just so bad faith that she's just doing it for the clicks essentially.
Yeah, you'll see as the debate goes on, it's more and more. And if you want to know, you got to watch my show. It's
Yeah.
$300,000 for this. All of the ad reads are her ad reads. And then she just keeps being like, if you really want to know the full story, you got to come to my show.
She probably made $1 million on this debate.
Yeah.
Disgusting, dude.
I'm not
I know
sure.
these are the same
I'm not sure
people
in
because they're both
context.
wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if we're
called-
utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any
Oh my
type
God,
of
he's
logical
saying it.
proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
I never never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway,
This is what happens
we're
when
talking
Andrew
about-
Wilson debates libertarians. Now he knows he's got to fucking bring up the law of excluded middle.
About logical inferences. What I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his
Yes.
tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So
I
let's
mean,
She just keeps diverting. She just keeps diverting. Like, where is your
Find this
evidence
tweet,
that given the evidence, given the DNA was degraded or whatever, or the fingerprints were degraded, how does that prove that he was a patsy? How is that evidence that he was a patsy? She hasn't given it.
The 30 odds.
And how have we gone to the 0% figure?
Looking for, do you remember how long
Yeah.
ago that was?
the tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. Just look for. He said
Unless I
it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see
Fantastic.
it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah, but
well,
just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing.
This is
said
so
that was
pointless.
overwhelming.
Holy shit.
Well, she's just trying to run out
You
the
can
clock.
even pull your
Patrick, did
own
I say
clip.
that?
No, I know.
It's like
Can you
her entire
fact check if that
audience
was said
and her
or not?
entire
I did
argument
not
is
hear her
based
say
So
it.
the
upon
thing that's
just
funny here is like we
subversion.
still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
But
that-
just say you
well,
were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't.
her talking about accusing him of pivoting in this moment is so fucking
It's
wild.
disgusting. Yeah.
Crazy.
Like, she's not even given a single shred of anything on why we can infer that he was a patsy based upon
like
the
thus
rifle
far,
DNA.
all she's done is say that the camera evidence isn't clear. That's not good camera evidence. That she admits that some type of projectile, not a bullet, but a projectile hit him. And gun gun evidence that she clearly doesn't understand, that she went away from. And then that she infers the same way other people infer. Okay. And that's my answer as to how I got there, because I inferred.
I can imagine her in like another
And then the fingerprint DNA
timeline.
stuff where she doesn't understand what she's talking about.
I can imagine her in another timeline being on like an officer's body cam in some like traffic incident and being the same type of person that you see crashing out in those. Like, you know how many people drive a white Nissan Altima? All right, how'd you know it was me? How'd you know it was me?
Right.
Yeah.
Like just go down that rabbit hole. Like she was one butterfly effect away from just being that same person, just by the way she argues here. Like it's almost 1-to-1.
Well, so there's a certain type of content creator, and like you see this a lot with Destiny as well, right? And what it is when they strike while the iron is hot, which is to say something big that they know is going to dominate the news cycle occurs, right? And then what they do is they pick a position. And then they go and they try and find a position that they think will get them clicks and views or create controversy, right? You saw this with Israel-Palestine, right? Destiny just chose to be pro-Israel in the beginning just because he knew that that would cause a lot of clicks and a lot of controversy. Not because he believes in Israel or, is anti-Palestine or anything, but because he knew predominantly the left was going to be anti-Israel in this situation, and that he got to be the based guy, the based lib that was pro-Israel. And she's done this, right? Like she's picked on the Charlie Kirk assassination that it's Israel that did it, or that and so what she does then, and what this type of content creator does, is they then work backwards from that.
Yeah, it's working backwards.
That they're selling, and they find as much interviews, books, whatever it can to educate themselves in a short period of time on whatever is necessary to argue that point, knowing that they're arguing a point that is controversial for the sake of controversy, because the controversy gets clicks and grows their audience and gets them money.
I mean, it's a great strategy if that's all you care about. If, fuck the truth.
That's going to be clipped.
That's it.
Say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
Okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're okay.
She definitely was going to ask that, by the way.
Yep.
100%.
Like what were you actually going to ask, Candace? What were you actually going to ask?
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you.
So you're going to ask, are you actually tweeting about these things?
That's what she was going to ask. Are you? How does that sentence work out, Candace?
Yeah. Are you tweeting about these things?
Was that how the
yeah, that is absolutely not what she was going to ask about. She was going to ask, "Are you okay?" She was absolutely going to do that.
Started to say, "Oh."
Yeah, she 100%. She's going to ask, "Are you okay?"
Right,
100%.
He beat her to the punch, so now she just denied.
Yeah, 0% chance. I'm going to say 0% chance she was going to ask about anything else.
0%. I don't want to get caught in her trap, right? 1% chance she wasn't going to say that.
I'm saying 0%. And if Candace wants to debate that, she can come on my channel.
I love your confidence.
Can't pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
It wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said
what we need to do? We need to hire a professional lip reader and body language expert to go through an exhaustive investigation to determine whether or not she was going to say that.
Yeah.
Do you think these people will ever debate people that have like particular expertise in their own philosophy? Like, do they duck these debates all the time?
Yeah, she was trying to duck it so hard. She wanted so hard to duck Andrew. Like, that's why he had to pay $300,000. Now, that's a duck method. Like, she thought that would be an insurmountable sum for him. That's why she did it. Clearly. Obviously.
And then she claimed that he was doing it for greed and that it was somehow despicable that he set up like a GoFundMe and donations to do it. Like, oh man, you're really just doing this for the money.
Yeah.
Because the money was to her bank account.
How ironic.
This.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you said in that tweet.
Time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
Again, what happened in that exchange was Andrew was asking her, how do you get from the fact that his DNA or his fingerprints or whatever were most degraded
Like 30 minutes.
into
Maybe, well, 20
the
minutes.
fact, into the inference that therefore he was a patsy. 0% chance he wasn't a patsy. How do you get that inference? And she didn't give that.
I was here for it.
So what's your position?
I'm sorry, Mandy Moorhall, 300k is not that much money. Why are you dullards objecting to her making money? Lol. I mean, 300k is not that much money to you. Then I guess, I don't know, give me 10 grand right now. Please, give me 10 grand.
You know, the debate's going great when 40 minutes in, the moderator asks someone, what's your position?
Yeah. But I do want to bring it back to Mandy Moorhall. If you think that 300k is not that much money, I will concede to you everything you believe if you give me 10 grand right now, and Fabian Liberty, and Floppa, and Man Sharma. Give us all 10 grand, and we will concede everything to you.
Agreed.
So whenever that comes in, we'll concede everything we believe in. Because 300k isn't that much money. So 40k is a tiny amount of money.
Yeah.
In here.
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I'm
Hey, thanks
actually
for the
not
membership.
seeing
Shadow Warden, appreciate
anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
that-
Always tanks. There's literally no evidence. There's literally no evidence of what? That he wasn't a patsy? What is your evidence that he was a patsy? Always tanks. Please give me the evidence that he was a patsy. Please give this evidence. Candace Owens is not able to give this evidence that based upon his DNA being most degraded or whatever the fuck she said, that he therefore was a patsy. Give that evidence. Give it right now. Give it right now. Okay?
The only tweet you're going to ask me about.
Well, we're addressing
and by the way,
evidence
just
still
real quick, everyone here is an anarcho-capitalist that genuinely believes that the government has used patsies, has done like many a things that people would still to this day call a conspiracy theory. We wholeheartedly believe it. This is a very easy audience to sell to if you have evidence. Like, we're not back the blue, the government is always right and they don't lie about this shit. Like, everyone here knows about MK Ultra and Operation Mockingbird and like just in so many government conspiracies that people would have called us batshit insane for believing until the CIA just kind of admitted they did it. This is the easiest audience to sell if you have some evidence that suggests that
what he's saying is that there's 0% evidence that he's guilty. You don't provide evidence that someone is innocent. You prove that they are guilty. Okay, the evidence that he's guilty is that his gun was found at the scene. He was seen at the scene. He told people that he killed Charlie Kirk. I think this is pretty good evidence. Yeah, I think this is pretty good evidence. Hope Mon's gone. Mon, you still there? He might have fallen asleep or something.
EDC'd, I think.
And this is
I don't have the stream anymore. Here's my access.
Oh shit, that's true.
I'm not doing it.
Let me try this. Share your screen.
I'm sorry that the thing doesn't work. I mean, my signal was destroying itself as the call went on, which is why I was getting more robotic.
Yeah. Does that
We're
work
watching it
for you?
again, boys,
Yeah.
while we wait.
Yep. Perfect.
Cool.
Was overwhelming. I think that's fair.
But not,
Right? I feel like that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so
But she definitely did say that it was evidence that he
Sure,
was a
whatever you
patsy.
want. Like it is like he's just tired and he wants to smoke. He's like, this is so fucking dumb.
going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inference.
Superboy Boy saying I could fill in for hop in for 30 minutes or so if you want to someone to fill in for man. Do we want to move this to like a group chat? We could move it to a group chat, I think.
I don't care.
Yeah, let's do that.
I'm in like a billion Discord servers though, so like just post it again in this one. So I don't have to search for it.
You know, I'll make a group chat. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Trying to terrify us with crazy black woman clips. It's like ASMR audio terrorism. Bro, that video is not terrorism. It's beautiful.
Wait, who's all in the stream? We got Fabian. We got Man. We got Flopper. I think there's.
You haven't added me. Here we go.
Okay, let's start over here.
Yeah, you're audible.
Very good.
Since Zulu has a bunch of stuff running, could you possibly stream it through that link?
Me?
Yeah,
Give me a
because
second. Let me
I
try.
can't click on the link. I mean, the link doesn't load for me for whatever reason.
Do I have to type in a username or anything?
Oh.
He should give you that.
Do guest and no password.
Guest. All right. Here we go. All right. Watch together. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Hello. Join the admins group. Sync play enabled. All right. Here we go. Share your screen. Share a window.
Zulu
Watch
answer
together.
super chats. Okay, let me do that whilst people stay ready.
I think.
Awesome, thank you. I can see
If
it.
it's there, we go.
And more Candace is I think I answered that one. Griffin won for $5 US. This is the argumentation style of people who have zero understanding of first principles, worships whims, and justifies every position post hoc. Indeed. And we got
So true.
Jeff Hamilton for $2 Canadian. Zulu, when is Pluribus video coming out? I don't know, whenever I make it.
That's what you get for $2. Whenever I fucking make it, peasant.
When I feel like it. How about that?
Give him a very small amount of money, 10K, right? Drop in the bucket. I'm sure
A small
he'll make
donation
ASAP.
of $1 million.
Small donation of 10,000 US dollars. I'm sure he will get right on the video.
And that's the same answer I'll give for anyone who asks me where the next video is coming out. I'm making a video about protecting the mind, response to Inductica's video, which the stream he did with Manshama and Zulu. Just you know, just a little bit of a gotta get Inductica's attention, James Elias.
There you go.
He wants to give me $10. I'll make a video of anything.
$10 is $10.
Come on. Are we good?
Yes.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go.
Solid.
I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of
She still hasn't fucking said how she gets to the fact that he's a patsy from the fact that
The amount of
his
deflection.
DNA is degraded. She still hasn't said that.
If I had to be Candace Owens, if I had to be in her position right now, I would say, right, you'd have to substantiate. There's an extra step between the camera video was blurry and he's a patsy. She has to put something there, which is like, well, the government has used patsies before. And in those situations, these things have been true, and those things are also true about this case. But
Yeah.
she's not saying any of those things.
Look,
And she isn't even
100%
trying to prove that right now. What she's got to prove right now is that because the DNA evidence was degraded, that therefore he's a patsy.
I can prove with beyond a reasonable doubt that Tyler Robinson is not a patsy. And we know this because no family member randomly was found to have CSAM by the FBI.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? That's when you
Nobody
know that a
had
patsy is
27 terabytes of
right, 27
child porn.
terabytes of CSAM on their hard drive.
It's just the entire database that was at the local FBI office just suddenly showed up in this person's possession. It's really strange.
Mark says Andrew looks really frustrated having to go up against his own debate style.
Wait, do you guys hear some audio in the background, or is it just me?
It's just you.
You're hallucinating, bro. You're schizophrenic. You need to take your medication.
You're schizophrenic. You need to get checked. You need to get medicated. You need to be institutionalized.
Get him out of the control
Make sure
room.
when you go to a doctor, you don't see Kanye West's doctor, right? He's not going to say what race he was. He was
No matter how schizophrenic I am right now, I still do not believe Tyler Robinson was a patsy.
Oh my god, Scott, did you see the stream that Zulu did the other day? Oh, I guess it would have been this morning for Zulu with the with Love Life Anarchy drama. You should see that. It's hilarious.
It was fucking crazy. He brought in the Jews, and it was a it was a hard turn after he brought in the Jews.
What do you think about the Jews? What do you think about the fact that somebody libertarian knows the Jewish? So he said something like that. Like, I don't know. They didn't write books. Anyone can write a book.
Yeah.
Wait, Crown, do you have like audio playing in the background as well?
No. I'm
when I turn the stream volume down, it goes away. You don't have his.
Oh, you know what's happening? You know what's happening? I'm streaming my Vivaldi window, and Vivaldi's audio is piping into the stream because I'm watching the stream on a different window. He's not schizo. Okay. It was me all along. I was piping, whispers into his wall to make him go insane.
Chronic is the schizo manager.
The schizo manager. The intelligence agencies, they trained me to
we need it's the Onion skit. Should we do more to help schizos by pumping them helpful
messages into their brain via radio waves?
We'll get Casimir on stream. I mean, Casimir does Casimir want to join?
Oh no, we're gonna get the whole squad.
Oh,
I mean, I'll invite him.
I like Casimir.
Invite to group DM Casimir.
Is Casimir even? He's awake. There we go. You guys should notice the evil art all over the walls. I don't know. I mean, I see. Is that Brave Browser in the background?
Oh, yes. Cosme's here. There we go.
All right.
But yeah, the guy the other day, Scott, he said he wanted to synthesize the best qualities of National Socialism and anarcho-capitalism in a Hungarian dialectic.
This was Love Life
Hungarian
Anarchy.
dialectic. Hungarian dialectic.
It was kind of a wild one.
Some people really just need to get laid.
You know what else was? He said something like, he said to Zulu, 10 years ago I was in your position. And then he also didn't know at all like what he meant by the term natural law. Like,
yeah,
the idea that the law is a type of philosophy, like jurisprudence. Really, you were in the same position as Zulu 10 years ago, right? You were at the same level of consciousness, about this topic, right? I don't know. It seems like you didn't read a book.
You guys are doing the guy dirty. It's not fair. I'm loading up his comment right now. It's completely different. He's misunderstood genius. You see, when he's talking about National Socialism, he's only talking about the Hugo Boss outfits. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He got one shot critted by the aesthetics, and I sort of sympathized.
Look, people say that. They're not the only ones who know how to dress well, okay?
Somebody in fucking G's server was talking about how, like, no, this is just the same thing as when Liquid Zulu's doing the Zal Zulu thing. He's just adopting the same thing. Like, no, I'm not saying that I'm synthesizing National Socialism with anarcho-capitalism. This is nonsense. You don't understand what I'm talking about at all. Speak real. Speak real for a second.
I don't know. This is I don't know the guy.
This is the breakfast question. Some of our opponents don't understand comparisons. If you make a comparison, it means you support it.
Oh, that's true. Very true.
It's like I'd rather get stabbed in the ass than in the eye. Oh, so you like to get stabbed in the ass? It's like, no, that's not what that means. God damn it.
Let's keep watching the video. Let's go. Wait. Keep going. No? We're not going to keep watching the video?
Well, yeah, hold on.
You guys should definitely watch it.
Y'all are memeing.
Let me get Casimir in here. I can get Casimir in here as well. No, in the video.
Oh, right. Yes.
Because there's many guest counts.
Well, I have a stream running of the browser, of my browser tab, which has the stream open. So if he wants to watch it without having to log in, he can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, don't stop on my behalf. I don't need to see it. I've seen it already.
He'll telepathically recall what he saw.
Well, let's go.
I'll watch Crown Extreme.
Blurry.
Yo, you guys are losing content. Let's go.
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because we'll just use this. If you don't
it looks like
Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you call them conspiracy theorists.
To explain to you.
Okay.
So it looks like him.
For my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say.
Yeah, I would. I'm sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Paranoid, but it was that up.
Yeah, I think that's
by the way, Twigs himself said that he had some
on the staircase.
That he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
And also, didn't the dad go, "Oh, that's my son"?
Oops, that's my son.
Whoopsie daisies.
I think it's like one of the detectives said that his dad did, and therefore the detective could be in on it and lying.
Objection,
We don't actually know that the dad actually said that, or it was some shit like.
I think she does say that later. I'm pretty sure she does. She does say that later.
That it's not actual evidence that the dad said that looks like my son, because that's actually just a detective that says that the dad said that, and we have to take the detective's word on it. And maybe he's in on the big conspiracy with the French.
Yeah, everyone's lying.
The detective was actually part of the French Foreign Legion, you see. Which is not such a wacky thing to say, right? Like, the French Foreign Legion is not a foreign spy service. The Foreign Legion is a military unit.
Yeah, it's a military unit of foreigners who want to join the French military.
To become French.
Yeah.
So
hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address.
See, that doesn't work. That doesn't work as a dig. That doesn't work as a dig from her, because she actually did have a dream. She just actually did say, "Well, I had a dream that Charlie came to me." So that doesn't work as a dig for her.
Well, I don't.
That doesn't work. That does not work for her.
If you make fun of yourself in a debate, you're kind of Kino, you know.
Yes, yeah, no, I think it was actually the Kurds. The reason is because there's a degraded fingerprint, and I had a dream.
Yeah.
0% chance it was Tyler Robinson. 100% chance it was the Kurds.
Those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on, because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or texting. Texting.
Yeah. He never said he tweeted
in the staircase. I think that I
didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears
Converses. Look at her fucking eyes. Like, she's looking all over the place. Like, she's just looking
bug eyes
for anything. For anything. Like, she's got bigger fucking bug eyes than Sneeko. Like, she has fucking darts her eyes about. More so than
Sneeko. Racism. Would you say she has frog eyes?
Crown.
Absolutely, she has frog eyes. She has bug eyes. She has. I don't want to say the word, but that word, eyes.
Yeah, it's like Tax Brass said. If her eyes were any farther apart, she'd have 360 view.
I can't see it now. What have you done to me? You ruined it. You ruined this. You monsters.
She'll become an apex predator.
She'd lose binocular vision if her eyes were further apart.
Apex predator. No, if you have eyes on the side of your head,
she'd become a prey animal.
Yeah. So she can't get assassinated because she has such a good field of view. That's the reasoning.
That's why she's evolved eyes so far to the side. So she doesn't have binocular vision, and she can see predators coming from any direction.
She can see the French Foreign Legion spies and snipers on the roofs that are coming over.
That's why she's evolved that.
Oh man.
Apex prey.
He wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. use immunity.
He's not only
Which means, like,
that happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out
that either.
because they interviewed him on September 11th, and then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do.
Why the fuck
It's all
would you
hearsay.
get cross-examination
But to allow it
on
in
whether
that
or
way-
not they have enough evidence to go to trial?
Yeah.
This isn't a trial. You don't need cross-examination. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I mean, it does
for him
happen.
to just
But you
be
don't- it's
able
not like a
to also have
necessary
use immunity, knowing that he's
constitutional
not
right
going to be
to be able to
He could literally get up
cross-examine
there
people
and lie about anything
before they
and he's not going to
testify
get in
in
trouble
court.
because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not.
I think
He
you
said
pulled
much
it up,
more
but
than
you wanna, So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skyler, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember.
That's a big oof. That's a big oof.
That's a regular sized oof, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, I don't know, man. That sounds like something a Patsy would say. It was me. Look at the
I did it, by the way.
surveillance footage. It was me. I'm serious.
I actually sent the same messages to Liquid Zulu on the day of the shooting. It was me. I did it, Zulu.
Dude, if I ever do something like this, I'm fucked. I'm 6'5". Like, there's no mistaking me in the cameras. No one's gonna be like, well, it's somebody else. I'm fucked.
You need to become like 5'10" or something.
Yeah. The 5'10", you can get away with this. 6'5", there's nothing.
If I was
There's a
Andrew,
million.
I would be suing Candace for like a partial refund for this shit. Like we've wasted like 40 minutes and she still has only given us one piece of quote evidence as to why fucking he's a patsy. Like
What's the evidence that she gave?
Where's
She
my
hasn't
money?
given any yet.
Example, one inference, my bad. Inference.
But she never explained what the no, that's a claim. She's given a claim. That's it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You have to give a single piece of evidence so far on whether on how this makes him a patsy. The
I would
best
make a terrible
she has
patsy.
so
Well, she's
far
acting
is
as
that
if
she
it's
believes
evidence.
Lance is more involved and that it's potentially Lance. And like you could even make like a decent argument that like that's a possibility with fingerprints and et cetera, but nothing.
0%.
0%.
Ladies and gentlemen, 0% alcohol.
This, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the
She's
fact check.
never heard of
I
it.
literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that from the
Well,
time
I'm just saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
and then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801. Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that are
the
not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
Why is Andrew
So
going
the
along with
issue with
this?
his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing.
I think he's got to
She made a claim that
respond
all the
to.
evidence is hearsay.
Yeah, I think he's got to respond to anything, any like fact check that she's bringing up. He's got to respond to that. if he doesn't respond to a fact
it's his
check,
team
then it
that
looks
brought this up.
very bad to him. Even if it's his team.
Sure,
If
but
it's his team bringing it up, then he's got to respond to a fact check. But he definitely should circle it back around to, hey, this is the claim he made. The claim he made was that given his evidence, given his DNA or his fingerprints or what the fuck ever was most degraded, that implies that he was therefore a patsy. Can you show that to be the case?
Oh man. All right.
I'm just like I'm losing brain cells, man. I've already watched this once and now it's even worse.
Yeah.
I like this one though. I like this one. This
Like I said, we
factoid she's
talked about this
bringing
for
up.
an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
yeah,
I don't think she even said that. She said all of it was
she
hearsay.
said all of it was hearsay.
Yeah, she said all of it was hearsay. So he's weakened his claim. That's not a good move.
Objection hearsay.
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402.
So that's a concession. That's a concession. And also, fuck off with his Manect bullshit. Don't buy into his latest pyramid scheme. Please do not do that. Do not scan these QR codes
Allegedly.
to buy into his latest pyramid scheme, which I am alleging is a pyramid scheme, which I'm alleging that he is a scam artist. I'm alleging
Liquid Zulu's latest triangle scheme. Triangle schemes are much more stable than pyramid schemes.
I am alleging that PBD is a con artist.
Allegedly, and he will stand by his claim.
I am alleging that PBD is a con artist and that you should not buy into his Manect scheme, whatever the fuck that means. Sounds like a pyramid scheme to me. Do not buy into that. Absolutely bad idea. Okay.
PayPal me $450,000 to join my triangle scheme.
Join the I have a triangle scheme, much better. But yeah, so I think she's being retarded here. She's talking about how, like, the thing she's trying to prove, the thing she's supposed to prove, I should say, is that the evidence on the rifle, the DNA evidence, the fingerprint evidence, means that we have evidence that he is a patsy. She has never proven that. Never once in the debate.
I think she's actually made that claim. I don't think, if we go back, I don't think she ever actually made the claim that that is evidence. I think she's just ran from actually making any claim of evidence, while at the same time saying that she's explained it. But she hasn't actually ever even claimed that that is evidence of him being a patsy. She's just subverted the state's case while saying that there is evidence and that she's explained the evidence.
Yeah.
She's just been gaslighting the entire time. She's not actually ever made any claim that that was indeed evidence, much less given any real evidence.
The funniest part of the stream is later on when they play clips of her from previous shows where she's going completely like masked up crazy, like, you know, the Jews did it. It came to me in a dream, and then then Andrew was like, so what do you think of that? And she's like, why did you take me out of context? I'm like, incredible, incredible.
In what context is this true? Was it a joke? Was it a skit? Please admit right now that every time that you've made these claims, it's a joke and or a skit.
Yeah.
Please. Because that is an absolute W for the world and America and Erica Kirk and, you know, and Charlie Kirk's fans, etc. if you can just admit right now that you don't believe Israel did it and that you were just joking and that you like to joke about your dead friend being assassinated by Israel.
It can't happen yet, though. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah, BRB, by the way.
Yeah, so one of the things is he's waiting for his 1.5 hours that will begin 5 hours in the next 5 hours of this stream.
yeah. But I don't have much left in me, dog. I'm being
but there is a key moment
streaming.
No, there's a key moment there. There's a key moment where he just lays out what he's going to do. He's going to interrogate her claim by claim, and he just wants her to say yes or no if she supports a particular claim, and then they're going to... And she gets enraged. She starts controlling. She's like ready to walk out. She's like shaking based on him just explain. He's not even saying you have to do anything. He's like, this is the format I'm requesting.
Even tells her specifically and explicitly that if she is uncomfortable with the question, she can just say next question. And even that is like too much of an interrogation of her.
Now, I didn't understand initially the whole, like, what's the importance of this whole hearsay point she's making. And when you understand it, when a lawyer explains it to you, it becomes much, much dumber than her theory. It's basically for the sake of brevity, for the sake of doing things really, really fast, and for various financial reasons, they don't invite every single witness to give their testimony before the trial. They provide hearsay, meaning testimony about their future testimony. They discuss the testimony in the third person from the perspective of a cop or a detective, and then at trial, to avoid the hearsay problem, they actually bring the evidence. But if a detective says, I'm going to have a person show up at trial and says this and that, and they don't show up at trial and say this and that, that'll be devastating. But they never do. Like, it's almost always it's like 99.9% chance, guaranteed, it's going to happen at trial.
Like proof. This is some type of proof that they don't have evidence. Like, what she's doing is she's playing with the technicality of how the hearing goes for the sake of brevity and financial, etc. All of the reasons that this type of evidentiary hearing, has this type of process. And she's hoping that the audience hears the word hearsay and has watched enough Law and Order programs to know hearsay equals bad, therefore not real evidence, therefore somehow magically we get to Israel did it and the French Foreign Legion.
Yeah, there's a guy in chat who's like Mossad, who's basically questioning or laughing at us for not believing that Mossad never uses patsies. So you can actually go back and read about failed Mossad operations when they, tried to kill somebody in Qatar and it didn't work out, and where their agents got caught. Same thing with Russians and with many other agencies. They use like random professionals. So they use like a local mercenary. They use a local agent who speaks the language, who they recruit. And normally the methods they use are very, very direct. So it's put the explosive under the bed. It's put the laser pointer on the room so that the missile flies into it. It's the handset of his phone is going to blow up. It's the beepers. It's literally two guys with pistols, so that if one pistol jams or one person gets nervous, the other one finishes the job. And then those guys get caught. Those are the failures. So never actually had like why would you use? What's the utility of using Patsy Sniper? So that people will not accuse them of doing it. But why would they worry about that?
Well, no, I think the claim that Candace makes is that Tyler Robinson didn't even take the shot, right? There was a professional, and then they're using Tyler Robinson to say Tyler Robinson was the one who took the shot. That's like, that's like the claim.
Yeah, but that would be very uncharacteristic for Mossad, who
I agree,
who just pride themselves by saying, "Oh, we didn't do it," and everybody's saying, "Yes,
you'll never catch whoever did. We don't know who it was. It's just a mystery."
And the fact that the general PR stance that they have is yes, people should fear us, and yes, we are going to capture the guy from Argentina and bring him over and hang him, and it's going to be televised. So this is very uncharacteristic. I forgot who was this guy debating. I think he's debating either Andrew or Rob Noir was debating this guy, and he kept quoting, they're doing 400 assassinations per year. They're doing in a decade, they're doing 1,400 assassinations. And what are those? Have they ever used a rifle in one of those? No, it's missiles flying into buildings. Yeah, it's missiles flying into cars. It's explosives.
Yeah, it's very similar to when the left talks about tries to pump up their numbers on mass school shootings, and there's 350 mass school shootings in America every year, and then you're like, okay, yeah, but 2 of those were mass shootings with a depressed white kid on SSRIs that wrote a manifesto or whatever, and then 298 of them were black kids that got mad about a Facebook post and killed another black kid in a different gang. But it's dude, these aren't mass shootings.
One of the 3 kids in a parking lot shooting each other with BB guns. It's
right. When you go dig even deeper, it's they just pad the fuck out of the numbers for the sake of the argument in that moment.
And the targets, of course, active people trying to kill other people in 99.999% of cases. 999% of cases. And yet suddenly we have this guy who slightly insulted them, and so they set up this elaborate PR scheme to assassinate their greatest ally, while nobody can arrange a debate for Hassan Piker. Nobody can do that, right? He can stay up.
No, but why is it impossible that the bullet couldn't have traveled down his spine like the medical examiner said so? These grades of rounds can do so many things once they hit the body at
you understand. Particular angle. It's just so goofy, that's what they say.
Well, I've watched dozens of YouTube videos of people shooting at pig carcasses, and in not one of them did the bullet deflect. So clearly, statistically, this is a shot case. Never happens.
That makes you an expert.
All lies.
It makes you an expert in ballistics, of course.
Yeah, it does. Never got the rifle. Expert in ballistics.
I watched Demolition Ranch. He told me all about ballistics.
Yeah, I actually did watch FPS Russia, and that told me.
Now that's a real expert.
Now that FPS Russia, he told me that if you fire a 30-06, then it definitely will never deflect if it hits a neck.
He very specifically said that, in 20 years, if someone gets assassinated by being shot in the neck with a 30-06 and it deflects downwards, it was a fake. As we can see here, the 30-06 round, it goes directly through the target, through all the trees.
He was very thorough. He was scarily thorough, honestly.
Fires directly into space.
If man called Charlie Kirk, if he gets shot with 30-06, you dispute that shot. It was fake. It was fake. If man called Charlie Kirk, he gets shot in this way. That's exactly what he said. That was an FPS Russia video.
It was fake. It was fake, like my Russian accent. Not actually a Russian. Role playing the entire time, not a Russian.
I'm 7 hours in.
You gotta go to bed.
I'm going down, dude. I gotta get a little extra something to eat.
I gotta leave as well. I gotta go to uni. Gotta get my education.
Sorry. It would not be a Fabian Liberty or Liquid Zulu stream if we did not fail to get through an entire debate review.
It's 3 hours long.
By the way, before you go, I have Fabian. You gotta appreciate my conspiracy theory. Look behind her on the screen. Zoom in right now and look behind her at the Fabian.
Yeah.
Well, I posted it on the Discord anyway. Look at that stuff. What is that? Is that a rabid dog? Is that it's a lioness? Oh, I finally got it. It's a lioness waiting for the hunt.
No. It's the chupacabra.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how. Like the older that I've gotten, the more I have like a increased hatred for evil art. Like it's not something I ever like felt when I was younger. Like I never had a revulsion to art that is meaningless.
Like I always hated Picasso. You didn't have that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I was, a leftist when I was much, much younger, but like, it's only recently, like I think I was out with, my father and my little brother. We went out charter fishing. So we went out to Virginia Beach, and there was like some wind solar energy farm thing off to the side, right? Like they had solar panels on top of the wind turbines or whatever. And there was this piece of art, right? And I shudder to even call it art. It was just like mangled metal in like a kind of a concept of a sphere.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I was just looking at it and I was just like, what the fuck is that supposed to represent other than just like formlessness coming together in a form? Right? Like it was like looking at art representative of chaos itself being contained in the collective or something. And like, I remember looking at it and being like, this is like, I hate this so much, like genuine disdain. And now that I'm older and I see like shit like this, I'm like, what about you was drawn to this? Like this blurry, fuzzed out, animalistic, beast that has like that is out of focus. Like what about that spoke to you? I don't know, man.
It's a hungry lioness, man. It's a lioness that needs your super chats.
I have to say, like, as an artist, the quickest way to develop a disdain for artists is to interact with artists, right? Like being like in the last 10 or 15 years, I've been online on artist communities and Discord or whatever. I want to talk to people to learn techniques, and if you ever talk to them. There was this guy who was like, Picasso was the greatest painter ever. He mastered painting, he mastered all these skills, and then he decided to go do something else. And I'm like, yeah, he decided to go do something terrible. He moved on to do a bad job. And he's like, yeah, you talk to these people, they hate beauty. It's not even a lie. They're not even obfuscating it. They hate beauty. Like if you talk to the modern artists, right? They hate beauty, and you can talk to them. I don't recommend it. It'll lead to black pilling about the state of the humanities and the arts, and We're gonna work on the problem. We're fixing it. I'm working on the solution. We're gonna have a final solution to the bad art problem.
This is a preview. This is a preview of the art stream.
I will. I'm back. All right. It's gonna take some while for me to get used to it, but I'm back, boys. The occasional Monday, Wednesday stream. I appreciate you all. It was nice catching up with you. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here and close stream out. Get some food and
nice meeting you.
See ya. Oh, everyone on Fabian's stream, they can keep seeing this video on my stream. So I'm still going.
Just go to Liquid Zulu. I'm sure everyone in my stream knows who Liquid Zulu is, anyways.
Zal Zulu.
Zal Zulu. Foul Fabian. Everybody to give an FF in chat. Foul Fabian.
Foul Fabian.
Foul.
Everybody give a foul Fabian.
Yes, foul, and that's FOWL. He's saying I have a
foul Fabian
of the world. I fly above you all.
Everybody spam FF in chat.
Upon you.
High level respects for Scott. Foul Fabian.
I appreciate you guys. All right, I'm gonna get out of here.
Good night, mate.
Because I don't give a fuck. Peace.
Yeah, I should also hop out. I gotta go get on a motorcycle, get to uni. I'll see you all later.
I'll see ya.
Casimir, I
Drive
need
safe.
you. I need you to
Thank
stream
you.
it.
Yeah, Casimir, are you still around? Can you stream?
What?
Wait,
Can I stream?
can you like fucking goddamn
There's a link in Discord.
yeah? Can you screen
Oh,
share
wow.
that to Loppa?
Oh, okay, important. Let's try. Oh no. I'm legitimately on the edge of being a boomer.
Okay,
Guest
so
one.
yeah, exactly. Go guess one with no password.
Okay, no. No notification about admins group. Well, here we go.
Thank you. For whatever reason, my computer or like my network, however it's configured, I haven't changed it.
There's
but it
just
won't.
something fucked up about Floppa's Helio.
Yeah. Happens every time.
Yeah, that should work, sort of. Let me know if it disappears.
It's good so far. We're rolling.
We're rolling.
Well, let's get past this fucking Connect sponsor.
Yeah.
Some of those parts were quite
Sounds like
scientific.
you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
it was. Yes,
Okay.
that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at all.
other thing?
How many times did you? I mean, you watch the people here.
Again, what she claimed was it was all hearsay. Every single piece of it. It was. She keeps making these very specific claims that he doesn't press on, and I think that's bad
to
strategy.
Be fair, he's probably confused. Like,
yeah, that is fair. Like we are Monday morning quarterbacking him. Like, definitely we are doing that. But she did make the claim 0% chance it was him. And she also made the claim that all of it was hearsay in the trial.
maybe they should have had like notepads or something so they could write down each of their points.
Yeah, I definitely think they should have had notepads. I don't know if that was like discussed at all. Like maybe they weren't allowed it or something. But if they had like notepads or something, I think that would definitely improve this. Because she definitely made the claim.
At least.
I don't know. I think that he has like two good outs here when she's introducing a new fact. One of them is to just say, well, we'll fact check it later and skip it and just go next. And the other one is, if you can, apply common sense. So, like, ask her, so are you claiming that at trial there's going to be only hearsay and none of this will turn up as evidence? They don't actually have evidence. Is that what you're claiming? Which is like, yeah, she can do that, and we won't know the truth until the trial begins. So maybe she will make that stupid claim, but he doesn't actually have to address it right now.
But I still do think he should hammer in on these points. That she claimed 0% chance Tyler Robinson did it. That she is claiming that he was a patsy based upon the rifle evidence, the DNA and fingerprint evidence. Like, he should be hammering on these points.
Yeah, but we'll have that, Zulu, in part 5 out of 10 of the stream.
I mean, I'm good to keep going.
Yeah, no, I'm good too.
Yeah.
They constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing. And all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things.
So again, she said it was all hearsay, and she has not backed that up.
Things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from, all allowed at this stage. Okay. But it's hearsay. So
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus?
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on...
Yeah, I suppose that's why he took that standard of epistemology, that overwhelming just means he finds it convincing. Because it makes it a lot easier for him, because she's not going to be able to call that out.
Well, I mean, if she can do what she's been doing, I think that's fine for him, at least in the setting for this discussion, you know. I mean, it's obviously not great, but like I want to get back to the part where, you know, she has any evidence for him being a patsy. You know, that would be great at some point.
She just doesn't bring that up at all. Like, what is your evidence that he's a patsy? She just completely sidesteps that.
Yeah, she's interrogating him.
Is that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
he's wearing Converses, and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right. What did you find?
It's not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find.
Well, that's not what you said in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus.
I mean, that's why you should have walked it back in the beginning or had a different claim. I mean, he kind of walked into that himself, but
I mean, so I think he did kind of already do that. Like, he's already, because the overwhelming claim, he's not saying it's just that, and he didn't say that in the tweet. He didn't say it's just these things. So he can already say there's other things involved here, right? He can still do that. But what Candace can't do is claim that the rifle evidence is evidence that he was a patsy. And she hasn't done that.
Yeah, and there is also, in the meta of this debate, which we're not seeing, is there's many ways he can cut her down right now. He can say, well, yes, I grift on Twitter. Just like all grifters, I say radical things that I then walk back. That's the grift. That's how it works on Twitter. I need to get attention so that my more thoughtful and researched posts get noticed. I make exaggerated hyperbolic statements like everybody does, like you do, Candace. And by the way, the clip makers they're going to have a field day with your responses today. He could do that, and then she will, if it's cutting enough, she will stand up and end it.
The points that you find to be the most overwhelming, and you answered.
You mean from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me answer that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying.
Okay, go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep
Can I
going.
sell some more shoes, please?
Yeah, we gotta sell the shoes.
$2.
We gotta sell some shoes. Hey, PPD, what are those shoes you're wearing right now? Like, shut
By the way, he's wearing absolutely disgusting shoes. He has an ugly suit. Never wear black. Maybe this is dark blue and it's just a bad camera.
Look at how high his trousers are hiking up his legs right now.
Absolutely. I was about to say, you can see skin. What the fuck? And he has normal socks on. What? Also, white soles is disgusting. Black leather shoes are disgusting. He is going to like a gangster's funeral. That's how he's dressed.
Yeah, this is. And by the way, thank God I cut out all of his fucking ads. Like, because the guy's a scam artist. I don't want you to buy his shoes. I don't want to buy anything he makes. Do not buy anything PPD is trying to sell you. Do not. This is my recommendation to all my audience. Do not buy anything PPD is trying to sell you. Do not. It's going to be a bad idea. Okay?
Unless you're going to a funeral, don't wear black suits, okay?
Noble, do you ever follow the conversation? We're not saying we hate him because he's selling shoes. Like, if you're gonna dip out of the stream and miss all the context for why we hate him, then shut the fuck up.
Yeah, we hate him because he sells a pyramid scheme. He made his money out of a pyramid scheme. And he's now a shoe huckster. He just hucks shoes. Okay, I don't own a pair of those shoes. I don't know the quality of those shoes, but I'm gonna bet. I will bet money that they're not good shoes. I will bet money that they're not good shoes.
You don't need to bet money. You can just look at them and make that
they look very low quality.
I hate how he's dressed and how he positioned himself. It's weird.
Yeah, he looks like a joke character right now. He looks like he's pretending to be somebody.
I mean, that's his entire thing. Like, he's pretended to be a businessman. He's pretended to be I was gonna say an entrepreneur, but I guess that's similar. Like, there's an entire rabbit hole you can go down that many other people have talked about. Like, this guy is just a sham from top to bottom.
I liked the CoffeeZilla interviews with him. That's when I was like, oh, okay, so I should be racist. I should be prejudiced. There are no exceptions. I'm just kidding.
Well, tell us about this insurance company you have. Well, it started when I was in the army, you know?
Yeah.
No, the one with CoffeeZilla, the best one was, so you admit that this was unfair for your investors. Like, yes. So you're going to return the money. And he's like, I'm going to get back to you on that.
Yeah.
Would you like to take a quick break?
Doesn't matter to me either way.
If we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you guys in the middle of it.
Let's end it on what you find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you. Let's go back into the text conversation you were having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So, yeah, I used basically 3 pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those 3 pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid.
Like, you can just see he's like so much smarter here. Like, just unbelievably several standard deviations above her intelligence. Like, you can just tell.
approach is it feels a lot more honest too. Like that's also the thing, and I believe it is a lot more honest to approach the conversation like this versus what Candace has been doing. And because he's obviously more intelligent than Candace, like he's trying to plead to a more specific audience versus just the goy fish, as we said earlier.
Yeah.
And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so
he also has the advantage of having evidence on his side. That's pretty big.
Definitely helpful. This is what I always say to people when they want to debate. It's a massive advantage if you're actually correct. Like, if you're correct, that's a huge advantage in debate. Like, if you have the correct philosophy, that massively increases your chances of winning the debate. But you have to understand how to use that philosophy. You can get outmaneuvered and try and walk away your philosophy. You shouldn't. You should just stick to what you're saying. Stick to what you believe in.
Never break.
Yeah, do not break. Be radical. Accept the conclusions of your philosophy.
Legally, what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off, and yes, you are allowed to have an intuition, you are allowed to have a sense, and this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run
I can hear you
with themselves. Like, he wanted to get away with it, so he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he.
Yes, we're still streaming.
We assumed you fell asleep.
I woke up and came right back.
There we go.
Welcome back. Get your coffee.
Yeah. What do? I just come back to the admins group?
Yeah.
Either that or watch the stream I'm streaming.
Or, fall asleep. If you want to sleep, nobody's going to blame you. It's like a fucking billion o'clock in India.
I'll keep going.
What a champion.
There we go. Rational Frontiers joined the group. There we go. You're back.
What is she yapping about?
I don't know. Some nonsense.
I'm kind of lost in what her point is.
The point is that
remember saying
it's all preliminary. There's no defense yet. Okay, we know that, and this is the issue I've had the entire day actually today. I was talking to Candace Owens equivalents on X today, where there are people who don't understand comparative statements. So what's a comparative statement? For example, according to the information I currently have, I believe that the evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming. So what are we comparing it to? To before the state presented the evidence. And after the defense presents the counter evidence, I might change my position and I will say, well, now I'm not so overwhelmingly confident in the state's position. Those are fine, rational statements. And then you can say, this is how I got the inference. If the state is presenting all of this thing as hearsay, they're going to convert enough of it to evidence, and then the evidence will likely convict. That's my current opinion. And it's not just feelings. It didn't come to me in a dream. And what are your inferences? Can you build us a single logical strand?
He already asked her to do that, and she just keeps going on and on about just random shit. Like, he needs to be aggressive. He needs to actually. He invited her.
No, he can't.
Paid her money, and he needs to just be like, okay, prove this right now. Like,
no, he
shut up
can't.
about everything else.
The first hour and a half is her cross-exam of his position by the rules that she established. You understand? It's her home, her rules, her $300,000, her moderator. She declined Joe Rogan from moderating.
Jesus. Okay. Maybe I don't know the full setup here, but it seems ridiculous that Andrew just can't be a little bit more masculine about his approach, I guess.
I mean, people are calling him a loser for this, but he said for him it was Operation Let Her Talk.
Yeah.
He's letting her ramble, and the clip makers will make the actual content. And yes, they did.
Yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
Also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes.
Man, I might believe that Candace Owens thought those were written by Jane Austen. They were really They were really not deep. It was catch fascist is not a deep claim. That's not very
it's
deep.
the afterwards. Now, what happened was that there's like a timeline she's deliberately skipping, which is he was talking like a retard most of the time in those chats. And he was saying, I don't remember exact details, but he was like memeing. And then when he realized that they're hot on his trail, that he's going to get caught, and in fact that very soon he's likely going to have to probably surrender to avoid his home and his parents getting raided and his boyfriend getting raided by SWAT, that's the moment where he broke down and started confessing everything. And people do that all the time when they realize they're getting caught and they're emotional and dumb about it. It's like being dumb is one of the primary components of being a criminal.
Yeah.
That is true.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said, just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on.
She keeps making this fucking claim throughout this debate. You're allowed to do this. Okay, nobody's fucking disputing that, you bitch. You dumb bitch. You horrid, crooked, rancid bitch. Nobody is disputing that. You horrible bitch. Nobody has disputed that. At all. I'm actually allowed to dispute this. Nobody has disputed that. Nobody. No, not one person has disputed that. Okay? Not one person. So, how about you actually fucking engage with the substance of what is being talked about? This debate, with the knowledge now that Dave Smith has endorsed her, makes me only hate Dave Smith more. It makes me hate him so goddamn much. Like
I can imagine his dumbass face where he looks like he's on Xanax or something, or drunk, just like lifting his face and saying, "Oh yes, I endorse Candace, yes," and then dipping his head back down.
yeah,
I don't think he actually cares about this shit.
It's hard to engage with the substance of your claim if there is no substance to your claim.
yeah.
Like, it's actually impossible, which is what we're seeing here.
You can do a stream. You shouldn't. Don't do a stream of her interview with Dave Smith after this debate because it's boring and there's nothing to it.
I feel like I might have to though. Okay, I need to witness that, but I also need to be
You talk to
compensated
Dave?
for witnessing that. You know, like I feel like I have to see what happened there, but I cannot bring myself to see that unless I can potentially get super chat revenue.
You need like 300,000
Yeah,
Argentinian dollars.
I need-
Argentinian dollars.
I need 300,000 Zimbabwean ruples.
No, Zimbabwe is too much. Argentina, let's be moderate here. Okay.
Yeah, hang on, let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and masks and things like
So again, I think here he should just be bringing it back to the point. The point is she's trying to prove that because of the degraded evidence on the rifle, therefore he was a patsy. Just bring it back to that. Just keep bringing it back to that. How does that prove that? Right? Just keep bringing it back to it. But of course, I am being a Monday morning quarterback here. He's got to engage the points as easy.
Notepads.
They kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
Kind of
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what our client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be?
So, like, does she actually believe this? Does she actually genuinely believe that that's what's going to happen in the trial? I don't think she's
working backwards from a conclusion. that she already drew. I think she told on herself a lot when she said emphasized intuition over all the other things he made. I mean, he said.
Yeah, that's the philosophical point here, that the intuition is in effect her preset biases, and like she's going to completely reason towards that. And the argument is trust your intuition, right? Like what is
Everything is
intuition?
post hoc.
It's feelings, right? Like it's feelings over logic.
Yeah, it's just.
Well, she's drawing the lines in the wrong order.
Yep.
From the wrong place.
I just don't. My intuition tells me that I shouldn't trust somebody. That's my intuition. I should trust my intuition.
You got a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta trust my intuition, guys.
Someone who logged in to his Apple, George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages.
Does she actually think that that's going to happen? Like, does she actually think that's going to happen? Like, let's see. Let's see throughout the course of this trial, I guess. Like, I don't think that's going to happen. I really do not think that's going to happen. And will she update her priors in the, Bayesian terms? Will she update her priors? I don't think she will. I think she doesn't update her priors one iota if she in fact gets proven wrong and the defense doesn't bring up any one of her points. I don't think she updates her priors a single bit.
Zulu, the fact that it is possible, that something is possible within this scenario is all she needs to ride off into the sunset with. Like literally working backwards.
It's not just that. There are consequences to what she's doing. She is going to oust Erica Kirk. She is going to burn down TPUSA because it's not ran exactly how she would have run it if she replaced Charlie Kirk. She's going to do all of that, and then when proven wrong, she's gonna obviously take everything back. Pay back a restitution, pay back a compensation, rebuild the organization's reputation all on her own. She's going to do all of that with her show.
Of course.
That's what's going to happen, right, guys?
Of course.
Yep.
She is an honorable person. She would never be deceitful. That's what she's going to do, of course.
We trust our queens, all right?
Our black Kweens.
She is the modern day Cleopatra.
She should become Cleopatra in the movie The Odyssey.
Yeah.
She's just so beautiful. I'm stunned by her beauty.
The face that launched 10,000 ships.
The face that launched 10,000 conspiracy theories.
10,000 cicadas.
Boyfriend was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have a capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from? Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his, rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in.
See, the thing is, she will never be convinced. She will never be, even if every one of these things is proven to her, she will never be convinced. Not a chance she gets convinced. Ever. Ever. I will stake my reputation on this right now. Candace Owens will continue to maintain that there was some sort of kerfuffle, some sort of nonsense around the death of Charlie Kirk forever, no matter the evidence. I will stake my reputation on that right now.
I mean, her and her audience are like fucking fruit flies. They have like 140,000 neurons total, you know?
Yeah.
They just act on whim. And her intuition is, her whim gets her a lot of money. So she has no reason to actually stop and think or to like find truth in any way, because this is just so fucking profitable. It's all a grift.
To his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid.
Was PBD like writing up on that stand there?
Messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then
He was like writing up on it.
Yeah.
Want to feel the warmth of the laptop against his penis.
and the idea here is
You could see him like retracting it after it went to the wide cam. He was writing up on that laptop.
I wish PBD could actually be a decent moderator and try to like explain what's going on, because he's very good at like pretending like
to know anything.
He's following along. Yeah, but then he just starts yapping about random bullshit and hopes like someone will interject.
Yeah,
and make an actual point.
I actually a little bit disagree with most commentators. I think that if I'm a competent debater and I'm not being constantly interrupted, although there's ways to deal with that as well, I'd rather the moderator not intervene. If the moderator wants to prevent blood sports, then he should intervene, like implement one person speaking every 30 seconds or a minute or whatever that may be. That's the only reason the moderator is there, if the conversation is literally becomes inaudible. Outside of that, I want to have direct access and full control. I think he did intervene a few times.
I was just taking a jab at PBD.
No, I know. He did intervene in a positive manner a few times, but I think it's fine that he is like a fly on the wall.
Oh no, I agree. It's just funny that he's just using his laptop. He's too focused on, making sure his pants are the right temperature.
and that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And
I mean, yeah, he's like a fucking virgin.
Very classic criminal behavior.
Yeah.
Is it not?
Does she assume just criminals act rationally and like they're not sporadic or chaotic?
Let's take the example of the drug dealer on the side of the road. I mean, they also do this. Like that, many of the times, that's how they get caught, right?
Yeah.
Like,
they're fucking idiots.
This is not new. This is not new at all. Like, of course, like this guy just did something like that. He's going to
like what is the man? I assume you've seen this speech. What is the purpose of the speech? Do not talk to the cops by that lawyer guy.
The point is, anything you say will be used against you.
Can
Right?
and will be used against you in court.
Yes.
Yes,
Criminals often
don't-
do this.
Yes, don't release rap videos. I shot that guy on the cross between 5th and 9th. Don't do that.
This is a very common thing that people will speak to the police, and it ends up, incriminating them. Definitely. I actually bought a book by that guy. It's over there right now. About how to not speak to police. He explains in explicit detail how you're supposed to not speak to police and how you go about not speaking to the police.
I'll spoil you the main part of his recent update. In the United States, you now can't say, I plead the 5th. You have to say, I'll speak with you in the presence of my lawyer, and I want to see my lawyer now. So you never plead the 5th because you don't actually deny. I'm going to speak to you, officer. I'm going to reveal everything as soon as my lawyer gets here.
Yeah.
And then your lawyer gets here and he gives you advice. Oh, I'm sorry. I advise my client not to speak. And you're like, oh, I so wish to tell you everything. Unfortunately, my evil Jewish lawyer is telling you that I can't. I would have. I'm ready to pour, but I can't. He's forbidding me, and I have to follow his orders.
I love the Jews.
And the Jews are great. I love the Jews as well. This is my dispute with Love Life Anarchy, who was in chat earlier. The Jews have done many great things. I can't hate them.
Okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing.
What about a manifesto?
Yeah.
What about a manifesto?
Did he actually write the manifesto though, Zulu? Was that actually his writings?
Well, what if it was somebody else? What if it was France and Israel at the same time?
Yes, they stole his homework all throughout college, and then formulated this to leave it.
My Converse, I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. He didn't actually, none of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I have sources within the rock.
Again, you gotta watch the show. You gotta watch the show if you want the evidence.
Fabian was right.
Yeah, you gotta watch the show.
This is infuriating.
You have a source.
Why don't you put on the show right now and just tell us?
There's no way for us to.
Yeah, just tell us the evidence.
We already paid you. Yeah, we already paid you.
$300K. Tell us the evidence.
Verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well,
hang on.
You must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait.
You're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong
So
on?
what is your, sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned
What is he wrong on?
him in?
Well, no, I didn't say that.
You said
I
there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact checked pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because
Okay,
this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though. Why wouldn't
truly
the
negates
parents?
the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting. That doesn't negate the point. The point is that,
you know, his point is why haven't the parents come out and said, no, we never said any of that shit. We think our son is innocent.
Exactly.
Like,
or more cryptically, more defensively, just say, listen, the story you're getting in the news right now, we can't tell you more, but the story you're getting in the news right now is not the full story.
Yeah.
That's what people normally say if they're like being restrained.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why is none of that happening? Why is nothing approaching that happening?
Mossad has silenced them, that's why.
I can say that for sure because I am a Mossad agent. That is how we operate.
You're laughing, but I'm already making plans on how to prove her right. All I have to do, these were the French, these were the Jews. So it was the Frankfurt School, you understand? And the French philosophers, they created the leftist movement in the USA. They moved to the USA. They hated it. They hated how people were prosperous and happy all around them. They wrote about how they hate all of that. And so they subverted the men, subverted the women, made everybody unhappy, made men, have boyfriends and shoot people up. So actually, it is the Jews and the French. Checkmate. Checkmate, Andrew Wilson.
I am a French Mossad agent. That is my personality. I'm a French Mossad agent. Heil Netanyahu.
The only problem I can see with Casimir's logic is that Frankfurt's in Germany.
I think it's actually in Israel. It's in hold on. Frankfurt is in Greater Israel.
You said
Frankfurt is in Greater Israel. I think we can all agree on that.
No, I don't know about the Frankfurt school coming to the US, but they're not French then. They're German, right?
It's in Greater Israel or Greater France.
No, they're German Jews, but I'm also saying there were the French philosophers like that cross-eyed guy. I forgot his name.
I got it. I got what you're saying. That's a good sign.
We now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him. And we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robbins.
It's not easy to find out what covert operations did under covert operations.
Yeah, it's very secretive operation. It's very, very secretive. It was done by the Mossad and by the French Foreign Legion. Super, super secretive. But Candace Owens was able to suss it out. Like that's enough evidence that this isn't the case. That Candace Owens was able to suss out this top secret operation.
You're not getting it. View gives her a lot of special powers,
You're not getting it. You see, when a Republican gets accused of a paper crime, a Republican politician, they do like a 5 o'clock morning raid with SWAT and TV cameras announced in advance, terrifying their wives and their children, right? That's what they do. But then the way they pressure a leftist kid is they threaten him with letting him know that he's getting arrested and allowing him to come in himself instead of getting swatted. That's the pressure they applied to him, you see. That's how they control the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Candace Owens sussed this out is evidence that she's not sussed anything out.
And knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate that the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this. Yeah, we don't know that the parents. I didn't say that they did ever. Well, you're quoting the parents as having said. You said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was. You say involved. I don't want to misquote you. Confronted him. Yes. And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true. We can fact check that. Okay. Because we do have evidence. And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that. A thing not in dispute. These are all things that I'm not even disputing. Okay, so we don't have to show it. We never get to the thing that I am disputing. Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get discovery on the messages. That would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages? It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point. So let's get to the. They just could be somebody else. The parents fact check. So I was saying, I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis. Let's pull it up. Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at? Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry. Can you zoom in a little bit? Is this the charging doc? I can't see it. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home. Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document.
How is it proving her point?
It's not, you dumbass.
How is it proving her point?
It's just proving her point.
Let's try and predict. How is this proving her point? That Robinson didn't do the shooting.
I'll explain to you. No, I got this. Guys. You see, these are the charging documents that were signed allegedly by this undercover agent who took over documenting the evidence. And what he did is he fabricated the evidence. All of these statements currently highlighted, they were purely fabricated by him. That's what she's implying. She will never say that. She's implying all of this is a fabrication. It came to him in a dream. He's not going to be able to support any of that with witness statements. And what the prosecutor did is they took the document, the report that he wrote. They read about all of these victims. All of these witnesses. And they decided, we're going to just immediately use it in court. We're not going to fact check any bit of this hearsay. We're not going to check if we can convert any of this into statements at court. And we're just going to copy paste and use it. Now, maybe she's right. I mean, it is the government after all, but that's the strongest claim she has here. But she's not brave enough to actually say it. You have to deduce it, connect the dots like a smart member of her audience so that she has plausible deniability in those statements. Oh, I never said that.
Yeah, so...
Snaky.
I mean, can that even stand? So she's saying this proves her point. Let me just try and untangle this web here. She's saying that this statement proves her point, that Tyler Robinson definitely didn't do it. And the statement is that his father is reporting... No, actually, the specific claim is that his parents never claimed that he did it. And the specific claim is that his father said that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like his son. I mean...
No, you don't get it.
That definitely doesn't seem like it.
This was written by a suspicious person. Now you have to infer what being written by a suspicious person, by an undercover agent of the state, what it means. It means that if it says that he is guilty, you have to assume the opposite because that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think
this seems
has ever
ludicrous.
Heard of Occam's razor.
Yeah.
We have to run a mile.
But
to
I mean,
get to
at the very least, this thing doesn't prove. I suppose if we assume suspicious person means opposite, then yeah, this thing does prove what she's saying. So let's see what Candace says. Let's see what Candace is saying. How this proves what she's saying.
Prediction, nothing.
Yeah, so what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed.
Yeah.
Amber Robinson got...
She's not telling us how this proves that, in fact, the parents never said what they said.
Interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe...
Actually, you were supposed to show how that thing, which was just read, proved that parents never said that.
She's saying only one person wrote the actual statement, which means the agent who wrote down the statements of the other people.
In March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they tried to bring.
Why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
that's the question I've been asking.
The parents are not going to ever play in court.
Okay, so she's just not going to address that. She's just actually not going to say how exactly that thing proves what she was saying.
Yeah, it's all implication. So you see, only one of those statements was written by the person himself, and 2 of those statements were written by the agent. The agent is suspicious, therefore the whole thing is suspicious. Wait, one moment, Candace. One of those statements is written by the person, and he's not claiming it was forged. What exactly did they say in that statement, Candace, that we're glossing over now? Well, what was in that statement? What was it?
This is bad. This is probably the worst debate performance I have ever reviewed in any of my reviews.
This is yeah, but
barely a
but
debate.
wait. This is the Wookiee defense on steroids. This is the next level Wookiee defense. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's like, if it's a Wookiee, if it's suspicious, you must acquit. The fact that it doesn't logically follow, that's the benefit for our audience, you know? It doesn't have to.
This is...
I really hope...
Everybody who is a Candace supporter at this point forward is a disgusting human being. And I can't say my true thoughts about them, or else I get banned
Like
again.
Austin T3 in chat.
Wait, you think they're human beings?
Nah, not really.
It's a stretch.
Yeah. There's that Hopper quote about, like, you know, people who are not really people and they can be used as free goods. Like, that's a good quote here.
How are you this dense, Zulu? I mean, I don't know. I work hard at it.
Like, the more I listen to this woman, like,
Lifting weights.
it's so stupid because, like, she was supposed to explain it. Like, she was supposed to explain why this is, you know, why is the father, like, saying this, and, like, how is this fitting in, right? And she starts with that explanation again. Oh, you know, like this and this, and like she almost wants, you know, so that you forget what was the original question, and you get lost in the forest of whatever the hell she's saying, trying to make sense of it. And then you're like, oh, well, but she spoke a lot. She probably said something, you know? Like, that's the effect that is trying to be gained here. Like, you just get lost in the fucking, you know, hours of, like, disconnected consciousness streams that are coming to you.
Yeah.
You know, and
No. I highly disagree with you. She is painting. She's painting like a childish connect the dots thing, where she's priming the audience of what they're going to see among the dots, and she has to, like, place a lot of dots and then let the audience connect the dots. Now, I'm, like, trying to empathize with an absolute retard in her audience, and I sort of understand from talking to conspirators how they think, and this is how they think. The word suspicious, though, you know, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't make that much sense. All she has to do is say, you know, 2 out of the 3 statements were written by this agent. And but she never has to talk about the substance of them. The substance comes from the primacy of the mind of her audience. All she does, like any sort of totalitarian or leader or like you know, collectivist you know, manipulator, is she is enabling her audience. And that's why they so rapidly support her, because she connects cleanly with all of them. If she would have created a chain of logic to support her point, then her audience would be alienated, because you know, let's say 20% of them would understand and support that logic, and 80% would start being suspicious because it's not their theory. However, if she's vague signaling, then she clicks with 100% of her audience, because they can all find their own pattern in her dots. But she will never connect the dots for you.
What you're not taking into account, Casimir, what Austin T3 just said to me, is when she says, I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, she might be talking about us. You didn't consider that.
Yeah. Zulu, do you think she's a fan of Descartes?
I don't think she's a fan of anybody in particular. I don't think she understands any particular philosophy.
No, she doesn't understand the cards. She drives a van, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
like before we start, I want to say just one thing. Like, the more this interview goes, like the more this debate goes on, the more I'm liking French and Jewish people. You know, like they're great.
Big mistake. Big mistake.
That's coming from a Jew.
I have the pass. Fucking hate the French. Let's go.
Fair enough.
To the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But they're
forever.
playing to somebody else who's your source.
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone else
I
who's
don't
your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media
yeah.
this is not true.
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
You would nary find a lawyer who would tell you to go. Like, shut up, bitch. Cunt, bitch.
This mother,
especially when your son
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up for, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is,
hold on, guys. Look at this shoe. Look at this shoe.
It's a pretty bad shoe.
This is a great shoe. This is a great shoe, bro. We got to buy this shoe. Andrew's in the new FLB shoe.
Bro,
yeah, what does that say?
Can you guess what? Can you get Zulu? Can you guess the price
600
of these?
Hold on, let me try and guess the price of the shoe.
Shit.
I'm gonna guess $100.
That's way too much for a shoe.
You're a little off.
Am I off? Which direction am I off on?
Get up. Go up.
Go up.
Oh my god! No, $120.
No more.
$150.
No, keep going.
You're
200.
order of magnitude.
You need to double it and then keep going up a little more.
$300.
More. More.
No, more.
$700.
Okay,
less.
With shipping. Yes.
$600.
$600. Yes, you nailed it. There you go.
What
And
the
it's a
fuck?
bad shoe at that.
It costs 600. Oh, I got to scan this QR code. I got to see this for myself. 600. There's no way.
It only got a 4-star.
There's no way. I got
the worst color.
Like, what's so special about the shoe?
It's
449 pounds. Yes, 500 quid.
Yes.
500 quid.
Yes.
How is this shoe cost so much? How does a shoe cost that much?
Exactly.
This is nonsense.
I need
to
find
leather. Does it even look good?
No, I need to find that guy who cuts up shoes in half. See if he cut this shoe in half, so we can see. I mean, maybe listen. Okay, I'll defend the shoe industry. Maybe it's actually like a full stitch construction. It's fully stitched. It's not glued, and the leather is super good. And it's like 2 layers of leather from the best tannery in the world. And then
like
still,
500 quid.
There will be Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Still, with all of those qualities, for this type of shoe, it would be like $200 less.
Yeah.
Like I could see a roof for this at like 400, 600. You're paying for that "Future looks bright" writing on the bottom of the sole, which is, by the way, that's piece de resistance.
Do you not know the art of Riz, Zulu? Don't you think you'd have way more subscribers if you wore a Gucci belt every stream, like around your neck?
Yeah,
Bro, no, wait.
it is like
I take everything back.
it's,
Zulu,
it's
I
so
take everything
brown.
back. I take everything back. This shoe is a brilliant work of art. It is perfectly symbolic. It's actually objectively a good work of art for him. So you see, you get a white sole. You pay $600 for a white sole shoe, leather shoe, which makes you look bad, but it doesn't matter. That's part of the thing. And then on the white sole, it says "The future looks bright." And then as you wear that shoe and, crap gets all over your future, you look down and the future is like smeared in every...
Your future gets less and less bright over time.
Yeah.
Like this is a
was about to say
retarded
that.
shoe. This is a retarded person's shoe.
It's a retarded shoe. And anybody who is paying like $600 for a shoe is not going to have a bright future for a very long time.
Can we see the reviews? Can we see what the negative reviews?
No,
of that
we
shoe
can't.
were?
There's no negative review. No a chance.
Oh.
Well, let me look at this up.
retards.
Valuetainment show. Valuetainment. This is their shoe for £500. Jesus Christ.
Mostly people are complaining about receiving wrong size, which is what you should get when you order a $600 shoe. You should definitely mess up your order, or not receiving them at all.
Marco.
Okay, this is a fake review. $600? Question mark? Bro, you're a used car salesman.
No value.
Bro, valuetainment. Oh my god.
They feel like $10 shoes.
That's not good.
my
That's not a
God.
good thing. Okay, let me see if I can sort by 1-star reviews.
I actually do own a pair with like a similar construction. I got them to like chillax in the office, and obviously I got the black sole because why would you go with the white sole shoes? But definitely not for $600.
Well,
wait.
ordered 2 pairs, and after 5 months of waiting, received 1 very nice shoe. Fit excellent, but not worth 5 months. As for the second pair, waiting 10 months. Waiting asks for refund. Waiting on refund.
Nice.
So he's not got a very good accounting department. Ordered
I
in
have to say
black.
though, Zulu,
Someone
we're being
said-
too harsh on this. This is supply and demand. Clearly, the demand is so high that the price is right.
Clearly
Not a
people
good fit for
clearly
me. That
people
shoe is
want
making-
fucking PBD. It's the same fucking thing with Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban, he's not a good businessman. Okay. Mark Cuban, I want to go off about Mark Cuban right now. Mark Cuban
ahead.
is not like some excellent businessman. Mark Cuban, do you want to know how he made his money? He did broadcast.com and Yahoo bought him out for like it would be cheaper for them to pay people on the street $10,000 to use an alternative to broadcast.com. It would be cheaper for them to do that. Like, he just scammed Yahoo out of billions of dollars, and that's how Mark Cuban made his money. These are the people that, like, are telling you about business. They're just scam artists, basically.
Someone said, not a good fit for me. The shoe is making noise. They're like clown shoes or something. And it seems like a low quality
It
item.
looks like a clown shoe.
Wait, he fucking charges for return.
Jesus Christ.
They say it's a free return. He charges for the free return.
Yeah, I think PBD should probably be excluded from all business. He should probably be pushed out into the frontiers. I want to see a reality show where PBD has to like make a life for himself as a hunter-gatherer. I think that is the proper life for him. I want to see PBD as a hunter-gatherer type of person. Like, I want to see PBD living as Homo habilis. That's what I want to see.
Zulu, you have a new dono goal. Everybody's giving you money to buy the shoes, so we can get a first review.
So I decided to check. There's a website I like called herringshoes.co.uk, and they have trainers and sneakers as part of their collection. And I decided to see because they have like the highest quality shoes. The prices depends on where they're manufactured. So like a nice pair of brown sneakers that look better than what he sells. They are close to $300. No, $400. So about right. And they are the origin is in the UK. So they're made in UK shoes. You have to understand how much of a difference that is. Okay. You actually pay a British person to make them in Britain, probably a migrant, but it doesn't matter. And now if you order from China or Spain or Mexico or Brazil, then the price should be half.
Yep.
And I'm guessing that the 2 months wait is because he's ordering small batches from China or from Italy. I don't know.
They still look way better, though.
What I'm looking at, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, also, if you look at if he's wearing the same shoe, it kind of looks like clown shoes. Like,
yeah, they make noise like clown shoes too.
Yeah,
Probably a
who
little
would
weak.
buy this? Like, this is like what is the target audience? Like, morons with money? Like, is that the target audience for this?
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's
Or
every
like,
business he's ever had. Morons with money. That's all of his business acumen. Is let's jip out money from morons. Morons with a lot of money, let's jip him. That's his entire business.
The more you talk, the more I like him. Maybe it's the Jewish part.
I think does he have gypsy heritage?
No, I think he's an
Iranian, right?
He's an Iranian Jew or something.
He's some sort of gyppish culture.
Go to his early life section. Find the truth.
Oh my god. His father is Assyrian and his mother is Armenian. Okay,
that's kind of gyppish.
Oh, Armenian.
I like Armenians and Assyrians, so I'm not gonna say anything. But don't look up middleman minorities. Okay, don't do that.
That like Armenians are like the other type of Jews back in the day, right? Like the Ottomans considered them basically the Jews.
He's just got that extremely scammy personality type, like of a street vendor, you know. Except he was like one of the successful ones.
Yeah, he just feels like he drops like a bracelet on my feet and goes, "Pay me."
Yeah, that's. It is free, except. You know, my family needs money right now.
Yeah, I give you this gift. I give you this gift. Pay me. That feels like the phenotype that we're dealing with here.
Yes. Unironically, though, like, God, dude, the rabbit holes I went down with this guy, I was like, I always thought he fell off, but I never developed an opinion until I started like doing any amount of research, and I was like, holy shit. Why is this guy rich?
No, I understand why he's wearing those shoes now, because they're in the shot. It's product placement. So he's just good hustle. I take everything back. Love the guy. Amazing. Keep
Best
doing a good
businessman.
job. Best businessman. Love the good deal. The art of the deal.
Deal.
Those two. Okay.
Nobody's done it like him.
But let me ask you: do those look like $600 shoes to you?
No, I wouldn't pay shit for them. Like you couldn't sell me them.
I thought they
But
were
they're
like
not even
I thought
good.
they were like $50 or something.
No, they do look like $50 shoes, yes.
Less.
Like
They're so
even
tacky.
Andrew Wilson's fit looks like significantly more comfortable and better.
Yeah. Like I definitely like what the shoes that Andrew's wearing.
Yeah,
And those
Andrew's
are
shoes.
nice enough
I
shoes.
pay
Why-
more money for Andrew's shoes than I would for PBD
Yeah.
shoes.
Like, why
Exactly.
is his pants that high though? I thought he got his shit
They're so
tailored.
hiked up. They're so hiked up. I give you best price on
Looks so
pants.
bad.
I give you best price on suit.
It's not like he's lost weight or anything. Like he's been relatively
No,
the
I mean,
same
He didn't
size.
gain height.
I understand.
Definitely not.
I got it, guys. We're all wrong. You gotta stop hating on him. In a few months, he's gonna release a collection of socks, and everything will click.
Otherwise, he had to have gained like a foot of height. He got the leg surgery, which gives him like a foot of height.
Holy shit, man.
Like
Oh my
PBD,
God.
you need to PBD if you're watching this, you need to stop everything you're doing and improve. Like it's
Yeah.
bad. It's very bad. These
Yep.
shoes, they're not good. They're not worth $600.
He sells a $75 tie. I think that's the one he's wearing. Oh no, wait. Does he have a tie?
Who knows?
Yeah,
Who
there is-
knows? Did
there
anybody
is.
notice a tie? Just real quick, did anybody notice a tie on him?
I mean, you could zoom
think I
into
see
it and like.
I think I see this one.
See, for $600, you could make a mold of your foot, send it to a Chinese custom shoemaker in Shanghai, and within less months than it takes him to deliver his slop, actually get a proper shoe that will fit like tailored suits.
You could get a fucking actual like cobbler to measure your foot
Yeah.
for 600 quid. You could get
In Britain,
You could just-
yes, in Britain.
you could just go to a cobbler and go, hey, I want you to measure my foot, every dimension of my foot, and give me the best shoe possible. You could
But does
probably do
Future
that.
Looks Bright. Is that on the bottom of it?
There wouldn't be a future looks bright logo on the bottom, unfortunately. You wouldn't
Then,
get
then I don't want it.
you wouldn't get the Manect, goddamn QR code. You wouldn't get the QR code on the bottom.
And the lion logo. You're forgetting about that
Yeah,
as well.
I know. You wouldn't get the lion logo on the ball. I'm surprised he isn't
Yeah.
like deliberately flexing his foot up to like show it off. Like he's showing some restraint here.
I'm proud of
Your
him.
gate.
To what this is, we have not seen any proof that that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell, and Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on
"Oh,
the statements of
well,
the
it's him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why. Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that information?
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're no. They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
yeah.
the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding.
No, he's being dumb here.
Allowed to present anything.
They are.
Explain.
He's wasting time, first of all. And she's kind of right. Like when she said, well, they don't have to defend it immediately. That is actually the correct point. The only thing they're worried about is public opinion damage. That has already occurred. Ship has sailed. And so if they have a refutation, they will keep it for the trial. But what he should be doing is he should be making conditional statements. So are you saying that you just said, basically you're implying that the agent lied in this document, that he's misrepresenting the truth, and the defense at trial is going to refute all that and force her to say again, yes, that's what I mean. And then just say to that, in the debate you say, okay, well, let's move on to the next topic. I guess we'll see very soon if you're right.
And also, she would be very reticent to, accept such a thing because she's very concerned about getting defamation suits against her. Clearly, she is. I keep getting fucking nuked on my goddamn camera. It keeps flashing red on.
There's a communist in your camera.
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly, if you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, like what you're doing at this stage of the hearing
one
is the
for
state
$2 here, Zula. I hope this helps buy the shoes now.
To go forth
Thank
the
you very much.
The reason why there's this extraordinary.
Everyone donate to help Zula buy the shoes from Go Taxivators for $5. Thank you very much.
And okay, I just
so the shoe fund from Condor, $21.85 for $2.
Meet in court.
Thank you very much.
And for the defense to essentially present an argument
close
to the state
enough to buy these shoes, apparently.
We find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective, and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal. Right. So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, nope, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second. We're here. Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me. right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence.
Again, she never evidenced the claim that because there was, degraded prints or degraded evidence or whatever the fuck she said on the rifle, therefore he's a patsy. She never did that. Not once did she do that.
The other thing she's not doing is she did make a positive claim here. She said that it will come out at trial that it will come out in the dismissal. They will challenge these things, and she predicts that it might get dismissed or at least credibly challenged because the agent wrote things that the parents don't actually say or do, that he recorded incorrect information that's going to be demonstrated as defective. That should put her in the 50-50 camp because she doesn't know that for sure. There's no evidence to support that claim that that this is manipulated. I mean, yes, the person, let's say we concede the person is very shady, but lying on court documents has consequences. Committing perjury has consequences. And he signed his name to it. So for him to commit perjury, that's a serious deal. Even with I'm not even sure it's protected by qualified immunity, to be honest, when you write a document like that. So she should be 50-50. The fact that she says I'm 0%, means that you have some evidence, some positive evidence that he is actually lying. And when asked about that, she says, well, he looks suspicious.
Remember, 0%, she had a 0% claim, right? So she has not only positive evidence, she says she has definitive evidence. And we have seen not even an inkling of positive evidence till now. We have just seen Descartes' demon come over again and again, in effect.
Yeah, it's the state. They always lie on charging documents. Actually, the last time they lied on charging documents, it was probably some kind of a major scandal many years ago, and nothing like that has ever happened since. They make mistakes, but to allege that entire paragraphs, all of that is a lie, that there's no, she's not alleging there's a small mistake there. She's alleging the whole, not a misstatement of the exact phrasing that could happen. They converted the phrasing from a mild to an incriminating one. No, she claims the whole thing is fake.
Exactly.
Reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you brought up, every point that you brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be.
It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody have a problem, actually. Least of all me.
Did she say that the charging documents were pretty much fabricated or illegitimate in some way?
She said that 2 of the 3 stories that were recorded were written by an agent who is an undercover police officer, undercover agent, and that's very shady. And she claims that those statements where it describes what the parents felt, what the parents advised, what they did, that those statements, as far as they're incriminating Tyler Robinson, that the incrimination within them was fabricated by him as an agent of the state.
Ah, okay.
And she even, I believe, said that directly a few minutes ago.
What's her evidence of this?
Oh, nothing.
Great.
Because he's an undercover agent, and she doesn't know his history or what he did. She doesn't know, and when she doesn't know, that's suspicious. And when it's suspicious, it means he's lying. But she didn't actually connect the dot. I'm connecting the dot as a member of her audience. That's how they feel. That when you debate them, that's what they're going to tell you. But she's not saying that. She keeps her immunity.
A bunch of spineless fucking cowards, dude. Holy shit. Just say it. Say what you mean.
I mean, she's right. She did get sued for defamation. She is an ANCAP victim in this. So, it should be legal to say that this or that person is, not what they seem, quote unquote. And she is getting pursued for that, and she'll probably lose a whole bunch of money and have to pay leftists in Europe a whole bunch of money from her subscribers. I believe that is still happening, and so she has to be cautious here. But there is a limit to that. The reason she has to be cautious is because it is defamation. If it wasn't defamation, if she had evidence, she would not need to be cautious, because she would be able to say, hey, here is the evidence. I don't have any opinions. I'm just saying it's 2 + 2 = 4. That's not my opinion. That's just what I'm observing. If you observe something else, well, God bless you. But because it's all riding on her feelings and vibes, that's why she has to defamation dodge in answering Andrew.
So the only point of this is just to get her narrative out there. Is that it?
No, the point is that she is in this debate doing reputation control, because multiple people called her out to debate these points, and they put money on the line, and it would just destroy her reputation if she didn't take the money. When she tried to raise the amount to $500,000, which she did as a joke, many in her audience paused, and she had a very negative feedback for that tweet. And so she rolled it back and said, well, if it's going to be PBD and in my home and $300,000, only then I'm going to do it. But if it's Joe Rogan or some neutral platform with many more views, then I'll demand $500,000 for it. And so they accepted all of her terms. So she's doing this type of damage control here. And yes, I can empathize. It's bad that we have defamation lawsuits. It's bad that the state gets involved into measuring the truth. Very bad. But the reason she has to be even in that realm of danger is because there's no facts being discussed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair enough. You can play it.
You, any of your fans, anybody saying, in fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense, or it's wackadoo stuff, or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like, you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay. I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem.
She's so fucking lost
with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
we know you don't understand this, Candace. We understand.
No. No, you're wrong. She does understand. This is the reversal. She's buying time right now.
Yeah.
Because he's destroying her. Right now, he is cooking. He's like, I don't care to defend my position. I don't care about your 0%. I don't care about my 80%. I have other stuff to discuss with you. Really, I'm here to talk to you about other things, which statements you've made, which are far more devastating than your 0%. You've made some positive claims, lady. We're going to interrogate your evidence today. And her response to that statement is to like stall, misdirect, emote, pretend like he said some nonsense. I think that's gold. I'm so glad he got this footage.
Allowed to use. This is what my problem is. You guys are not like, you guys think while it's illegal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So
shut the fuck up, you bitch. Think while it's illegal. Think while it's illegal. You're allowed to think. You're allowed. We know, bitch. Nobody's disputing this.
You're allowed to be a retard.
But anyway, going back to you saying
said this, if not more.
She said it so goddamn often. You're allowed. I'm allowed to think. Like, shut up, you bitch. Shut up, bitch. Bitch.
You're also allowed to say what your evidence is, but you haven't done it.
She is allowed to, but she hasn't.
I've seen this a lot. I've seen this tendency in a lot of people, and like even good people. I'm not gonna say it's just in like these sorts of people. Like when people are talking morality, hey, you shouldn't do that. Yeah, well, I'm allowed to do that. I'm not violating anybody's rights. Yeah, we didn't say that.
Yeah,
like it's not about the legal point here. We're saying there are more things here than just being allowed to do things. You're allowed to jump off a building, like especially like from our perspective, but you shouldn't do that, should you? You know.
I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm
specifically, she's looking at the gun evidence and inferring that he's a patsy, and she has not evidenced that at all.
Inferring that they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition. In fact, what we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing.
God, Andrew's cooking, actually.
So
yeah.
If you
Right?
Who the fuck watched this and thought Candace was doing well?
Right?
Retards.
Like this
Retards.
is absolute cooking.
want to pull that up. This is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery.
I don't watch
April
much of his
1st.
content, but I'm
They did
impressed
not.
here.
That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16 Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery
Where's the show
documents.
cause?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to.
You know, I think what's really absurd is that you had to give $300,000 to get this debate to happen. I think that's absurd. That's an absurd amount of money to give over.
Yeah, which is why I'm like kind of disappointed why he doesn't bring it back to the claims she made a lot quicker. Like I get that was his strategy to let her ramble on and catch her in clips and stuff, but like I feel like it would have been far more effective to just like, we're not going to move from this point until you answer it right now.
No, you
and
don't
just keep saying that. This is her team set the rules for this. Okay, I know that part's just frustrating.
Yeah, it is, and this is what they rely on. It's the first hour and a half. They're coming close, almost there.
God, 6 hours of just
hear what they have to say about
nonsense.
Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage.
Sorry, an hour 30.
Point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need to.
There's no disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
did she just learn that phrase yesterday?
Oh my God.
She just learned that phrase yesterday, I think. Like, what are you talking about? He's not making a transcendental argument or anything of the sort.
She tried to integralize this
what he said
transcendental word, and it left her discombobulated. Okay.
Yeah. Because your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you.
No, but I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
because
problematic, that you decide that it trips into something else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the things that you said. And we should discuss
the screwdriver as well.
So, and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about. Not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should. Yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said.
I keep getting fucking nuked on my camera. I need to.
I know. I see that.
I do have. I did buy a new webcam. I maybe need to install it. Sweet. Because I keep getting this fucking nuking after it runs too long.
It's a lighting setting. Do you have a light that's in front of your or behind your monitor? Because that would fix the issue for the most part.
I do have a light over there, so maybe I could turn that on.
The issue is different. I bought one of those. I'll tell you which camera I bought. I think people are fairly happy with the quality increase. But if you touch it, if I turn it on right now, in 5 minutes, it'll be scorching hot. And I think eventually it will start failing because of that. So what I've been doing is I actually did attach an aluminum heatsink to the back of it, and I have a tiny fan blowing on it the entire time. So you gotta work on your cooling. That's the issue.
Is it a DSLR?
No, it's a webcam.
No. In both our cases, these are webcams. They get really hot.
Do you know what model it is? Is it a Brio or one of the C's?
My one is just a Chinesium camera. Nulaxi.
Oh, well, that's the
Chinesium camera. I've been using it for years.
For 4 years, and it's never had this issue. It's worked perfectly fine.
The new one I bought was Elgato. An Elgato big boy camera. This one's just a Chinesium camera.
See, what Elgato did is they have like the size of the camera is approximately like mine, but the case is like 5 times larger in volume, so they can actually cool it properly.
I like Logitech's cameras. They're like really consistent with their quality, and like I said, if you want mine, I have a Brio.
Nigga, you don't even use a fucking camera.
Okay, well, for my streams, I do. Come on.
Do you? I don't know. I watch those.
Yeah.
I haven't seen what Flower looks like right now.
Like I've done like 6-hour Smash streams where I've had a camera.
We're blue balling the audience hardcore right now.
Yeah, sorry. I've just seen him get nuked like 6 times now.
Yeah, I keep getting nuked. I don't like it. I'm gonna have to change my camera out.
Want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
Whenever Zulu gets nuked, it's like a complete red flash. It's like he's losing HP by listening to Candace.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Validated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure. I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and get into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing,
would also look at this business conference thing. There's Patrick Bet-David and Jake Paul here.
Okay.
Scammer.
Would you go here? Would you guys want to do business with these people?
They're business leaders, number one.
Yeah, they're entrepreneurs and leaders, man.
No, man. Not really.
They've awarded them.
Come on, whip from the audience, whip. We're almost there.
Let's proceed.
Almost the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now.
Oh wait, hold on. It is in the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. The Scammer Central. I just had to say.
The state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler.
So again, he asked, what evidence would you need to see for you to think that it was Tyler Robinson? And she's just not answering.
Her own eyes.
No, she oh, okay, come on. She does just now. If they have them on clear video taking the shot, we can like zoom in on his eyelids. You know, you can see the whites of his eye in the video. Then she would be convinced, right? If there was a drone flying right next to him, you know. But you have to say, give her points. She's grandstanding. This is the correct thing to do. She caught on that Andrew is about to switch to the interrogator mode, and so she's trying to score as many points as possible. Correct thing to do.
I think it's slimy. I think she's a slimy person. She's slimy.
Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by.
Question is, what evidence would you be convinced by that Tyler Robinson did it? And is she answering this question to the audience? Is she answering?
The feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not.
Is she answering that to the audience?
No.
Asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But
she's just asking more questions.
She's jacking off. JAQ.
Yeah.
Jacking off. She isn't actually answering the fucking question. The question was, what evidence would you need to accept that Tyler Robinson did it? She just keeps asking more questions. Like, what? But what is the answer to the question?
Got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt
she needs no more doubt.
A photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter.
You're still not answering.
They traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned. We know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI. This was the testimony.
Yeah, she is just preaching here. She's not actually answering the question at all.
Of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI, and then she says she gets a call on the 13th, and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back.
again, Candace,
I mean,
the
what if
question
the guy
was,
meets for
how do
coffee
you,
or something?
what evidence would you require before you believe that Tyler Robinson did the crime? Again, Candace, that was the question. You're not answering that question.
You see, there's a sus backpack, and like this other thing is sus, and this other thing is sus, and this other thing is sus.
It's just, yeah, she just keeps fucking jacking off.
Literally preaching to her own audience, like just trying to reaffirm their biases or their suspicions, I guess.
It's nonsense.
That's like, why would you give it back? You'd act like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was, we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is
what's the evidence that you would find convincing?
Some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence.
The question was,
when you
what
learn
evidence would you
that
find
the
convincing?
car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale.
She's buying time.
That should be sitting in evidence, and any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been...
Look, I might be unfair here. In asking her to actually answer the fucking question. I don't think that I'm being fucking unfair here. Just ask the question.
You are. You missed this whole point. Andrew already conceded that. He asked her, she gave an answer, and he said, okay, I understand. Now I'm about to prosecute you. And she said, I'm ready to be prosecuted, and then went into a 5 or 6 or maybe even, I don't know how long we're listening, rant where she makes more claims. She's basically filibustering right now, and Andrew is allowing her to talk, primarily because he knows he has at least an hour and a half more. And what he wants to say next, what I predict him to say is, listen, you've just been speaking for 7 minutes, so now let me introduce my case.
I think, no, but PBD asked her the question very directly. What evidence would you require?
Oh, then I'm wrong. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. Well, in any case,
that's why she's looking at him. That's why she's looking at PBD the entire time, despite not answering his question.
Yeah, PBD asked her, what evidence would you require to believe that Tyler Robinson did it? In effect.
Yeah. And then that's when this tirade.
He has not yet answered a single question. As I've said, like, it's just a stream of consciousness to like say anything long enough so that you forget what the question was.
Yeah.
You know?
This is nonsense. I can't say what I was about to say.
Funny is that PBD does this exact same technique when he's like interviewed on and asked a really tough question that he doesn't want to answer directly. He does the same strategy.
Oof.
Involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be an evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. It's like defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVUs washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. The feds were in control of the courtyard.
Again, what she's trying to answer here is the question, What evidence would you require, Candace Owens, for you to believe that was Tyler Robinson? She's not answering any of this. Not an answer.
So in order for anybody to
PBD should have cut her off
that was
after like 2 minutes.
Cut her off after fucking
he was a
30
good moderator.
seconds.
Yeah.
To speak, I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing
That wasn't the question.
things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario?
That's nice, Candace.
Of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident.
What evidence, though?
The various.
Wait, but what is your answer to the
It
question?
just doesn't look right.
What is your answer to the question,
Okay,
though?
so go back to
So she just doesn't answer the question. She just does not answer the question. What is your answer to the question, though?
the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
Something, if they had,
Oh my God, he did
here
it.
we have him, he took the shot, here it is, and then I'd be like, great.
Okay, great. PBD, I take back everything I have ever said about you.
No,
Beautiful man.
Redeemed.
He did the
Will
only
you buy the
logical-
shoe?
Redeemed!
He only had one answer.
Will you buy the shoe?
I'm gonna buy the shoe tonight. I'm buying the shoe right now.
Tonight, I'm doing it now. I'm putting in my credit card information right now.
Great.
okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is, and then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying,
But you basically get no case.
what?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the
Sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
you're-
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
One
but,
clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates,
If
you
you're
know,
asked
like-
the question, what would it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me, Andrew. What would it take to convince you that the oppositional is true,
Patsy.
right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right, and is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay,
just a
I
good.
don't disagree with
just
that.
a
We haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
just to
You can notice that she's immediately interrupting him. She's immediately trying to interject into his statements.
Because he's making a comparison. He actually quickly answered the question. In fact, I think he truncated it too much. He could have given an example. My instinct was to give an example. And he was like, no, not even going to give an example. I'm going to make a contrast. I can answer that question in under 30 seconds conclusively. And what's your follow-up? And her follow-up is trying to interrupt that because by contrast, it's so awful.
qualify this. So there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him.
Yeah.
So you're saying yes to that.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience.
They're not 0%.
No, yeah, 0.
She said 0%. It's now officially also the longest Zulu stream ever. Apparently.
Let's go.
There we
I
go.
was here live. For history.
Consider that from
Without question.
for you. Is there
I would actually say her story because I'm a feminist.
Oh, my bad. Don't cancel me.
anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy? the
Of
government
course,
was-
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, you know, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made absent, this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now. Yeah.
You want to get into it? Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
Ad break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk.
Oh my God! Why now?
Let me go
Why
take
now?
a piss first. Let me go take a piss. You guys can continue.
I mean, she was about to be destroyed. Why now? Like, why?
No,
Why did it pause now?
No, it's
So she
you gotta sell shoes, man.
Fucking shoes. Like, I'm canceling my order through the shoes, man. Like, fuck this guy.
So her standard of
I
evidence
know.
that is required is like literal. This is exactly like we can see into his wallet that's his ID. But wait, this is not enough. Like we need to be able to test his DNA through the camera and then like do a 1-to-1 comparison or something.
Yeah,
Like how far do we need to take this?
exactly. Like, we should hack his website and like order negative shoes. Like he pays us the money, we send him the shoes.
Do you think she's a fan of flock cameras?
Probably
No,
not.
no,
But,
she's not.
yeah, but not for the right.
I don't see why. It would get her plenty of evidence, Everything she needs. Just have a flock camera on every corner of every building ever.
Mhm.
Oh, go up.
What's up? The audience can't see this, by the way.
Those fluffy shoes. Oh shit, that's right.
Yeah, they can't.
We're looking at
Yeah.
very fluffy shoes right now.
We're looking at this website, and I sorted it by sales. I actually ordered a pair from here. In order to ship it to New York or to any place in the US, you I don't know, maybe it's higher now. I had to pay like $40 just for the shipping and delivery from the UK. But that then applies to like an unlimited number of pairs. So I bought one pair and ended up selling the other one on eBay, which basically covered everything. So it was almost free. A very Jewy thing to do.
How we made a great point. Even if we did have the video evidence, she would claim it's AI.
Possibly, yes. But I think though I like the I think the point I made still sort of stands. She is great at doing this, throwing up things, putting them on the board, and giving her audience the red strings, and never connecting the dots herself. It's a brilliant strategy, and psychologically, it's just perfection. She connects with so many people, and she's making bank. So in some sense, she is based. Obviously, she's using it to destroy people. Now, if she didn't use it to destroy people, that's the thing. I think I would probably still be a Candace Owens fan. I would say, amazing. Go get your bag. Yes, queen, all of that stuff. However, she decided to use that power that she acquired, the power of leading fools behind her, to basically destroy a fairly well-respected conservative organization. And, this is Turning Point USA. So if you asked me 2 years ago what I thought about them, I would say stuff like, I would be critical initially. I would say they're a bit gouache. They're a bit primitive for me. I don't like how they debate. I don't like how Kirk debates. But then, if you were to ask me, well, who do you prefer? Is there somebody doing it better? I would struggle to answer. That's the thing. They were the man. They are the man in the arena, and he was definitely the man in the arena. And so all of his critics, they can sort of shove it. Nobody else was doing that. And as evidenced by this whole case, that's a very dangerous thing to do. It's a very dangerous thing to go out and fight in the open. It's much easier to sit in the basement, like certain people with a green screen behind, like certain others, and make nightly speeches about how other people should act.
Yeah, I mean, fucking Charlie risked. Like, his platform was one of the riskiest, so he definitely had the balls. I respect him a lot there. But
also, yeah, go ahead.
People actually are fucking insane, unfortunately.
Yeah, and security are not very competent. But the other thing, there is a Charlie Kirk effect, which did actually happen with me. Now, I was never fully critical about him. But I saw the Groyper War, I saw some of his clips, and I thought he was like a 7 out of 10 level debater, because his opposition was really, really weak, and he sometimes did use sort of rhetorical tricks to just quickly fold them. No, it's okay. I didn't know you came back.
No, none of the stream. I muted the stream mic instead of the Discord mic. For thanking the super chat.
So the Sam. Oh yeah, I was going to say I went a tangent to a tangent, but here's the main claim. There is a Charlie Kirk effect where, if you start seriously watching his debates, when he debates on something he knows really well, like theological points, like positions about Christianity, like certain historical facts he knows, he was very, very, very sharp. So I think one of the reasons why he didn't impress me is because I just didn't watch most of his content. So I missed the powerful clips that people then collect and present later on. And that's like he had a lot of these based moments, and so the fact that she's destroying that, not really replacing that, that's the main fault, not the profiteering, not the grift. Respect the grift. It's what she's using it for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you very much, Griffin1, for the $5. Capital does definitely help.
You back, Zulu?
Yes, but I very much want to go to sleep soon.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
10 minutes? Do you have 10 minutes?
Yeah, we'll do 10 minutes.
All right,
I'll do a marathon.
10:30, 42. I timestamped it.
Conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to.
Do we just what do we do here? Do we just get up tomorrow, get up off of sleep, and then come back right back to stream?
I think I just want to sleep for fucking 20 hours right now.
To this case in Charlie Kirk.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break, and we'll be back soon. Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
Yeah, so I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing.
Oh my God.
But you literally said that I want to be able to question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right, but
It's afraid.
We're transcending. Like let's use a word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're
Answer the
saying.
fucking
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a bit of
Am I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
McCrone
you.
asking
defense team.
This
But you're
is
like,
part-
oh,
this
you
is
can
a
ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to answer
And if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I
okay.
get it.
Just so we're
You know how you can get to know what he's gonna ask? Let him ask. This woman's so annoying.
Yeah.
Yes, it's delay
can't
and
stand it.
filibuster and delay and filibuster and preload. She's preloading the audience that he's been unfair.
Yep.
But let's go, let's
It's so
go, let's
fucking
go.
Annoying.
The next 5 minutes are gold.
In the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe Rogan.
answers.
They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those
Speaks
things.
like a politician.
As far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty until we know what other
She
the
speaks
five
like a
sets of prints
politician.
were.
So that
Owens,
no, as far as you know.
2028.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say that for certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're
Fuck you. Just fuck you. I hate these people. Like you nobody's making you a kid. You are acting like a kid.
You see, you don't understand. This is like this is
Let it play before Zula goes.
no. Listen. I understand. Look, here's what's going on. This is like French, like smelly cheese, right? And you're like, why is this cheese smelly? But for us, for perverts, I love this type of stuff. When she evades, and when he makes her evade this way, this is the most pleasant part of a debate because she's getting cooked.
Maybe I need to watch it from that angle. Not get annoyed, but look at the hey, this is winning.
Look at how smelly it is.
Yes.
you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with this debate strategy.
but I am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still definitely debating. This is still.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now,
inclined
this
to
is
your.
you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed to.
French, let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
It was the Foreign Legion.
You see, he just doesn't even engage. This is a great point. This is a great strategy that he's using here. He doesn't even engage with her saying like, "Oh well, I'm not on trial. You're trying to put me on trial, and you're trying to." It's like, okay, great. So let's talk about this. Just completely dismiss her. Absolutely correct thing to do.
A relaxed woman.
Leave trying to kill you.
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And
Let's imagine for like 1 minute that, okay, she's not lying and she actually believes this. And imagine like, Donald Trump showing up to office on Monday morning and he's like, oh, Candace Owens sent me something. And then he's like, all my followers are retarded. What have I done?
Donald Trump probably fucking was like, Jesus Christ. God. This is what I have to do.
What the fuck is wrong with this woman?
What did I do here? Why?
You should understand the contrast is enjoyable.
He wishes he built the remnant instead.
This is why as you get older, you get into more and more perverted stuff, into smellier and smellier whiskey. Okay.
I'd also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, this, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank accounts and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's
Her evidence is that she reported it.
a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people. And that's what I did.
Got it. I just want to make sure.
So
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just gonna go and bring up every.
He just keeps fucking filibustering. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
How can anybody live with these people? Like, how is she married? Like, who? Imagine the guy she's married to.
Totally ball busted. Totally whipped.
Yeah, imagine having like one relationship fight and you get this. Like, that relationship should not last more than that.
Let's set up a marriage between Fabian and her, and we can get info from Fabian what it's like.
Yeah.
Directly from the source, since
he
get some benefit.
He wants the mommy dommy, black woman.
Yeah.
The black splain to him.
Everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly as I received it.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry, I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
It was entirely appropriate for him to interrupt there. Yes, we do have the clip. Can you prove that's what she was going to say? Can you prove that? Like, she keeps acting so, like, you know, fucking, what is the word? Like, astounded whenever he predicts what her next move is. But he did predict your next move. Clearly he did. Clearly he did.
Exactly.
No one's smarter than me attitude.
For what are you talking about? Like, when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's your question?
Yeah, do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive, because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was, you know, so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which, if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because, you know,
but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to, for an hour and a half, pepper.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing
this is actually Andrew's cross-examination of Candace. So he does get to ask questions how he wants to ask them.
No. But you don't see, Zulu. Like, you don't get to tell her what to do. You know.
Yeah, she just gets to filibuster, I guess.
Why are you trying to keep a queen down?
KWEEN.
All right. You see, you've got a taste of it. You got a taste of it, Zulu, and now the time is almost over. You have a choice right now, is to end the stream on the juiciest part, on the peak, where we start seeing the triangulation. You see.
We'll keep,
Triangulation, let's go.
we'll keep going for a little bit.
I knew.
Yes,
the show.
let's go.
But the reason why people find
Let's go.
Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that,
I didn't know this was
rather
positive
than
evidence.
rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's
Where's the positive
lying and
evidence?
this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything
Positive
was about
evidence.
trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So
He
then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things? Do you have any evidence Israel
I
was involved in
have-
killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. We don't,
What is the
nobody has
positive
made
evidence?
the claim that is Israelis, there were also,
I mean,
obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be.
I mean,
She completely
that doesn't
walked it
mean
back then,
anything.
right? She completely walked
I'm
it back.
pretty sure
She
it's
said
a
nobody
public event,
is
right?
claiming that Israel was involved. And he's like, well, actually, Ian Carroll claimed it. He's like, well, this other guy, this other asshole, he claimed he showed that there were Israeli cell phones on the ground. Who cares? What is the positive evidence that Israel
Who
did
cares?
this?
I'm pretty sure there were like cell phones of pretty much every country in that event. It was a big ass event, man.
Yeah.
Like, and it was a fucking university campus, was it not? Like, people from everywhere come to study at universities from everywhere. Like, of course, there were Israeli phones. There were probably like every other country's phones as well. Like, did everybody kill Israel? Like, I'm sorry, did everybody kill Charlie?
I'm gonna say Korea definitely killed Charlie Kirk.
Hey, no. Don't put my people in it. Come on.
Korea killed Charlie Kirk because there were. I'm going to bet money
Where's
there
your
were
positive
Korean.
evidence?
There were Korean cell phones on the ground.
Well, shit, you got us.
That's my positive evidence. Korean cell phones were on the ground, therefore Korea killed Charlie Kirk. There were American cell phones on the ground. Definitely American cell phones were on the ground.
America killed Charlie.
So America killed Charlie Kirk.
Flawless.
Yeah. Flawless
Maybe they
logic.
were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after.
Yeah, Israeli students can be like 12 Israeli students in Utah. How unlikely is that? Like, it's not really that unlikely.
Yeah, if it's like
Like
a
Salt Lake City is a
1,000-person
big city.
event or whatever, that's a tiny minority.
Yeah. Exactly.
Coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary. He was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior.
No, but not even a drug dealer on the street would deny it, man. Like, that's clearly not evidence, right? Like, you could play her own shit against her own shit.
Or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this.
What's the positive
But we
evidence?
cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to
You
see
say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, like positive
I
evidence
can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences. Which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we've
Oh my
said,
God.
which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason.
Feels.
It feels. It feels.
Feels looking at.
I've got a feeling.
Woo!
Dun, dun, dun.
That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Tonight's gonna be a good night. Yeah. I was also saying that, like, notice like how it now has become. I didn't say it. We said it.
Yeah.
Who's we here? Like, what is this evasion of responsibility by? Like, are you carrying like 5 people on your shoulder or something? Like, who is we here? You said it.
Fact check.
Like, your show.
I actually I put some of the clip makers, a couple of the Milk Bar TV clips that were made from this debate and her prior statements, and it's really funny. I think what Andrew got, this part, this is golden material, and I don't think that her fans can actually cope with it. They avoid those clips like fire.
Or shove it in their faces.
Lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So.
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, so how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay.
Spoiler,
I don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Oh my God.
Messages in the back saying,
Okay, if somebody asks me, do I believe that Erica Kirk participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk, I would say no. That's what I would say. She doesn't say that. Yeah, she.
Are you sure you wouldn't say I've never made this claim, so I'm not going to even say anything about it?
She is being so like diplomatic about it, like so politician-y.
I think they're about to actually clip her live on stream. I forgot this part.
Yeah, this is a very good part.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
the video they want to put.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's go.
I don't know what the video is. If you, yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that.
Imagine if it is, yeah, that bitch did it. Yeah, that bitch Erica did it.
I haven't seen it. The suspense is killing me.
Soon.
You guys can play like what I played.
Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think their involvement.
So she
Let's
can
play
The
it.
clip.
Yeah,
they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Let's play it.
play it.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And
people actually watch that content, like
This is
Candace is
tangential.
looking at herself like, I fucking hate this bitch. Who the fuck is this?
Like, who?
Why would she say that?
Yeah, who actually watches that content? Like, it is so bottom of the barrel, like bullshit. Who enjoys that? I don't have a theory of mind. I do not have a theory of mind for
we have at
retarded
least
people.
one friend which does. Well, we have at least one friend who would have enjoyed this clip.
I have to say, the style, the guys that do her picture, really nice. I love the CIA mug. Perfect. Central Intelligence Agency, right there on stream.
I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
involvement.
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this would be at a professional limitation.
Again, this doesn't actually justify the point. That French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Doesn't justify the point that France was involved. And she's saying it with full confidence that France were involved.
And also, did you notice the flip right after watching the clip? Right, like they completely flipped.
And
they were involved in that. They watched it.
Information that I handed over.
Yeah, like she completely flipped on that. She was like, "Oh, we cannot say for certainty. Oh, I believe with certainty Israel was involved. So can you or can you not, bitch? Like, what's wrong with you?"
Also, when she says on the ground, you have to understand she's not claiming they were on the campus. She's claiming they were on the ground in the state.
Oh, okay.
In the nearby airport. In the airport that's near the military base. Okay.
Wow.
Wow, soldiers are near a military base of an allied country which they're allied to for like fucking 70 years now? Like what is
Yes, but why were they there on September 10th? Why were they there? Why were they not in another airport? Why were they there? What are you hiding? What are you hiding? Reveal it immediately. Who are you? You sound foreign. Who are you? Are you French? Are you in the Foreign Legion?
Yes.
French and Israeli.
I can't do that. I'm not the United States government.
I think we have Candace on the case.
I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are.
No, he's not just asking what you think. He's not just asking you what you think. He's asking you what your positive evidence is. So it's very important that he says that. What is your actual positive evidence? Is you asked me what I think. No, he didn't actually ask you that. He asked you what your positive evidence was. That's a very important term. I understand you don't understand what that means, Candace Owens, but it's actually a very important term.
Yeah. Guys, I just realized something. Like, I'm pretty sure you guys have watched the Inglourious Bastards, right? Like the Tarantino movie. Like, Candace would love nothing but to be Hans Lada, like hunting down French Jews.
Yeah.
I haven't actually seen that movie.
That's the perfect job.
We'll do a screening sometime.
Here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence
in
for your
this statement,
claim.
I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah, you're allowed to think, but you're making a claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is if you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement? I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said that it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full confidence,
you have confidence to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence. I'm going to tell you something. Hang on, let me finish. Sure. Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that
You actually do have to walk him through that.
Yeah, that's the point. You took the money.
Yeah, you actually do have to do that. Absolutely do have to do that, or else you're just intellectually dishonest.
No, Zulu, you can't tell me what to think.
You're about, I think it's around somewhere here. I'm going to spoil it. You're about to hear the Hegelian answer. When he corners her enough, it's going to be the streamer's version of you got to read my book, which is you got to watch my show. It's coming.
I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm allowed to think that.
This debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this debate. It's not pertinent because our debate
these are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
Actually, Would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to
structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you are not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want.
Well,
nobody's disputing that. I'm asking.
It seems like you are disputing it. I think that when this is all said and done, I've already explained to you.
It's my podcast. I will cry if I have to.
I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you
notice he added the "and France" in there. She doesn't want to acknowledge that. Because she is just trying to grasp for what is the correct talking point here. Do I say Israel? Do I say France? She is trying to grasp for what will be most accepted by the Jake Shields of the world.
I also love this. I love this. Absolutely enjoyed this. It was so juicy when she just said, you might even have to rewind for the first time. She said, I told you the way I think about this. I don't have to put it into sentences. Please inject more of this into my arm. Please.
You feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why I think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government. Right.
Whose name?
And you can just tell every time she keeps like looking off to the left and right. She keeps her eyes dart around the room. Like a low IQ person, a retard person, doesn't pick up on that. But anybody who's high IQ immediately picks up on that and goes, okay, this person's a liar.
That bitch is lying.
Did she talk about Israel at all before she had that conversation with Nick Fuentes? Did Nick Fuentes actually break her mind?
No, no. Right after the whole October 7th event, one thing that she's doing professionally, probably with professional help, is with like basically a hired person, a manager, is she is tracking the mood of the audience and which parts of her show get spikes. And then, so she tried to be mildly critical of Israel's response to October 7th. That mild criticism produced a spike of views from certain segments of the population, let's just say. And then she's tried a more radical statement, and she got even more views. And she noticed that it's a really strong moneymaker to just go absolutely batshit insane on, against the state of Israel at that period of time. And what happened is she had allies that were like American Jews who are very, very friendly and cozy with Israel, and they started taking double takes. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're clearly farming this for views, but there's no. And so they didn't like it. Like, she got a warning, and I think that's how she got eventually fired from.
Daily Wire.
From the Daily Wire group, is because we can't have Israel bashers in our show, and clearly you're like not addressing our audience. It's not even like I think you can say that they did it because they're Jews and don't like she criticized Israel. Yes, that's a level of it. But also, many in their audience are absolutely consider that bizarre, like the Christian pro-Israel crowd. the Jews that watch the show, they're like, "What? Who is this person? And why is she allowed to speak on the channel? Why does she represent it?" And so it was good. It was good that she quit, but then she kept ramping up, appealing to the demographic. And Fuentes showed up. I believe he spoke to her, but very quickly he understood, oh, holy shit, this is not radical at all. This is in fact stupid, and in fact will hurt us. If more of it is done this way, we might get a pendulum swing back at a certain point where people will look back at the retarded allegations against Israel and just stop criticizing Israel again. Well, yes, and there's going to be a pushback. So he said, none of my supporters should go with these kooks. You should stop. In fact, stop talking about Israel because we have other issues to talk about. This was from the Groiper War guy. He told him, stop. We got to stop because it's becoming too retarded. So he's actually, the Jewish nationalists actually respect him a great deal, and like the Israeli guys, because they consider him a formidable opponent. And they're more frustrated at the madness that she's bringing in.
I see.
Well, I'm going to go to bed now, so good night.
Yep.